You are now tuned into Then Radio. If you enjoy our videos, we ask that you consider joining our Patreon to support our channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe so that you never miss a new video. We hope you enjoyed today's episode, and as always, thank you for watching.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. From time to time in their 30s and early 40s, most men and women ask themselves,
what will I be doing when I am 65 years old? What are my chances of being 100% self-supporting when it's time to stop work?
Well, that's largely up to you and the decision you make right now. One such opportunity for an important decision will be offered to you in our middle commercial. It tells about the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan. This plan means exactly what it says. Financial independence for you in your 60s. Do you like that idea? Then please listen carefully to this important message from the Equitable Society coming in about 14 minutes. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, homicide. Its title, The Mountain Murders.
From time to time in its never-ending war against lawlessness, your FBI runs into a type of criminal who might be described as the cold-blooded killer. Others may murder in emotional fury or for self-protection. But this type kills on the slightest provocation, with the pitilessness of a rattlesnake embedding its fangs. He is utterly ruthless, an individual totally lacking in sympathy or imagination. The outlaw frontier days belong to this breed, as does the modern racketeer. Psychologists say that such character can frequently be traced back to an unhappy childhood, devoid of affection. That is one reason why your FBI urges you to support youth movements and child guidance clinics in your area. With their help, cases like the one discussed in tonight's official FBI file can be kept down to a minimum. Tonight's file opens in a mountain shack located in a southern state. A lanky, raw-boned man sits on a chair tilted against the wall, his hat almost covering his eyes as he idly fingers his guitar. Near the window, a lean woman pushes her hair from her face and resumes patching a faded pair of jeans.
Roy?
Yeah?
Back acres need plowing.
Sure do.
Gonna get to 'em?
Mm-hmm.
When?
As soon as I'm feeling up to it.
That be very long?
No telling.
Grandpa, mind that dirt you're dragging in.
Oh, the world's too clean anyway. Sure a wind coming up. Gets to being strong enough might blow them fellers away.
What fellas?
The one stringing the wires.
Roy, you said last week you made 'em quit.
Thought they did.
I seen two fellers in the south field.
South field, you say?
Yeah.
I got my traps down there.
I ain't telling you just to be jawing.
Lucy, where'd you put my rifle?
Where it's proper. In the closet.
They was right close to where the fence needs mending.
I'll find them.
You got shells?
Yeah. Enough to take care of both of them.
Later that day, a construction gang is at work in a large open field a few miles from the mountain shack. A husky, bronze-faced man yells instructions to his crew.
Get that crane fixed and move it down. You men on the cats can roll, too.
Pardon me. They said we'd find Joe Scott up here.
That's me.
Oh, well, I'm Jim Taylor, FBI. This is Agent Tommy Hart.
Mr. Scott?
We were driving back to the city, Mr. Scott, when the office radioed us. They said you reported some shootings.
That's right.
And they have it on the government reservation?
Yeah.
What are the details?
You see those steel towers up the hill?
Yeah.
Once they're up, we string the wire along them. That's a two-man job. One man in the tower and one on the ground.
I see.
This afternoon, somebody shot the team working on number 9. The county hospital says they both might die.
Where's number 9?
2 miles up the hill.
Any idea who did the shooting?
Well, I suspect a local farmer.
Oh?
Last week, Bill Carter, one of our engineers, was up by the site of number 9, and the farmer came over and threatened him. He told Carter to stay off that part of the hill, or there'd be trouble.
Was that government land, too?
Yeah. Carter explained it to him, but he said he wasn't going to have his traps ruined by a government or anybody else.
Is Carter around now?
Down the road away.
Jim, how about me going to county hospital and seeing the wounded man, huh?
All right, Tommy. I'll interview Carter. Meet you later at the construction shack.
Roy,
Yeah?
need a hand carrying in the supplies.
As soon as I'm up.
Get my tobacco?
Uh-huh.
Mighty grateful.
Hell, went up a penny.
Again?
Yes. 1 week to the next. Things costing more.
Any talk at the store about the shootings?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, guess we'll be having a visitor.
Who's coming?
Government man. Heard this fella from the power company come into the store and called the government. After hanging up, he said they were sending somebody.
When?
Today.
Roy, maybe you better go hide. You can set yourself in that old cave I used a couple years back.
Ain't much for caves.
I heard those government men be here today.
Oh,
Want us all to get rifles and try holding them off?
no.
You going?
Mm-hmm. As soon as I get my guitar.
Carter,
Yeah, Joe?
would you come here a minute?
Yes, sir.
This is Mr. Taylor, the FBI.
No.
How are you, Carter?
Mr. Scott here tells me you were threatened last week.
Yeah, that's right.
You know the man's name?
Roy Warren. He lives in a shack across from Tower 9.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else giving you any trouble?
Oh, a few, but once they find out the lines won't hurt their farms or stock, they're satisfied.
Yeah. What does this Warren look like?
I see. He's over 6 feet, real thin.
Mm.
He's got high cheekbones and black hair.
Taylor, you shouldn't have any trouble recognizing him.
No, I don't think so.
Mr. Taylor, the men he shot were both good friends of mine, so if there's anything I
Well,
can
not
do...
right now, thanks. Joe, I think I'll drive over and see Roy Warren.
Who can that be?
No idea. He ain't going away. Yeah, might as well go see.
Good evening.
Sure is.
Does Roy Warren live here?
Yeah?
I'd like to see him.
Don't know as you can.
No, why not?
He ain't here.
Who is it, Grandpa?
Don't know myself.
I'm a special agent of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
This is Roy's wife.
Oh, Mrs. Warren, I'm looking for your husband.
Roy joined up and gone into the army.
Oh, how long ago?
3 weeks to the day. Why'd you want to see him?
Well, I've been told he shot 2 men working on the power lines.
When?
This morning.
You can see for yourself how that can't be.
Where's your husband's station, Mrs. Warren?
Well, I got no notion.
Roy ain't much hand for writing.
Well, if he's in the Army, I can locate him.
Think you'll be getting to see him?
I'm hoping to.
Tell him me and Grandpa are both fit.
I'll do that. Tommy.
Yeah.
Tommy, did you get anything down at the hospital?
No, Jim, neither man's recovered enough to talk.
Well, we got trouble at this end.
Oh, what?
I just learned that Carter got permission to take a couple of days off.
Carter?
Oh, that's the man I interviewed this morning.
Oh, the one who gave you the ident on the farmer.
That's right.
Well, what's wrong with his taking time off?
Well, he told the foreman he was going to go look for Warren himself.
Oh, fine.
I don't know why some people think that all you have to do on this job is have a pocket for your badge.
Any idea where Carter headed?
No, Tommy. But we better find Roy Warren before he does.
Through milking yet?
Pail ain't even damp.
Oh, it's the second day she's been dry.
Yeah. Hey, who's that?
Where?
Feller coming to us?
There's a stranger.
I'll fetch my gun.
Never saw him around.
Stand there, mister.
Okay.
What you want?
Some water.
Why?
I'm thirsty.
Plenty other places got wells.
I just happened to be passing here.
Where was you heading?
Up the hill. I'm with the power company. And, mister, you don't have to walk around with your gun anymore. That man's been captured.
Who?
The one who shot 2 of our men last week.
You say they found him?
Uh-huh. He was identified by the men he shot. Turned out he came from up north.
The law got him?
Yeah.
The well's out back of the house. Go get yourself a drink.
Thanks very much.
My horse needs shoeing.
Yeah, I know.
Well, can you do it now?
Guess so. Where are you going?
See Roy. Hello, Roy.
Hi.
Feller from the power company come by today.
Talk to him?
Mm-hmm.
What do you want?
Well, he give me and Grandpa some news.
What kind?
Said they caught the feller shot those men.
Hmm?
Told us he was from up north someplace.
Well, what do you know?
Means you can come on down home.
Yeah.
You just stay where you are.
Roy, he's the one that told me.
Guess it ain't true.
Remember me, Warren? You warned me to stay away from that field.
Yeah.
Too bad you didn't listen to him. Those other 2 fellas never would have got shot.
Get up, Warren. We're going down to the valley.
What for?
So I can turn you over to the police.
You ain't doing nothing.
Grandpa.
I got a gun, too, young fella. You was so busy following Lucy, you never thought to look around and back. Roy, what do you think we ought to do with him?
Same thing we generally do.
Well,
That's right.
We will return in just a minute to tonight's exciting case from the official file of your FBI. But now, listen. Those are the check writing machines at the home office of the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Every month, right on the dot, those checks go out to members who have paid up their Equitable Independent 60s plan. They're checks that mean financial independence for life after you're 65 years old. And here's Mr. Frank Peterson, who started one of these plans back in the late 1920s. You finished your payments last year, didn't you, Mr. Peterson?
Yes, Mr. Keating. I've quit work, and I'm here to prove that life can begin at 65.
In other words, Mr. Peterson, you're now cashing in on the 3 freedoms that go with an independent 60s plan. First, freedom from money worries and job worries. Financial independence.
I've got some mighty fine children, Mr. Keating, but I'm glad I'll never have to move in on them and be a burden to them.
Second, with an Equitable Independent 60s plan, you're free to live anywhere you please.
We've taken a pretty little place down in the Valley of Virginia. And let me tell you, it's true what they say about Dixie. It's wonderful.
Third, freedom to do the things you've always wanted to do.
I've got a couple of bird dogs I'm training. Takes time, but I got plenty of that since I started getting checks on my Independent 60s plan. A lot of my friends think I must have made a lot of money to retire like this, but they're wrong. You don't have to make a big salary to afford an Independent 60s plan.
That's a fact. You don't have to earn big money to begin an Equitable Independent 60s plan. Ask your Equitable representative to explain why you probably have a big head start towards Independent 60s because of your Social Security and the life insurance you already own. Often only a small amount of additional insurance is all that's required.
A few dollars a week did it for me.
Friends, why not profit by Mr. Peterson's experience? Phone your Equitable Society representative without delay, or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Mountain Murders.
Some of Special Agent Taylor's words, which you heard a few minutes ago, are so important that they warrant repetition. Speaking of Carter's ill-advised attempt to find Warren's hideout, Agent Taylor said, "Why do some people think all you have to do on this job is have a pocket for your badge?" While we may applaud Carter's motives and marvel at his courage, we can only condemn his foolhardiness bordering on stupidity in going after a criminal equipped only with good intentions and a gun. Your FBI takes this occasion to re-emphasize its oft-repeated advice. When a crime is committed, report it immediately to your local authorities. Then keep your hands off unless requested to do otherwise. Tonight's FBI file continues later that afternoon as Special Agents Taylor and Hart work with Foreman Joe Scott searching the mountainside.
Taylor, where's that map?
Tommy's got it.
Yeah, here it is.
Pull it out, Tommy.
Yeah. There.
The pilot said he spotted Carter's Jeep there.
Yeah.
That's where we are now.
Well, he might have been a little off.
Yeah, that's true. I think we ought to keep moving, huh?
Okay.
How much more daylight, Joe?
About 2 more hours.
Uh-huh.
Wait. Look over there.
That's Carter's Jeep.
Yeah. Must have come off that cliff.
Never saw one that cracked up.
Well, if I'm right about the cliff, Carter should be around here close by. Come on, let's look. Joe, did you put any towers up on that cliff?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then you know the road up there. How is it?
Not really a road, Taylor. More of a trail, and it winds past the caves.
Huh?
Hundreds of them all over the face of the mountain. If Warren's in one, you'll never find him.
Why not?
Well, most of them are connected, like rooms in a railroad flat. Take an army to flush
Wait a
them
minute,
out.
hold it.
Carter.
Yeah. Come on. Yeah. Pull him over. Easy. It's a bad head wound.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't look like one he'd get in a crash.
You better get him to the doctor quick.
Oh, I'm afraid it's too late for that. Carter's dead.
Hello.
Joe?
Yeah?
This is Hart. Can I speak to Taylor, please?
Taylor, for you. It's your partner. Oh. Thanks, Joe. Hi, Tommy.
Hi, Jim. I'm at the hospital. Both men died this afternoon.
Well, that's 3 for Warren.
No word on them yet, huh?
No, none, Tommy. I've been thinking about those caves up on the cliff. If Warren's up there, he knows he'll have to stay under for quite a while.
Uh-huh.
Well, to do that, he'll need food, probably canned food.
That's true.
I checked at the general store. Mrs. Warren shops there once a week. She's doing again tomorrow.
How does that fit in?
Well, she got her usual order last week. Now, if she takes extra rations this time, it'll mean Warren's hiding out in this area.
Yeah, but Jim, if we were right about Carter being ambushed after following her, they'll be doubly careful about that now.
Yeah, but maybe we can do the job without trying to trail him. I'm having the office rush some special equipment out here.
I'm back.
I can see that.
Cans are sure heavy.
For Roy?
No, his are out in the saddlebags. Roy's getting to be known. His picture's all over the village.
Ain't no sense to that. Folks there know him now.
Yeah, the power company's put up a reward.
How much?
$1,000. Seems those 2 fellers he shot died.
Thought they would. Looks to be clouding up.
It is.
I better take my coat.
Where are you going?
Bring Roy his food. I'll stay clear of the trail.
Yeah, best if you did. Tell Roy about his pictures.
Oh, I sure will. He'll be real pleased.
Joe, move your chair over here next to Tommy's, will you?
Okay.
Slide around, Tommy. That does it. Now, you probably recognize this, Joe. It's an aerial photo of the east slope.
Mm-hmm.
It was made before you put up those towers. Now, would you locate them for us?
Can I mark the picture?
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
The first one's here on top, and they string down this way.
And how far apart, Joe?
1/4 mile. Number 2's here.
Yeah.
And this would be 3.
Well, that's all we'll need.
Need for what, Taylor?
Spotting. Tommy, suppose you climb Tower 1 up here, huh?
Yeah, sure, Jim.
Joe, will you handle the middle one?
Glad to.
And I'll be up on number 3. Now, the minute either one of you see anybody heading up the hill, call it in.
How?
Those things in the corner are walkie-talkies.
We'll show you how to work them, Joe.
Okay.
Each of us will have one of these copies of the aerial photo. Now, you see the way the picture's divided into squares?
Mm-hmm.
All right, each square is numbered. Now, as you spot Mrs. Warren or the old man, you call in and tell me which square they're in, and I'll mark it here on the master map.
I see.
That way, even if we lose them for a while, we'll have a record of which way they've been heading.
Joe, you better take these night glasses.
Thanks.
Now, anything else?
Well, I've got a dozen men we could use, and they want to help.
Well, just give them one instruction, please, Joe. Tell them nobody's to follow whoever leaves the Warren house.
And, Joe, make that strong, will you? If the Warrens don't think they're being trailed, there's a good chance this will work.
Okay, let's go. We'll show you how to use that walkie-talkie and then head for the towers. Come in, Tommy.
The old man's just leaving the house.
Check square 58.
He's riding with both saddlebags bulging.
It's probably Roy's food.
Yeah. Approaching square 49.
Check 49.
He's headed into the brush.
That line will bring him to the cave in square 14.
Yeah. Over for now, Jim.
Right, Tommy. Talk to you later.
Taylor,
Yes, Joe?
he's in square 36.
Check 36. That means he's double tracking.
Uh-huh.
Making sure nobody's following this time.
I'm losing him. He's moving into the woods.
Tommy,
Yeah, Jim.
you see him?
No. No, I'll call if I spot him again, Jim.
Taylor,
Yeah, Joe. Still no sign of him.
I think I see him, Jim. Yeah, he's in square 28.
Check 28.
It's clear from there to the top.
Okay, Tommy, I'll pick you up and we'll move in together.
Hi, Roy.
Hello, Will.
Hungry?
Sure am.
Food's in saddlebags. Come on. You like being up here, Roy?
Mm-hmm.
That's good, 'cause it'll be home for quite a spell.
Why?
Those two fellas you shot, they died.
Oh,
The power company's real mad.
they can get more men.
They put up $1,000 reward.
For me?
Uh-huh.
Say, Will, I clean forgot to ask you.
About what?
The turkey shoot, who won it?
The Pike boy?
Too bad I wasn't there. I can shoot better than him.
Yeah, you proved that. Well, sounds like he's glad to see you.
So am I.
What?
Don't move. We're special agents of the FBI. You're both under arrest.
Roy Warren and Will Cooper were tried and convicted in federal court of murder on a government reservation. Each received a sentence of life imprisonment. As you have heard, a physically close surveillance was impossible in this case. As you have also heard, Special Agents Taylor and Hart improvised with what materials were available to them and apprehended the criminals. That ability to improvise is one of the talents for which the men of your FBI have become justifiably famous. Famous throughout the world. No two cases are ever exactly alike, probably for the simple reason that no two human beings are perfect duplicates. Therefore, each investigation calls for its own particular method. The need of law enforcement officers for so many different types of knowledge is what has elevated police work to the status of a profession devoted exclusively to the welfare of you, the American people.
Now, two final questions on the cost of the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan.
Well, Mr. Keating, I've never looked into a plan of this type. I always figured they cost me more than I could afford.
That's a mistake lots of men make. They overlook the fact that their Social Security and the life insurance they already own gives them a big head start towards independent 60s.
Another thing I'd like to know, are these plans flexible? If I'm earning more money a few years from now, can I increase the amount of my plan?
Many Equitable members do exactly that. After all, the amount of your Independent 60s plan is strictly up to you. Your Equitable man takes into account both your present income and your future needs. He'll be glad to sit down with you at any time, or send a postcard care of the station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, espionage. Its title, The Traitor.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Harley Bear, Dick Crenna, Whitfield Connor, Sam Edwards, Jeanette Nolan, and John T. Smith. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Traitor on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet.
The American Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. From time to time, in their 30s and early 40s, most men and women ask themselves,
what will I be doing when I'm 65 years old? What are my chances of being 100% self-supporting when it's time to stop work?
Well, that's largely up to you and the decision you make right now. One such opportunity for an important decision will be offered to you in our middle commercial. It tells about the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan. This plan means exactly what it says. Financial independence for you in your 60s. Do you like that idea? Then please listen carefully to this important message from the Equitable Society coming in about 14 minutes. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, espionage. Its title, The Traitor.
Guarding against enemy spies is one of the oldest problems of law enforcement. In chapter 2 of the book of Joshua in the Bible, we read, "And Joshua sent out 2 men to spy secretly, saying, 'Go view the land, even Jericho.'" Today, no one knows the number of spies from totalitarian countries operating in our country. Certainly, they amount to many, many times more than 2. Particularly when you include even the native-born citizens who place allegiance to a foreign ideology above love of country. Today, espionage has been developed into a science, directed and conducted by experts. Combating this army of imported and domestic spies is one of the chief responsibilities of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Tonight's case from the official FBI files was selected because it is one of many in which a lead from an alert and patriotic private citizen proved to be of invaluable assistance to the men of your FBI. Tonight's FBI file opens on the deck of a small passenger ship in the Mediterranean. It is late at night as a passenger leans against the rail, idly watching the boat's wake. He lights a cigarette and flips the match overboard as the chief steward comes up behind him.
Mr. Yadkin?
Yes, steward?
I hope you won't think I'm, butting in. I happened to be in the lounge a few minutes ago.
I saw you.
I was there when you got up from the table. You lost again tonight.
Don't worry, I'm saving enough for tips.
Oh, I wasn't thinking of that, sir. If you're running low on funds, I know where you can get them.
Where?
From friends of mine.
I like to give their money away?
No, sir, but when a person has something they want, they pay well for it.
I don't understand.
Mr. Yadkin, I couldn't help overhearing you talk to some of the other passengers. You were saying something about how well you know every port in the Near East.
Yeah? You overhear quite a bit, don't you?
Is what you said true?
Of course.
Could you draw defense maps of those ports?
Is that what your friends buy?
Yes. I'm signing off the ship at Genoa. If you drew some, I could make the arrangements for you there. Think about it, Mr. Yadkin.
Oh, steward?
Yes, Mr. Yadkin.
I played again tonight.
I saw you at the table, sir.
I'm ready to discuss your proposition.
Well, that's fine, sir.
Tell me a little more about it, huh?
There isn't much to tell. You have certain information. I give it to them. My friends pay you. It's that simple.
You say they pay well?
Yes.
How well?
Well, that depends on the assignment.
Oh.
Pardon me, sir.
Huh?
Yes, that's me.
Mr. Yadkin's wanted in the lounge, sir.
Oh, thank you. I'll be right there.
Very good, sir.
Now, we get to Genoa tomorrow, don't we?
Tomorrow morning. If you had the map finished by then, I could take you to meet one of my friends.
All right. I'll have it ready.
You know this cafe?
I've never been in the city before.
Oh.
Where's your friend?
There he is. Mr. White.
My dear Joseph.
Good to see you again, Mr. White. I'd like you to meet my friend, Mr. Yadkin.
How do you do?
Mr. White.
Sit down, sit down. Little wine?
Thank you.
Well, you know, they write songs about April in Paris. But to be here in summer and with good friends, that, my young man, is living.
I drink to that.
Mr. Yadkin, I hear you'd like to join our little family.
I want to sell a few maps.
You have one with you?
Yeah, right here. This is Haifa. A dotted line is a gate that closes the channel. A line of circles is the underwater pipeline. Those X's are the oil refineries.
Mm-hmm.
These are docks. Those are secret gun installations.
The map is right. It's valuable.
That's right.
How much do you want for it?
What's it worth?
Well, let's say $200.
It's yours.
Mr. Yadkin can draw maps of every port in the Near East.
We'll pay the same for the others.
When?
As soon as you deliver them.
My boat leaves in an hour.
Oh, no. I didn't mean today. You draw them on the way back to the States. When you're finished, deliver them to a woman in New York. I'll give you her name and address.
How's she know what to pay me?
I'll be home before you are. More wine, gentlemen?
Ten days later, at an FBI field office in the United States, Special Agent Jim Taylor is writing a report when a man approaches his desk.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes, that's right.
My name is Peter Stutzman.
Oh, the agent in charge called and said you were on your way here. Have a chair, please.
Oh, thank you.
He said you were a seaman on the SS Fidelity.
Yes, sir. And one night on our last voyage, I heard our chief steward ask a passenger to sell his friend some maps.
Oh, of where?
Near East ports. The steward's name was Joseph Pembina.
And the passenger's name?
Alex Yadkin.
Alex Yadkin.
Yes, sir. He agreed to draw a map and go to Genoa with Mr. Pembina and meet a friend. I don't know the friend's name. But they said something about the cause.
Oh?
Mr. Yadkin was traveling with an American passport.
You say he got off the ship at Genoa?
Yes, sir, they both did. Pembina signed off there, but Mr. Yadkin returned and made the trip back here with us.
Uh-huh.
He stayed in his cabin all the way across, making more maps. Here, I have copies.
Well, how did you get them?
Well, he drew them on a pad. I went into his cabin and took the page under the one he used. You can see the lines he drew here. See, they came right through.
Yeah. Did you see him when he left the ship here?
Yes, sir. After he got through customs. He gave his trunk check to the man from the Hotel Star. That's all I know.
Well, thank you very much.
It's all right. I hope it helps.
Well, we'll start checking the maps and Mr. Yadkin right away.
Can I help you, sir?
Yeah, please.
Birds, tropical fish.
I'm not looking for a pet.
Well, that's all we have.
I wanted to see Mrs. Desha.
I'm Mrs. Desha.
I'm Alex Yadkin.
Well, the man from the boat. Got a report on you.
A report?
Information about you, who you are, where you're from, usual thing. You have those maps?
Yeah, here.
Thank you.
Well, I'd like to be paid.
How many are there?
3.
$600. Where are you staying?
Hotel Star?
As soon as the maps are gone over, I'll call you.
That might take a while.
A week or so.
Well, couldn't you call Mr. White and ask him to speed it up a little?
No, there are 3 steps between us. I never contact him directly. I'll get your money as soon as I can.
Hey, tell me, is there a report on everybody?
Yes.
I'd like one on Mr. White.
He's a man who'd give any friend the shirt off his back and get into a business deal with the same friend and drive a bargain so hard the shirt would be returned with interest.
It's good to know.
Well, don't let it bother you.
Why not?
You'll be dealing with me, and I'm easy. I just get the shirt back. No interest.
George, can I see a minute?
Sure, Jim. What's on your mind?
A woman named Anna Desher.
Oh, you've run into the Ladybird, too.
Yeah, the card in the file says you got the folder on it.
Right here. I'd like to take a look.
Yeah, but I can't. I'm due out on a surveillance in 20 minutes, so how about a quick fill-in, huh?
Nothing definite, but everything points the wrong way.
Oh?
She has no visible support besides her pet shop, and after watching her for months, I can tell you one thing.
That?
She's buying her food from the profit. She's eating less than the birds.
Mm-hmm. Any leads on where she does get her money?
None. All her deposits are in cash. They're big and fairly regular.
Mm-hmm. How does she rank?
We think she's only a couple of rungs down from the top man.
And who's he?
Oh, we don't know. That's why Mrs. Desher's never been questioned. We're hoping she'll take us to him.
I see.
How'd you get tangled up with her?
You remember those maps I showed you last week?
Uh-huh.
Well, we've had a watch on Yadkin. He's been to see her twice.
He kept any other interesting company?
No, except for those trips, he hasn't left the hotel.
Well, you can be sure of this. He wasn't sent from Europe to study the hotel star wallpaper.
Yeah. Well, thanks, George. I better get moving now and go back to being Mr. Yadkin's faithful companion.
Mrs. Desher? Sorry about being late.
Oh, that's all right.
Now, the pay is good for these maps, but the hours are awful.
But you can stop making them.
Huh? Firm going out of business?
Now I've got another assignment for you. If you want it.
Do I get paid?
Of course.
When does it start?
The minute you get to Havana.
Where?
Havana, Cuba. You'll meet a friend down there.
Who?
Joseph Pambina.
What's he doing in Havana?
Getting information. His name there is Villas.
When do you leave Europe?
Right after you. Here.
Yeah.
There's enough there to cover everything. Book your passage and call me, so I know what ship you're on.
When'll I see you again?
Not till you return.
What's the assignment?
I'll cable you on the ship. Give you all the details.
George, our man had lunch with Mrs. Desher today.
Oh?
Yeah, and from there he hightailed to a travel agency, got himself a cabin on the SS Heritage for Havana.
When's he leaving?
Tonight, and that's part of the problem. I can't follow him.
Why not?
Well, the boat's full. I told the SAC about it. He's calling Washington now.
Mrs. Desher withdrew $2,000 in cash this morning from her bank.
Oh? Well, that's what must have been in that envelope she gave him.
He paid cash for his ticket?
Yeah. George, you suppose the head man is in Havana?
Oh, I doubt it. This is the first Cuban angle we've run into.
Well, let's get it.
Oh, I'll get it.
Okay.
Agent Wells. Oh, just a minute. The SAC for you, Jim.
Thanks. Taylor. Yes, Mr. Carroll. You have? Uh-huh. Yes, sir. All right. Yes, sir. I'm sure I can. Thanks very much. George, the captain of the Heritage, is a friend of the Bureau, and he's making room for us.
Us?
Yeah. SAC's putting us both on it, so we've got 45 minutes to go home, pack, and make that boat.
We will return in just a minute to tonight's exciting case from the official file of your FBI. But now, listen.
It's the first of the month, Evelyn. I guess that's the postman with our check from the Equitable Society.
Every month, right on the dot, those equitable checks come to members who have paid up their Equitable Independent 60s plan. They're checks that mean financial independence for life after you're 65 years old. And here's Mr. Edward Fontana, who started one of those plans in 1927. You finished your payments last year, didn't you, Mr. Fontana?
That's right, Mr. Keating. My son took over my law practice, and I'm taking life easy.
In other words, Mr. Fontana, you're now enjoying the 3 freedoms that go with an independent 60s plan. First, freedom from money worries and job worries. Financial independence.
Just bought my grandson a new bike, Mr. Keating. It's nice to know that I'll always be able to do things like that.
Second, with an equitable independent 60s plan, you're free to live anywhere you please.
My wife and I decided to keep on living right here in Philadelphia. All our friends are here.
Third, freedom to do the things you've always wanted to do.
Down on Chesapeake Bay, I've got a little old boat that sleeps too. And last fall, we took a cruise down to Florida. I guess I ought to thank my equitable man for that. 24 years ago, he proved to me that the independent 60s plan is not just for people who make a lot of money.
That's a fact. You don't have to earn big money to begin an equitable independent 60s plan. Ask your equitable representative to explain why you probably have a big head start towards independent 60s because of your Social Security and the life insurance you already own. Often, only a small amount of additional insurance is all that's required.
A few dollars a week did it for me.
Friends, why not profit by Mr. Fontana's experience? Phone your Equitable Society representative without delay, or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Traitor.
In tonight's case from the files of your FBI, you are meeting 2 different species of subversive agents. One is the bought and paid for type. His sole interest in spying is the money it puts in his pocket. The other kind is represented by Mr. White. He takes his misguided satisfaction from doing a job for a cause he places above his own nation. Both types will always be with us. It is part of your job as a decent citizen to see that they do not succeed in their work. You can help tremendously by keeping your eyes and ears open at all times. If you run into anything that seems as if it might be espionage or subversive activity, report it. This is important. Do not, we repeat, do not investigate it yourself. Just pick up your phone book and get the number of your nearest FBI field office from page 1. Then call your FBI and let them do the rest. Tonight's file continues aboard the SS Heritage en route to Havana. Special Agent Taylor is on deck when the captain approaches.
Taylor, here's a cable for you.
Oh, thank you, Captain.
I got a copy of one Mr. Yadkin just received. Came in about the same time as yours.
Oh?
Here you are.
Thanks very much.
Captain, they said you were looking for me.
Oh, it's all right, Mr. Wells. I had a cable for Mr. Taylor, but I found him. I'll see you both at dinner.
Thanks again, Captain.
Right.
George, we got word from the office to meet somebody from Cuban intelligence named Gonzalez. Captain also gave me this copy of the cable Yadkin got.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, brother, I hope Gonzalez has a code expert down there. I never saw one like this before.
Let's go down to the cabin and try to crack it ourselves.
Senor Gonzalez?
Si, senor.
Taylor, FBI.
Oh, it's nice to meet you.
Thank you.
I heard that you were coming down with Senor Wells.
Agent Wells is out now following Yadkin.
Oh, I see.
We're pretty sure that he's meeting somebody this morning.
Oh, who?
Well, that I don't know. Tell me, do you have a code expert?
Oh, si, senor. Very good one.
Fine. If he can break this, it'll help a lot. It's a copy of a cable that Yadkin received on the boat.
I see. Have you checked into a hotel yet?
Yes, the one on the corner, but that's all we did. I haven't even washed or changed my shirt yet.
Well, you go do that, senor. By the time you come back, we may have this code broken and find out what your suspect is doing here.
Mister. Lottery tickets.
How much?
American dollar for a whole one.
Let's have a couple.
Gracias. I hope you win. Still gambling, I see.
Huh? Joseph, how are you?
Fine, thanks. Come on, let's find a bench.
You'll have to do all the talking. I still don't know why I'm here.
The American Atlantic Fleet is on maneuver south of the island.
Oh?
And the fishing boat manned by friends of ours has been with them. It is due back this morning.
To pick me up?
No. They will have a list of the ships in the fleet.
What for?
I never ask reasons. I was told to get this list. Your job is to take it back to the States.
How'll Mrs. Desha get it out of the States?
Up there, when you mail a letter, even the police can't open it. She'll send it to a drop in South America. From there, it goes in a diplomatic pouch. That ship you came on sails this afternoon. You have your return space?
No.
You better go get it.
What about the list?
I should have it by then. Wait in your room. I'll deliver it to you as soon as I can.
Senor Gonzalez, have you broken that code yet?
Oh, more than that has happened. 2 men were brought in a few minutes ago, and one of them had this list in his pocket.
Oh?
That would be worth sending Yatkin down for, huh?
Yes, I should say so. Were the men bringing it to him?
Well, they must have been. It was in an envelope with the name Joseph Vilas across the front. The cable to the boat said Yatkin was to meet Vilas at the public square by the entrance to the music festival. Senor Wells called in and reported that they met and talked for a few minutes.
Who is this Vilas?
Well, he's new on the island. He come from Portugal a few weeks ago. Somebody who knew him in Europe said his real name is Pembina.
Joseph Pembina. He recruited Yatkin.
Senor Wells told me they seem to be old friends.
These 2 men you arrested, they know you've got this list?
Oh, no, senor, no. It was taken from them when they were searched at the jail. This list was then thrown into the property box. They probably think it's still there. Why, senor?
Well, if you were to release them and let them take this without any questions, they'll deliver it to Vilas.
But if we do the... excuse me, senor.
Certainly.
Hello. Si, senor Wells. He's right here now. For you, senor.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, George? He did? For when? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm working on something right now. Yeah, bye. Yadkin bought a return ticket on the Heritage.
That leaves this afternoon.
Which means we've got to work fast. Well, let's change these figures enough so the list won't do them any good.
All right.
Then release those prisoners. This might have to go through the head man back in the States, and that's who we want.
That afternoon, Alex Yadkin caught the boat back to the United States. On the same ship were FBI agents Taylor and Wells. Upon their arrival in this country, Yadkin was kept under further surveillance. A few days later at the FBI field office.
George, the SAC just got a report from Washington on that ring.
What's the word?
Immigration's finished their investigation on Yadkin, Mrs. Desha, and the rest.
And?
And Yadkin's clean. He got his citizenship through regular channels, but Mrs. Desha's in trouble. 3 others are illegal aliens.
I thought she was a citizen.
Oh, she's got the right set of papers, but she got them through fraud.
Oh.
Immigration's holding off till we're through with her.
How about the rest?
Well, the SAC said he didn't care either way about them, so they'll be picked up any minute.
Well, everything's gelling at the same time.
No, what else is there?
I just got some news on the head man. We intercepted something mentioning a Mr. W. and indicating he decided things.
That's a start.
Yes, but the clock's running for them. Pardon me, Jim.
Sure.
Wells. Yes, Freddie. He has? Right away. Jim, that was a report on Yadkin. He's left the hotel and he's heading uptown.
Mrs. Desha, why don't you answer your phone?
I've been busy.
Who's that list there, Broadbank?
I'll hold on to it.
Huh? Don't you want it?
I don't know what to do with it.
Why not?
My contacts with Mr. White were arrested
When?
this afternoon.
All of them?
Yes.
And deliver it yourself.
Can't. I've got to wait here.
Look, I was promised a bonus for this.
Mr. White's the only one who can okay the extra money.
Look, if you don't take it to him, I will.
Go ahead.
Oh, where is he?
Hotel Caldwell.
Phone him. Tell him I'm coming.
Coming.
Hello, Mr. White. Remember me?
Well, of course, Alex. Come in. Been a long time.
Here's your list.
Yeah, fine. I just put it in this envelope.
Well, don't you want to see it?
No, that's not necessary. The envelope's addressed and stamped. Mail it on the way out.
Mr. White, before I go, I'd like that bonus.
My boy, I'm surprised at you.
Why?
Money is energy. The cause needs every ounce of strength it can get.
Yeah, is that a long way of saying I don't get paid?
No, of course not. You'll receive something. But part of your salary must be the joy of knowing that you're helping shape the new world. That's worth something, isn't it?
No.
Alex, I'm disappointed in you. You're the only member of my family taking this attitude.
I still like to be paid.
All right. There you are. 100, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Thank you.
Now, please mail that letter.
Just a minute, Yudkin.
Do I have some other callers?
Yes, Mr. White. We're special agents of the FBI. You're both under arrest.
All members of the spy ring described in tonight's case were arrested, tried in federal court, and convicted. Because Alex Yudkin and Mrs. Desha were not Native Americans, it is important to point out here that they are the great exceptions to the rule, so far as America's foreign-born population is concerned. For of that group, the overwhelming majority is loyal to this country. It is also to be pointed out that this case shows the thoroughness with which your FBI protects the security of the nation. Like everyone else, the men of the Federal Bureau of Investigation hope and pray there will never be a World War III. But if it comes, your FBI stands ready.
Now, two final questions on the cost of the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan.
Mr. Keating, does this plan take into account what I'll get from Social Security?
It certainly does. That's one big reason why the cost of an Independent 60s plan is so moderate.
But can I start now with an inexpensive plan and expand it later if my salary goes up?
Many Equitable members do exactly that. After all, the amount of your Independent 60s plan is strictly up to you. Your Equitable man takes into account both your present income and your future needs. Get the exact figure from your Equitable Society representative, or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, jewel theft. Its title, The Fraudulent Healer.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Anthony Barrett, Ted DeCorsia, Kenneth White, Lamont Johnson, Victor Rodman, Paul Theodore, and Peggy Weber. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Fraudulent Healer on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. There's fun for the whole family when Ozzie and Harriet come your way next. This program came to you from Hollywood.
came to you from Hollywood.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. From time to time, most men and women ask themselves,
what are my chances of being 100% self-supporting when it's time to stop work?
Well, that's largely up to the decision you make now. Opportunity for an important decision will be offered to you in our middle commercial. It tells about the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan. This plan means exactly what it says: financial independence in your 60s. Listen carefully to this important message from the Equitable Society coming in about 14 minutes. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, jewel theft. Its title, The Fraudulent Healer.
Tonight's case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation deals with a very shrewd and carefully planned confidence game. Bear in mind that confidence men and women are among the elite of the criminal world. Many of them are excellent amateur psychologists. They play expertly on the heartstrings of their victims by appealing to one of two normal human desires. The first is the natural need of lonely people for friendship and affection. The second basis of many confidence rackets is greed. The victim is lured on by the prospect of making easy money. Tonight's case has been chosen for dramatization for a very simple reason. The more you, the public, become familiar with the techniques employed by this type of crook, the better you will be prepared to protect yourself against them. Tonight's FBI file opens on a lush green hillside some 30 miles from a large western city. An attractive girl in a simple cotton dress, wearing almost no makeup, sits on a tree stump and stares at the rolling clouds. She is so lost in thought she fails to hear a man approaching until he speaks.
Hello? I had to see if you were real. Oh, don't go, please. I saw you through these binoculars. I couldn't tell if you were a statue
I'm
or...
quite real.
Hey, look, I'm not a masher or a peeping Tom. I use these glasses for my hobby. I'm a bee fancier. I'm studying a hive in that oak tree by the fence, the old one. Know anything about bees?
Really, I have to leave.
And bees flap their wings 16,000 times a minute. They can fly 7 miles without stopping. They get up to a speed of 20 miles an hour. They've got 2 pair of wings, one in back of the other.
Thank you for the information.
Oh, there's a lot more about bees I haven't told you. I'll be at the oak tree tomorrow afternoon, the old one by the fence.
Hello there.
Shh. Come over here. See inside the crevice?
Uh-huh.
That's their hive. It runs down to the tree. Those bees in the outer lip, they're the sentries. They keep strangers out. And see the bees flapping their wings?
Uh-huh.
They're fanners. They ventilate the hive.
I thought bees just went around stinging people.
That's propaganda. Oh, by the way, my name's Bruce.
Mine's Mary.
Here, take the binoculars. And get up on this incline.
Why?
Oh, look down to the hole. You can see the comb.
Oh.
The cells on top are a little bigger than the others. They got queen bee eggs in them.
Uh-huh.
They've been there 11 days. It takes them 16 to hatch.
Oh.
When the first one's ready, the wax will be scraped off the end of the cell, and there'll be a new queen.
Bruce, I'm sorry I'm late.
Hi, Mary. I thought you weren't coming today.
I almost didn't.
What happened? You get tired of the job already?
No, I didn't know whether I ought to keep meeting you.
Why not?
Well, where's the notebook?
In my briefcase. Here we are.
I remembered the pencil this time.
How far did we get yesterday?
Oh, wait, I'll look. Let's see. Yeah, here. 4:45, mild activity outside Queen Bee cells, 15th day.
All right, let's start today's page.
All right.
3 p.m. Great activity outside upper right hand, Queen Bee cell. Other 5 dormant.
Oh, will they get a new queen today?
You'll know if they do.
How?
Oh, the old queen will be driven out of the comb.
Just like that?
Uh-huh. A few of the bees will escort her to the lip and push her out if she won't leave willingly. When she does go, somewhere between 60 and 70,000 bees will follow her.
Where to?
Oh, she's already sent scouting bees looking for a good place to make a new hive. She'll go wherever they pick.
Hello, Mary.
Oh, hello.
Dear, you know this is against the rules. I should report you, but I won't.
What is this?
Come on, dear. We'll go back.
All right.
Mary, where are you going?
I have to leave. Goodbye, Bruce.
Will I see you tomorrow?
I don't know.
Yes?
I'd like to see Mary.
Mary?
She's a tall, pretty blonde girl.
Is she a sign of the stars?
Huh?
You seem to radiate positive.
What?
Yes, I do believe you're a positive. They're quite rare, you know.
Please, may I see Mary?
What's your name?
Bruce Miller.
Your astral name, I mean.
What is all this?
No one may enter whose Jupiter is predominant while the forces of Pendennis are striking.
Now, cut that out. I want to see a girl named Mary. I don't know what her second name is, but she's here. And I'm going to talk to her. Is that clear?
Nora, what is this commotion?
Oh, I'm sorry you were disturbed.
Are you in charge?
Yes, I'm temporarily allowed to rule the lodge.
Well, there's a girl here named Mary.
That's correct.
I'd like to talk to her.
That's quite impossible.
Why?
She's in seclusion.
What kind of nonsense is that?
I'm sorry, sir, if it seems odd to you, but one of the reasons people choose to come here is to know the quiet of the sky and the privacy of their souls.
I'll ask once more. Are you going to let me talk to Mary?
He's radiating violently.
So I noticed.
Well?
I've told you, sir. Your request is quite impossible. If you return some other time...
When?
I have no way of knowing. All I can tell you, sir, is to keep trying. Goodbye.
The following day at a local golf course, FBI Special Agent Jim Taylor stands waiting for a friend to hit a shot.
In the water.
I know.
Hit another one, Bruce. Well, at least that one's on dry land. Come on.
Jim. I haven't mentioned this to anybody, but... Well, you know I'm back on that bee kick.
Yeah.
One day last week over in Alexander County, I saw a girl sitting up the hill a ways and just kind of staring at the sky. I walked up and talked to her. We got to be friends, and, well, the next day she came down to meet me.
Huh? So far, no problem.
She met me every afternoon and took notes while I watched the hive and dictated to her. But yesterday, while we were working, a woman came by, spoke to Mary, and they left together.
Mama don't like no bee man hanging around?
It wasn't her mother. She said something to Mary about it being against the rules, and off they went.
Well, Bruce, I wish I could sympathize, but if you didn't know her address after a week, that's your fault.
I did, and I went there. They wouldn't let me in.
They?
A zombie in a long white gown answered the door and gave me double talk. When I started to get mad, some joker horned in and said she was in seclusion.
Oh, what does that mean?
I don't know. He talked like it was a hotel or a rest home. But I can't help feeling Mary's being held against her will.
Oh, now, Bruce, this is 1951.
Jim, can you help me?
Sure. I keep a white Charger in the garage. The minute a fair damsel gets in distress, I whip out my trusty suit of armor.
I'm serious.
Okay, Bruce. Has this place got any neighbors?
Uh-huh.
All right, ask them what goes on. They'll probably know.
Okay.
In the meantime, there's your ball. Now, will you forget about Liza being chased across the ice by Simon Legree and hit yourself a golf shot?
George, we'd better have a talk.
I can't think of anything more enchanting.
Save the charm for the customers.
Parishioners, Irene, not customers.
Well, whatever you call them, we're about to have one less.
Who's that?
Mary.
Why?
She's restless. I think she's losing interest.
We can't afford to have her go.
Why do you think I'm here?
It's natural for her to be restless. Any young girl cooped up for 3 months would be. But you've got to prevent her from getting bored.
How?
Irene, astral control isn't a dull subject. If she's beginning to think it is, you're not feeding it the right way.
I'll start using a spoon.
Really, dear. We share equally, you know, when she signs over her property.
What's that got to do with it?
You ought to do as much work as I.
I do.
If you hadn't been careless, she wouldn't have become involved.
That's over now.
He was back again today.
You see him?
No. Nora kept him out.
You better not wait till next week for Mary's induction.
We've got to.
Why?
Your confidence is very touching, but even I can't rush an eclipse of the moon.
Let's find another reason.
You've got a transfer deed. Get her to sign it, and I'll make her a member in 15 minutes.
Jim, I hate to bother you.
Oh, hello, Bruce.
I went out to see Mary's neighbors this morning. And
Oh?
Then I stopped by her place again.
Oh, how'd you make out?
She was still in seclusion. But I'm sure now I was right.
Right about what?
Her being held.
Hmm?
About 10 women are living there with that man who calls himself the Oracle. He's got them practicing something named astral control.
Yeah, what's that?
Hogwash, from what I can gather. He's got these women believing all our bodies radiate electrical impulses. That enough people directing their impulses in unison could alter the movement of the stars.
Oh, and why should they do that?
Well, he claims the stars rule the earth. When they move the wrong way, we have wars. When they move the right way, we have peace, and the world is a land of milk and honey.
Well, that's just logical enough to be commercial.
Can you do anything about getting Mary out?
Bruce, look, the Constitution allows people to worship a matchbox if they want to. She can study astral control, voodooism, or whatever she likes.
You sound like you don't care.
No, it's not that, Bruce. You see, the FBI has jurisdiction over about 120 federal laws. None of them cover religious cults as such.
I see.
But if it'll make you happy, I'll check our files on this Oracle. There may be something in them that'll allow me to be interested officially. Yeah. Now, can you give me a description of him?
Sure.
Okay, fire away.
George, Mary's in the hall.
What's she doing there?
Waiting to see you.
How about the paper?
She won't sign it.
Have her come in.
Mary, dear?
Thank you.
Irene says you wanted to see me, Mary.
Yes.
You think you're ready for private instructions?
That's not why I came.
Oh, well, if there's any personal problem on your mind...
Mary, would you like me to leave?
No. No, you can hear this. Before I say anything else, though, I want you both to know I'm very grateful for these last 3 months.
All our people feel that way.
Maybe you've noticed I haven't been to your lectures these last few days.
Of course.
When Irene first told me about astral control, I felt it was a chance to start all over again, to do something good with my life.
And you're coming along wonderfully.
That's why I'm looking forward so to your working with us.
I'm not going to.
What?
This wasn't an easy decision. It's all I've thought about for a week, and then this afternoon I made up my mind.
To what?
I'm leaving.
But you can't.
Irene, if she's made up her mind, there's no point arguing.
I'm sorry.
I am too. For you. This is your loss, not ours.
What are you going to do with yourself?
I don't know yet.
You're welcome to stay as long as you like.
Thank you. But I'll pack and go in the morning.
If it's not too early, come in and say goodbye.
All right, I will.
George, if she leaves without signing that paper, we're broke.
She'll sign.
What makes you think so?
Irene, our motto is faith and confidence. The least you could do is have faith and confidence in the Oracle.
We will return in just a minute to tonight's exciting case from the official file of your FBI. But now, listen. Those are check writing machines at the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Every month, those checks go out to members who have paid up their Equitable Independent 60s plans. They're checks that mean financial independence for life after you're 65 years old. And here's Mr. Seymour Harris, who started one of those plans back in 1925. You finished your payments last year, didn't you, Mr. Harris?
Right, Mr. Keating. I gave up my job in 1950, and I've really been leading the life of Riley ever since.
In other words, Mr. Harris, you're now cashing in on the 3 freedoms that go with an independent 60s plan. First, freedom from money worries and job worries, financial independence.
Mr. Keating, every month when that equitable check comes in, I'm reminded that I don't owe anybody a cent.
Second, with an Equitable Independent 60s plan, you're free to live anywhere you please.
For several years, I had my eye on a little place outside of town. Last year, we moved in.
Third, freedom to do the things you've always wanted to do.
I get in town a couple of times a week for a ball game or a game of cards with the old gang. That was a big day 26 years ago when my Equitable Society representative proved to me that you don't have to be a high-salary man to afford an independent 60s plan.
That's a fact. You don't have to earn big money to begin an Equitable Independent 60s plan. Ask your Equitable representative to explain why you probably have a big head start towards independent 60s because of your Social Security and the life insurance you already own. Often only a small amount of additional insurance is all that's required.
Few dollars a week did it for me.
Friends, why not phone your Equitable Society representative or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Fraudulent Healer.
Tonight's case from your FBI file shows a typical confidence racket operated by a man and woman in criminal partnership. While members of the so-called weaker sex have been convicted of all kinds of crimes, they seem to be most at home in the confidence field. Here they use their charms and femininity to aid their male accomplices. Sometimes they operate alone. Several years ago, for instance, a woman of great poise and charm posed as a close confidant and friend of an influential and wealthy industrialist and fleeced many otherwise careful bankers out of hundreds of thousands of dollars. Many times, as in tonight's file, these adventuresses work behind the smoke screen of a fake organization or phony charity. Before joining any unknown organization or even contributing to it, your FBI urges you to check its authenticity with your Better Business Bureau, community chest, or your local authorities. Tonight's file continues the following morning on the street outside the local FBI field office. Bruce Miller is approaching the building as Special Agent Taylor comes out.
Jim! Jim! Oh, hey, Bruce, you're just the one I want to see.
I hope you don't think I'm making a pest of myself.
Well, I wouldn't have been calling you for the last hour if I did. I then took that description you gave me and sent back the file on somebody named George Brown.
Well, that oracle's first name is George.
Is this his picture?
Yes.
You sure?
Positive.
Come on, walk me over to the garage, will you?
Okay.
I'm going out to see Mr. Brown.
Who is he?
He's a confidence man. He's wanted back east. That's what puts me into the case.
Jim, this is wonderful.
Well, it might be a break for your girl.
Can I drive out with you?
No, Bruce, this is business. But you can give me that exact address.
28 Smoky Hill Drive.
28 Smoky Hill Drive.
And Jim.
Yo.
How long will this take you?
Well, that depends on Brown. You stick by your phone. I'll call you as soon as I get back to the office.
Go ahead, Mary.
Thanks.
Good morning, Mary.
Good morning.
We wanted to make sure you didn't leave before we said our farewells.
I just started to pack.
We also wanted to give you another chance.
To do what?
Come back into our little circle.
Oh, I'm sorry. I still feel the way I did last night.
That's your privilege, my dear. We certainly wouldn't want to force anyone to believe as we do.
Oh, I know that.
You don't have any unkind feelings for our movement, do you?
Oh, not at all.
Splendid. Irene has a form all filled out. And if you'd care to contribute your property to Astral Control, it would ease the pain we feel at losing you.
Here it is.
I have a pen handy.
Oh, I'll take it with me and think about it.
Now it's my turn to be sorry.
I don't understand.
I hate to be crass, but I'm afraid I can't allow you to leave without signing.
What? Well, you can't do this.
But I am.
I won't sign it.
Irene, you know where Mary keeps her jewels?
In the top drawer.
Get them.
Irene!
Get back there.
Here they are, George.
Fine. Let's see what we've got. I can't wait to get these to Casey.
Oh, George, she's bleeding. I think she's really hurt.
Oh? Well, then, we'd better get started immediately.
Yes?
Good morning. I'd like to see Mr. Brown.
My, you radiate a distinct positive.
I beg your pardon.
Your impulses. Just wait till the Oracle sees you.
Yes, ma'am. That's what I'm here for. May I come in?
Oh, the Oracle can't speak with you now.
Oh, why not?
Yes, I'm sure you're positive.
Ma'am, why can't I see Mr. Brown?
He's not here.
Oh, where'd he go?
To gaze at the stars with Miss Irene.
Yes, I'm sure, but where?
It must have been a long trip. The Oracle said they were taking the train.
What train?
To the stars.
Ma'am, is there anyone else here I can talk to?
Everyone else is in seclusion.
All right, this paper I have here is a search warrant. It permits me to come inside and look around, so I guess that's what I'd better do now. Taylor speaking.
Jim, this is Bruce. I just got your message.
Oh, Bruce, your girl Mary's at the hospital.
Huh?
I missed George Brown and that woman that you told me about.
What's the matter with Mary?
I found her unconscious in her room.
Which hospital is she at?
Memorial, but you won't be able to see her, Bruce. She's not being allowed visitors.
Well, what happened to her?
Well, severe contusions of the head. The doctors expect her to be all right, though. Oh, by the way, her name is Cook.
I guess it's all right if I call the hospital.
Yeah, sure.
Did you find out what was going on out there?
Yeah, your Mary must be a very wealthy girl. Brown was trying to promote her into turning everything she had over to Astral Control.
That means him.
Mm-hmm. But I guess she wouldn't sign the transfer deed. I found it in her wastebasket. That's what they must have had the fight about.
You're not letting him get away with this, are you?
Not if I can find them. All I know so far, though, is they took a train, but nobody at either station remembers seeing them or selling them tickets. So... Oh, pardon me, Bruce William. Taylor speaking.
This is Memorial Hospital, Mr. Taylor.
Yes.
Dr. Corday says you can see Miss Cook now.
Thank you. I'll be right there.
And then he told Irene to get my jewelry. I tried to stop her, but he pushed me away, and I hit my head when I fell over the chair.
I see. How much jewelry did you have?
Oh, it was worth, I guess, about $20,000.
Miss Cook, may I ask you a personal question?
Yes,
How did you ever get mixed up with George Brown?
through Irene.
Oh.
I met her at a party back home. You see, 5 years ago, both my parents were killed. I inherited everything. Having money, I picked up a lot of new friends. The whirl I went on would have put an honest merry-go-round to shame. And then I met Irene. She told me about Astral Control, and, well, it looked like a chance to make my life over.
Mm-hmm.
I see now it was just part of their plan to get my money.
Yes, I see. Well, Miss Cook, I was asked not to stay too long, so I'd better be going.
Oh, I'm sorry I can't help you find them.
Well, now, you say you never heard them talk about any friends.
Only that person, Casey.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Brown mentioned him just before I passed out.
Well, maybe I could get an idea who that is if you could remember exactly what he said about Casey.
Well, let me see. Yes, that was it. He said, I can't wait to get these to Casey.
Let's see. Nothing here in his record or hers about anyone with that name. Casey. Hey, wait a minute. Casey might not be a person at all.
You'll get left at one of these jerkwater towns.
Now, Irene.
I wouldn't care so much, except that you've got the jewelry.
Sentimental soul, but don't worry. There's always time to jump out with the papers.
Why do you keep buying them?
To read.
But they've got the same things in all of them.
I feel more comfortable knowing there's nothing about us.
There wouldn't be anyway.
Why not?
The only way to get your name in those papers is to be a prize-winning cow.
Very funny.
Yes, well, I'll tell you something that's not so funny. Our touch is gone.
I was getting tired of it anyway.
The money from that jewelry won't last forever.
Doesn't have to. I've thought of another deal.
What kind?
Selling masterpieces.
Spell that.
You'll be a widow who doesn't realize the value of the paintings in your late husband's estate.
And you?
An art collector who just happens to know the paintings were smuggled into this country. We'll find mean men who want to cheat you out of those pictures.
Where'll we work?
New York or Boston. This deal requires a locale where the citizens are positive they're smart enough not to be cheated.
Good evening.
You must have the wrong compartment.
No, Brown. I'm in the right place. Here's a warrant for your arrest.
Huh?
And one for you, too, Miss Howard.
George Brown and Irene Howard were tried in federal court and convicted of violating the Interstate Transportation of Stolen Property statute. What Special Agent Taylor noticed in reviewing the arrest records was that George Brown had been convicted twice of swindles in Kansas City, a place many people call KC. He learned the schedule of their train and caught up to the fugitives by flying to an intermediate stop. And thus, your FBI closed the file on these two criminals. However, the convictions interrupted the careers of only this pair. There still are confidence men and women at large throughout the country, and they are at work this very minute. You can keep from ever being numbered among their victims, but there's a price on that freedom. It's the same price we pay for liberty: eternal vigilance.
Now, one final question on the cost of the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan.
Is there any fixed amount I have to put into a plan like this?
No, the amount is strictly up to you. For instance, you can start now with a modest plan and expand it later on when your salary goes up. In any event, the man to see is your Equitable Society representative. Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, marriage swindle. Its title, The Runaway Corpse.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Robert Cole, Joyce McCluskey, Ted Osborne, Yvonne Patey, and Alice Reinhardt. This is Your FBI, a Jerry Devine production, was directed by Sid Goodwin. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Runaway Corpse, on This Is Your FBI. This program came to you from Hollywood.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. From time to time in their 30s and early 40s, most men and women ask themselves,
what will I be doing when I'm 65 years old? What are my chances of being 100% self-supporting when it's time to stop work?
Well, that's largely up to you and the decision you make right now. One such opportunity for an important decision will be offered to you in our middle commercial. It tells about the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan. This plan means exactly what it says. Financial independence for you in your 60s. Do you like that idea? Then please listen carefully to this important message from the Equitable Society coming in about 14 minutes. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, Marriage Swindle. Its title, The Runaway Corpse.
In very ancient days, the fate of every woman was the same. She did the hard labor for the family, and her status was little more than that of a slave. In certain of the older civilizations, it was unknown for a woman to sit and eat at the same table as the male members of the group. Those taboos and other similar customs have, of course, been discarded. Today, women have attained the highest ranks in science, art, literature, and business. Every year, more and more members of the female sex find themselves in responsible positions once held exclusively by men. No field of endeavor has remained closed to the women of America, and that statement unfortunately includes the field called crime. Tonight's FBI file opens in the downtown district of a large eastern city. It is early afternoon as two middle-aged women enter an undertaker's parlor. They speak to the owner for a moment and are shown toward the rear.
Our complete line of caskets is in this back room.
There now, sister. Be brave.
This way, please. Perhaps you'd be interested in our perfect tribute service.
What's that?
You select the casket. We do the rest.
Ethel, I believe that would be better.
You needn't decide immediately, Mrs. Carson.
Thank you.
Not at all. We try to live up to our motto, kind and personal consideration where the tribute never becomes a burden.
Isn't that sweet?
The price tag on each casket covers the entire service. This is a very good value. The wood is the finest walnut. And as you see, the lining is crushed crepe.
Beautiful.
Oh, Agnes, let's pick one and leave.
All right. She's under such a strain.
Of course.
We'll take this.
I'm sure you won't be sorry.
When can you send the hearse?
Did the deceased pass away at a hospital?
At home.
We can call and prepare him for the reposing room at any time.
This evening?
Certainly. I have your address. I'll be there with the casket coach at, let us say, 8.
Fine.
You may use the side exit if you like. Thank you for thinking of us.
We'll see you later.
Very well.
Go ahead, dear.
Thank you.
Well, that's that. I hope it works.
Oh, it's bound to, Agnes. After all, what difference does it make to them if the body they come for is dead or alive?
Meanwhile, at the local FBI field office, Police Detective Tommy Stewart approaches the desk of Special Agent Taylor.
Hello, Jim.
Oh, hi, Tommy. Hey, you've been a stranger lately.
I won't be from now on.
Why, what's up?
Wedding Bells is out.
What?
Wedding Bells. Herb Carson. He escaped yesterday from the state prison.
Tommy, I'm afraid I don't know him.
Oh, I guess you hadn't been transferred here this time last year.
No.
We arrested him for working the marriage swindle. He was quite a boy.
Huh?
When we circulated marriage bureau clerks around the country with his picture, we uncovered 24 brides, and quite a few places haven't been heard from yet.
Is this his record here?
Mm-hmm.
According to this, the Bureau had a detain on him, huh?
Yeah, he crossed more state lines than the super chief.
How'd you catch him?
The last woman he married died shortly after the wedding.
Natural causes?
Yeah, we double-checked. In her will, she left all her money to charity, around $20,000 in cash. And when it couldn't be found and her new husband couldn't be either, we put out an alarm.
Did you know then it was Carson?
No. Your lab gave us an ident off his prints.
Oh, I see.
I'm having 4 of his local wives brought to my office now. Want to question him with me?
Well, I have some work to clean up here, Tommy. I'll be in touch with you when I finish.
Why did I do it, Ethel? Why?
Do what?
Spend half the day getting an undertaker to come to the house so your dear husband can steal a hearse.
But Herb needs the hearse to go to the cemetery and get that money from Mrs. Watkins' vault.
And when he gets the money, he skips out on you again.
Agnes, Herb's my husband.
Fine husband. You've been married 15 years and seen him 15 minutes.
It's not his fault he has to be away so much. Can't blame a man for being interested in his business.
Getting married is his business?
Of course.
What are his hobbies?
You just don't understand, Herb.
I don't understand you either.
Oh, Agnes, before we see Herb, please promise me one thing.
What?
Even if you don't understand him, try to get along with him.
That's a large demand, but I'll try.
Herb?
Be right there, dear. How did you make out?
The man said he'd be here with the hearse at 8 o'clock.
Oh, that's fine.
What have you done to your hair?
Just grayed it up a little.
Looks more like it's been breaded.
Thank you. Ethel, I've been thinking. It's been a long time since we had a vacation together.
I know.
Well, to show my appreciation for this, I'm taking you on a boat trip.
Oh, Herb, that'll be wonderful.
Wouldn't it be better to give her the cash?
She won't need any. She'll be with me.
For 5 minutes?
Agnes, what a thing to say.
What about 3 years ago when he took every dime you had, said he was going to a movie, and didn't show up again till the following summer?
I explained that to Ethel. I did go to the movie, and I ran into a prospect. We were married, and, well, one marriage just led to another.
You see, Agnes?
Yeah.
Ethel, dear, if that undertaker's coming at 8, we'd better get inside and start packing.
Detective Stewart.
Tommy, this is Jim Taylor.
Where are you, Jim?
I'm still tied up at the office.
I need help.
Oh?
You hear that babble? Those are Carson's ex-wives.
Have you talked to them yet?
No.
Well, let me know if you get anything from them.
You're not going to let me face them alone, are you?
Well, I'm still working, Tommy, but I'll get down there as soon as I can.
Well, all right. But if anything happens to me, remember, it was all in the line of duty.
Okay.
So long.
Bye.
Why?
All right, ladies. All right. I'd like to talk to you for a minute. All right, ladies. Hold it. Hold it.
Who are you?
I'm Detective Stewart.
Where's my husband?
We're looking for him, too. That's why you were called in here.
You've got to find him for me.
Find him for you. Look, honey, I'm married to him, too.
Girls, for your information, I'm the only one he ever loved.
He's a bum.
Oh, he is not.
Dare you say that?
All right, ladies. All right. I'd
will
like to
not
get your
listen to such
relationship
talk.
straightened
I
out
have.
here. Now, when did you marry him, ma'am?
5 years ago, and I can prove I was his only wife. Why, I've got his prized possession, his uniform as an army colonel.
For your information, dear, he was an admiral in the Navy.
Oh, you're both lying. He hated war. He only went into the Marines to get it over with in a hurry.
He's a bum.
Oh, he is.
Ideas.
Ladies, please, let's all be quiet. Let's all be calm. Now, we'll start from the beginning. How long ago did you say you married?
Ethel, what time did that undertaker say he'd be here?
About 8.
He's due now. Where is your dear sister?
Oh, she went out. She said she'd stay out until we left here.
Yes, well, perhaps that's just as well. The undertaker?
Now, see. Oh, hello, Mr. Martin.
Good evening, madam.
You the undertaker?
The funeral director. My assistant will be up with the cot in a moment.
Where's the hearse?
The casket coach is right outside. May I see the departed, please?
This way. Through that door.
Thank you.
Hey, let me out. Let me out.
Just a moment.
He doesn't seem very happy about the closet.
Well, it's hard to please some people.
He said his assistant was coming out.
I know.
What will you do about him?
That's easy, my dear. We'll just give him the other closet.
Hello, Tommy.
Oh, Jim, am I glad to see you.
I gather the women are still here, huh?
And still talking.
You look a little weary.
I feel like Clyde Beatty.
Tell me, did you get anything from them?
One possible lead.
What's that?
Well, the other women agreed that Carson had one wife that he always went back to.
Oh?
She apparently was the first woman he ever married. I sent out a tracer on her and found that she lived here in town. We got her address, but she's moved.
Any forwarding address?
No, but one of her neighbors said that she went to live with her sister. Her sister's name is Jones. And that's all we know.
How long ago did she move?
About 9 months ago.
While Carson was still in jail, huh?
Yeah.
Well, then you're assuming that he'll follow his pattern and go back to her, huh?
That could be.
Anything against him. Mr. Stewart, I refuse to stay in there with those women any longer.
That goes over me.
Tommy, you better handle
Oh,
it.
wait, Jim.
I'm going to call the place that might have the first Mrs. Carson's address.
Ethel, watch on your side. Look for a vault with the name Watkins on it. It's right along this street.
Was that your last wife's name?
Yes.
I don't see how you remember one from the other.
When you've hidden $20,000 in someone's vault, it's rather easy.
I hope Agnes isn't too angry.
About what?
Those men in her closet. She didn't know we were going to leave them there.
Well, what else could we do?
Oh, look. I think that one there says Watkins.
Where?
See?
Oh, yes. Yes, that's it.
I'll wait here.
No, dear, I'd rather you came in with me.
But
I'll need you to hold the flashlight.
Oh, all right.
Here's the light. But don't use it till we get inside.
Where is the money?
In a vase, in a niche in the wall. Now, I have a key someplace. Here it is. Now, turn on the flashlight.
Very well.
Come right in, dear. Just follow me. Now, just shine the light on that wall on the left. That's it. There's our vase.
Herb, I'm not sure that I like this very much.
It won't take long, dear. Now, if the little bag is still in this vase, and it is, well, there's the money. Mission accomplished, my
Herb,
dear.
let's get out of here.
Oh, I almost forgot. You wait here just 1 minute. I brought some flowers along. I left them in the hearse. I'll go get them.
Herb, I don't
Just
want
stay
to.
right here, my dear. I'll be right back.
Where you going, Herb?
Agnes, what in the world are you doing here?
I rode with you in the back.
How did you
I
ever get...
figured you'd pull something like this.
Like what?
Running out on Ethel. Now turn around and go back in there.
Just a minute.
Herb, I've got a gun. Get moving.
Agnes, this is entirely uncalled for.
Unlock that vault. Go on. Ethel?
Agnes, what are you doing here?
Saving you from an all-night stay in the vault. I'll take that money, Herb.
Ethel, will you please reason with your sister?
What's going on?
Your dear husband here was planning to skip out and leave you.
I planned nothing of the sort.
Where's the money?
I didn't find it.
But, Herb, you got it out of this vase.
No, that's not true, Ethel. It's still in there.
Let's see the vase.
Here.
It's empty.
I don't understand it.
Maybe you will understand this. Now, let's search him for the money, and we'll take that little vacation.
We will return in just a minute to tonight's exciting case from the official file of your FBI. But now, listen.
Okay, Cora, I'll answer the door. That's the mailman with our check from the Equitable Society.
Every month, right on the dot, those equitable checks come to members who have paid up their Equitable Independent 60s plans. They're checks that mean financial independence for life after you're 65 years old. And here's Mr. Arnold Muller, who started one of these plans back in 1928. You made your last payment in 1950, didn't you, Mr. Muller?
May 1st, 1950, I quit work, Mr. Keating. I've been having the time of my life ever since.
In other words, Mr. Muller, you're now enjoying the 3 freedoms that go with an independent 60s plan. First, freedom from money worries and job worries. Financial independence.
Mr. Keating, I haven't given money a thought since I retired. No need to with those equitable checks coming in the way they do.
Second, with an Equitable Independent 60s plan, you're free to live anywhere you please.
We've bought a little 5-acre farm on the edge of one of the prettiest towns in America.
Third, freedom to do the things you've always wanted to do.
I've got one of the swellest gardens you ever saw, Mr. Keating. We deep freeze all kinds of fruits and vegetables, and it cuts our food bills way down. I tell you, that was the luckiest day in my life when I found out that you don't have to be rich to afford the Equitable Independent 60s plan.
That's a fact. You don't have to earn big money to begin an Equitable Independent 60s plan. Ask your Equitable representative to explain why you probably have a big head start toward Independent 60s because of your Social Security and the life insurance you already own. Often, only a small amount of additional insurance is all that's required.
A few dollars a week did it for me.
Friends, why not profit by Mr. Muller's experience? Phone your Equitable Society representative without delay, or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's E-Q-U-I-T-A-B-L-E.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Runaway Corpse.
As you listen to tonight's case from the files of your FBI, you may well have said to yourself, only people of below average intelligence could fall for such an obvious confidence game. Unfortunately, such is not the case. Throughout the country, there are millions of men and women who are lonesome. Concerning these people, one writer says, quote, every day the postmen of the United States deliver 1 million letters to men and women who have advertised for husbands and wives. Men and women who belong to the vast and tragic army of the unwanted. At the offices of the 400 matrimonial correspondence and lonely heart clubs, they are numbered in the hundreds of thousands, in millions. Every year they contribute to the pocketbooks of club owners several millions of dollars. These people are not necessarily unintelligent. They are just lonely, and their natural human desire for companionship often makes them easy victims for unscrupulous swindlers. Tonight's file continues at police headquarters. FBI Special Agent Taylor has just entered the office of Detective Tommy Stewart.
Tommy, we just missed Carson.
Where?
At his sister-in-law's home. When I left here, I called state prison and had them check their mail file.
Yeah?
They found Carson had written to his first wife, care of a Miss Agnes Jones, 38 Adams Avenue.
And you just missed him there?
Yes, he left with his wife a couple of hours ago in a hearse.
A hearse?
Yes, they tricked an undertaker into coming to the sister's house, locked him and his helper into closets, and stole the hearse.
We better get out an alarm.
I already have, Tommy.
Why would he want a hearse? He could have had a rental agency deliver a car.
Yeah, I know.
Well, he shouldn't get very far in it.
You must know that, too. Tell me, what was the name of that wife of his that died?
Mrs. Watkins.
Now, didn't you tell me that Carson was suspected of stealing the cash from her estate?
That's right.
Well, isn't it just possible that he buried that money with her, left it there till he was ready to pick it up?
Yeah.
Tommy, let's find out what cemetery she was buried in and get out there.
Ethel, will you stop crying?
That was very cruel of you,
What was?
leaving Herb out there that way.
Cruel? Don't you know what he was trying to do to you?
If it's anything bad, I'd rather not hear it.
Well, you're going to. One of the neighbors told me darling Herb was out all morning.
But he said he was staying in.
That's what made me suspicious. I knew he'd go out for only one reason. To get married.
Agnes.
Let me finish. I called that florist he always uses to send roses to his brides. They had an order from him. I knew how he worked, so I called the marriage bureau. Sure enough, somebody named Watkins had gotten a license. I came back to the house to tell you, but you were leaving. That's why I climbed into the hearse.
I still can't believe it.
How much proof do you need? Didn't he try to lock you in the vault? Didn't he lie about not having the money?
Well...
Ethel, if that isn't enough, you saw what he had in his pocket. One boat ticket. You think that was for you or for him? Now let's find a place to leave this hearse.
Tommy, I just spoke to the gateman. He saw the hearse pull in here tonight. A gray-haired man was driving it. A woman was with him.
How long ago?
Almost 3 hours.
Did he see it leave?
Yes, and there were 2 women in the front seat going out. The man was missing. Later, the gateman said he saw the man stagger out the front entrance.
On foot?
Yeah. Come on, let's go in the vault, huh?
Right.
Yeah, what do you know? They left the gate wide open.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Tommy, look. There on the floor. Pieces of a broken vase. Doesn't that appear to be a fresh blood stain?
Huh? Yeah.
Well, that accounts for what happened to Carson. Must have been knocked out with this vase, then rolled, because look here on the floor. Change, key ring.
Now, what's this?
What do you got, Tom?
Envelope from a travel agency. But it's empty.
Well, those 2 women could have gotten the ticket.
Ticket to where?
Well, that's what we've got to find out.
The agency won't be open this time of night.
Yeah. Well, let's finish up here, and if nothing has come in on Carson or the hearse, we'll check the travel agency first thing in the morning.
Well, I checked the travel agency, Jim. I showed them the envelope. They didn't remember anyone answering to Carson's description.
No, I was afraid they wouldn't.
This agency specializes in ocean travel.
No?
I'm having the passenger list checked on all boats sailing today.
Well, he'll probably be using an assumed name.
Oh, and the hearse has been located.
Oh, where?
On McKinley Street.
McKinley, that's down to the docks, isn't it?
Yeah, our men went over it. No leads. Jim, how about giving each steamship company a description of Carson?
Oh, I'm afraid that wouldn't pay off either, Tommy. Our files show Carson as having dark brown hair, but evidence at the cemetery showed that it's now gray. And I've just been going over these photostats of his marriage licenses. There's a different description on every one of them.
Yeah, that's bad.
Tommy, I've been trying to get some form, some pattern out of these. I was just about to arrange them in sequence when you came in. Let's see, here's number 1.
Mm-hmm.
Number 2.
Here's number 3.
Yeah, thanks. Number 4. Hey, wait a minute. Tommy, there is a pattern here. Let's look through the stack and find his last license.
$121. $123. Here's our cabin.
Good. I couldn't walk another step.
Come on. We'll leave our coats here and then go up on
Just
deck.
a minute. You must be in the wrong cabin.
Why, isn't this 123?
Yes.
Well, here's our ticket.
But my ticket has the same number on it, too, and I'm sharing the cabin with my husband.
Lady, is your husband a tall, gray-haired man with glasses?
Yes.
I'm sorry to tell you, but he's her husband, too.
What?
Yes.
And he's also married to Mrs. Adams, Mrs. Bentley, Mrs. Randall,
I
Mrs.
don't
Clifford,
believe
Mrs.
you.
Hall. His real name is Herb Carson, and he's a cheap, four-flushing, double-crossing...
Agnes, don't talk about Herb that way.
For your information, my husband's a bachelor, and he's always been one. Now, please, get out of here. Herb, darling.
Herb, dear.
Well, lady?
Sorry, wrong cabin.
Herb, it's me, Marie.
Yes, and it's her, Ethel, and me, Agnes.
Herb, who are they? Answer me, Herb.
Two extremely jealous women.
But are you married to that one?
Well, I used to be.
But you said you were a bachelor.
When he was 9.
I've heard enough from you. Your attitude compels me to tell the whole truth. These women have hounded me, Marie, and when they heard I'd married you, they vowed they'd do everything in the world to break it up.
Herb.
And last night, when I refused to give in to them, they waylaid me and stole my money. I came here to get that money back.
That's a good story, but we're keeping the money.
Oh, no, you're not.
You're forgetting the gun, Herb.
Agnes.
Here he is, Tommy.
Well, if you're from the steamship company, put those women out of here.
I'm from the FBI, and they're all under arrest.
Herbert Carson was sentenced in federal court to 10 years for interstate transportation of stolen property violations, and Agnes Jones and Ethel Carson were sentenced in federal court to 6 months for harboring a federal fugitive. Special Agent Taylor and Detective Stewart were able to arrive at the boat because of the pattern in the marriage licenses. Agent Taylor noticed that Carson always used the maiden name of each wife for the marriage which followed. It was assumed he would continue the pattern in making his reservations, a fact which was borne out when Agent Taylor called the steamship line. And so your FBI was able to close another file because of the aid and cooperation of the local police. Without such cooperation, many cases would be almost impossible to solve. That is why your FBI continues to ask you, the people, to exert your every effort to obtain an adequate local law enforcement staff. For law enforcement, like charity, must begin at home.
Now, one final question on the cost of the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan.
I already have a good bit of life insurance. I don't think I could add the cost of an independent 60s plan on top of what I'm now paying.
You don't have to. Your Equitable Society representative will show you how to integrate your present life insurance into an independent 60s plan. Often, because of life insurance already owned and Social Security, only a comparatively small additional amount of insurance is all that's required. Your Equitable man will be glad to give you the exact figure, or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, murder. Its title, The Tribal Shakedown.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Parley Bear, Betty Blythe, Mildred Byron, Florence Lake, Jeanette Nolan, Ted Osborne, Peggy Weber, and Carlton Young. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Tribal Shakedown on This Is Your FBI.
Stay tuned for A Life in Your Hands, starring Lee Bowman, when it comes your way next over most of these same stations. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. In the 30s and early 40s, most men and women ask themselves,
what will I be doing when I'm 65 years old?
Well, that's largely up to you and the decision you make right now. Opportunity for an important decision will be offered to you in our middle commercial. It tells about the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan. This plan means exactly what it says. Financial independence in your 60s. Listen carefully to this important message from the Equitable Society coming in about 14 minutes. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, murder. Its title, The Tribal Shakedown.
Tonight's case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation was selected for dramatization because it points out a very fundamental shortcoming in America's educational system. Despite the fact that our country spends vast sums of money on schools and teachers, millions of our people must be classified as uneducated, half-educated, or badly educated. Among the ranks of the uneducated and the half-educated, as you will see in tonight's file, criminals find some of their ideal victims, people who are an easy mark for this or that racket. From the ranks of the badly educated are recruited the criminals themselves. For we must realize that education is more than mere book learning. Any education worthy of the name must include intelligent instruction in the ideals of good citizenship. It must teach us respect for the law and moral integrity in dealing with our fellow men. Remember, education is everybody's business, your business. Play a more active part in the drive for better education in your community. Join the Parent Teachers Association. By doing your share to improve education standards in your district, you are making a real contribution in the never-ending war against crime. Tonight's FBI file opens on an Indian reservation in a western state. It is early morning as a young man enters the general store. He walks toward the long counter and greets the overalled, bewhiskered proprietor.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning, mister.
I'd like to get some food.
Mm-hmm. What kind?
I guess I've got a little of everything on this list.
Moving in around here?
Only for a week or so.
Well, I guess we can still have us a little chivalry to kind of make you welcome.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, been doing it every time we get new white folks in.
I'm an Indian.
Oh, go on now.
My name's Dr. Watonga.
Well, what do you know? You know I never would have took you for one.
I think maybe I better buy my groceries someplace else.
Oh, now, you don't think I meant no offense. Why, I was just trying to make you welcome.
If I was white.
Oh, why, if it was anything. Why, you ask around if you like. I got more Indian friends than I got white ones. Sure. Stark's my name, Floyd Stark. Indians got me another name, though. Man with a big heart. 'Cause I give 'em so much credit.
I see.
Now, let's have that grocery list.
Here.
Where you living, Doc?
I took a shack up in the hills on the old Washita property.
Well, it's too bad you never got to meet Washita.
He was my uncle.
Oh? Oh, well, I guess you know about his accident last week, hmm?
I came out for the funeral.
First suicide we had in the county in years.
Mr. Stark, you know a man named John Latimer?
Mm-hmm. Why?
My uncle mentioned his name in a couple of letters.
Oh.
He didn't like Latimer.
Oh, I don't guess many do. You see, most folks are jealous of him. You know, the way they are when anybody strikes it good. Tell me, Doc, you got more shopping to do in town?
Yes, quite a bit.
Well, leave your list if you like. Time you get back, why, Things will be ready.
Thanks. And will save me some time.
You say you'll be here a week or two?
Yes?
And you'll be seeing John Latimer. Well, nice shooting, John.
Huh? Oh, hi, Floyd.
You know, there's a 2-penny deposit on each of them bottles, you know.
Think I can afford it?
Oh, I guess maybe.
Something on your mind?
Yeah. Young fella come in the store this morning. Washita's nephew, he come out for the funeral. You know what he told me? Seems like the old man put your name in some letters that he sent the boy.
What about it?
Well, he was asking questions about you, and when he left the store, I hear tell that he was pulling around asking other folks.
Floyd, all anybody can tell him is I buy crops from a lot of Indians.
This boy's a doctor.
Who?
One I've been telling you about. Washita's nephew.
Forget about him. Start thinking about Salazar.
Not yet, John.
You told me he owes you over $1,000.
Well, he does. But, see, I'm for going easy.
Why?
Well, I like to wait till Washita's nephew stops being so nosy.
Floyd, last time I was in the city, I went to the circus. They had a tail there that wagged a whole dog. I think that's the place for that kind of thing, don't you?
Huh?
You got 10% of this business. I'm the 90. Get it?
Oh, yeah.
You just bring Salazar out here for some cough syrup. Once we get control of his crop, we'll have the whole valley.
Come in.
Pardon me, I was looking for the district nurse, but
I'm Miss Craig.
Oh. I guess I expected somebody in a white uniform.
Can I help you?
I'm Dr. Watonga.
Oh, hello. I've heard about you. Are you going to practice here?
No, I'm in research. Indian life expectancy.
Oh?
Miss Craig, would it be much trouble to give me a typhoid shot?
Well, not at all. Let's go in the other room.
Been here long?
2 years?
Like it?
Very much. Thank you. By the time you get your sleeve rolled up, I'll have the needle ready. If you'd like to use this lab for anything, you're welcome to it.
Thanks very much. I'll only be here this trip for a week or 10 days.
Oh.
Maybe you can help me on some other research I'm doing, though.
On what?
A man named John Latimer. You see, Juan Washita was my uncle.
The Washita who committed suicide last week?
Yes. He raised me. He sent me to medical school. I can't believe he'd have committed suicide.
But the paper said he left a note.
I know, I've got it. But I don't consider it proof. You see, I happen to know that Latimer has been stealing land from our people. My uncle tried to fight him. My uncle died.
And, now you're planning to fight him.
Yes.
I doubt that you'll get anywhere alone.
I don't intend to. I've got to go into the city tomorrow for equipment. While I'm there, I'm going to tell this whole story to the FBI. Mr. Taylor?
Yes, that's right.
I'm Dr. Watonga. You made a speech to our graduation class 2 years ago and said people should come to the police if they know about any crime. Shawnee Medical School, that was.
Oh, yes, I remember.
I know the FBI takes care of crime on the reservation, so I came to see you.
Have a seat, Doctor, won't you?
Thank you.
Now, go on, please.
A man named John Latimer is stealing our land from us.
On the reservation?
Yes.
Well, Doctor, that's impossible. Nobody can transfer title to either tribal or allotted property.
Let me tell you how Mr. Latimer works.
Please do.
Most farms on the reservation are small. One bad year and the farmers are in trouble financially.
I see.
About 5 years ago, a man named Floyd Stark bought the general store and extended easy credit to the people. They'd never known anything like that. and pretty soon a lot of them owed more than they could pay, no matter how big the crop was. Then Stark demanded payment. None of them had any money, but he told them where they could borrow it.
Where was that?
From a man who moved into the reservation about the same time Stark did. That's this man named John Latimer. Latimer lent them the money all right, but in return they had to sign a contract with him agreeing to let him buy their entire crops at any price he set.
And they've been living up to the contract?
Yes. One of the men he lent money to was an uncle of mine named Juan Washita. Last month, my uncle went to Latimer and told him that unless he paid a fair price this year, my uncle was going to organize the other farmers, and they'd all refused to give Latimer anything.
What was his answer to your uncle?
Last week, my uncle was found dead. There was a gun in his hand and a suicide note on the table.
Did he give any reason?
Yes. The note said he was killing himself because he had advised his people to go back on their word, and that Mr. Latimer was a true friend of the Indians, and how my uncle felt he couldn't face the others anymore.
Sounds like your uncle was rather a moral man.
Yes, he was, but the thing I don't understand is I got a letter this morning that he wrote to me the same day he died.
Now, didn't you say that was last week?
Yes, he sent the letter to the hospital where I was working back east.
No, I see.
The letter is full of my uncle's future plans for fighting Latimer, and it doesn't sound like a man about to commit suicide. Here's the suicide note.
Thanks.
And this is the letter. Look them over.
Yes, I will, Doctor.
My uncle was only one man, Mr. Taylor, and he's beyond help now, but the other farmers are still slaves of Latimer. Can't anything be done for them?
Well, Doctor, I'll talk to my agent in charge. He'll put somebody on it.
Would that be you?
Maybe. Tell me, are you living on the reservation?
Yes. I've just returned.
All right. Call me late this afternoon, Doctor. By that time, I'll have some word.
John, where you been?
In town.
I've been plaguing the operators to find you.
What for?
That nephew of Washita's come back from the city. And he told me that he took himself a shack till spring.
Where'd you see him?
Right here in the store. He come in here asking a mess of questions.
About me?
Both of us. He found out someplace about all them Indians owing me big money and send them to see you.
Well, that must have been why he came to see me then.
When?
Came by the house while I was out. If he comes back, send him over to my office. I'll straighten him out.
Special Agent Taylor.
Dr. Watonga, Mr. Taylor.
Oh, yes, Doctor. I've got some news for you.
Will you be able to investigate Latimer?
Not only him, but also your uncle's death. There's a chance he didn't commit suicide.
What did you find?
Well, I sent the suicide note and that letter he wrote you to our lab. The note is a forgery.
And he was murdered.
Maybe. In any event, it's enough to warrant having an autopsy performed.
Mr. Taylor, Latimer's behind my uncle's death. I'm sure of that.
Well, he's the number one suspect off of what you've told me. This doesn't sound like the work of an amateur.
He isn't.
Well, Washington reported they have no criminal record for anyone with that name. Of course, if we had his prints, we could pursue
Would it
that.
help if I got them?
Oh, can you?
I'll try. Mr. Taylor, I've come across something else since I got back out here.
Oh, what?
Latimer had to get a few of the farmers drunk before they'd sign the contracts.
Can you get any of them to sign a statement?
No, they won't talk about it. Since my uncle died, they're afraid of Latimer, but we may be able to prove it without them.
No? How?
It seems the liquor he gave them came out of a bottle marked cough syrup. One of the farmers gave me one he got at that time.
Well, that's not worth too much, I'm afraid.
There were a few drops left in the bottle. Could you have them analyzed at your laboratory? They might turn out to be whiskey.
Well, even if they do, Latimer will deny giving it to him.
That's so.
Hey, you bring the bottle in. We'll do the analysis anyway. I'll get you a report on it as soon as I can and be out to the reservation myself first thing in the morning.
Mr. Latimer?
That's right.
I'm Dr. Watonga.
Yes, Doctor, I understand you called at my house today.
I did.
Sorry I wasn't in. I wanted to get hold of you before this. tell you how bad I felt about your uncle.
It was quite a shock.
Must have been.
I got another one today. You remember the suicide note my uncle left?
Very well.
I got word a little while ago that he didn't write it. The note was a forgery.
That's hard to believe.
Mr. Latimer, I wondered if you could help me.
How?
Find the person who did write it.
Why, I'd like to, but where would you start looking?
I thought you might know if my uncle had any enemies.
No, I never heard anybody say a bad word about him.
I went through his papers today. I came across a picture of my uncle and another man. I can't find anybody who can identify this person. I brought it with me.
Afraid I can't tell you who he is either. Anything else I can do?
Well, I'm not your doctor, so this is not medical advice, but if I were you, I'd be careful about the cough syrup I used.
I don't understand.
You distributed a few bottles to some of the farmers around here. I had what was left of one analyzed.
Oh.
It's illegal to bring whiskey onto the reservation.
I buy that syrup at a drugstore in town, Doctor, and I don't like your saying I did anything illegal. I didn't. There's nothing in the law about strong medicine.
You seem to know the law quite well.
I have to. I draw my own contract.
You do your own shooting, too?
Get out. And don't come back.
I won't, Mr. Latimer. Not till I can prove you killed my uncle.
We will return in just a minute to tonight's exciting case from the official file of your FBI. But now, listen. Those are check writing machines at the home office of the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Every month, checks go out to members who have paid up their Equitable Independent 60s plans. And here's Mr. Harvey Morris. You finished your payments last year, didn't you, Mr. Morris?
That's so, Mr. Keating. I turned over my little store to my son. Now I've got nothing to do but have a good time.
In other words, Mr. Morris, you're now cashing in on the 3 freedoms that go with an independent 60s plan. First, freedom from money worries and job worries. Financial independence.
Mr. Keating, I'm still a man who gives to charity. I'll never be on the receiving end.
Second, with an Equitable Independent 60s plan, you're free to live anywhere you please.
We're staying right in my old hometown, but we spend our summers up in the pine woods of Maine.
Third, freedom to do the things you've always wanted to do.
I guess I'm sort of an inventor, Mr. Keating. And now that I can give it my full time, I really am enjoying myself. If I come up with anything good, you know who can take a bow? My Equitable man. He's the one who explained the Independent 60s plan to me. Showed me how pretty nearly anybody who really wants to can afford it.
That's a fact. You don't have to earn big money to begin an Equitable Independent 60s plan. Ask your Equitable representative to explain why you probably have a big head start towards Independent 60s because of your Social Security and the life insurance you already own. Often only a small amount of additional insurance is all that's required.
$2 a week did it for me.
Friends, why not profit by Mr. Morris's experience? Phone your Equitable Society representative without delay, or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, the Tribal Shakedown.
From reading detective stories in which the mystery is solved by a brilliant amateur sleuth, many an otherwise sensible citizen gets the notion that he might have the makings of a star detective. This is a dangerous delusion, as tonight's case from the official FBI files definitely proves. Crime detection is a job for the experts, for experienced professionals backed by modern criminological laboratories. If you ever have reason to suspect that a crime has been committed, or is about to be committed, don't take chances. Call in your local law enforcement officials immediately. If this series of broadcasts were to accomplish nothing more than emphasize to all listeners not to run unnecessary risks in dealing with criminals, your FBI would feel it has made a most important contribution toward decreasing crime in this country. Tonight's file continues the following morning outside Dr. Watonga's cabin.
Hello there, Doctor.
Hello, Mr. Taylor. When did you arrive?
Just got off the train. Came right out.
I went to see Latimer yesterday.
Oh, after we talked?
Yes. I told him about the suicide note forgery and asked him what he knew about it. He pretended to be shocked.
I wish you hadn't told him.
Why?
Well, I wanted to get a sample of his handwriting. If he's on guard, that'll be a pretty tough thing to do.
I'm sorry, Mr. Taylor.
If he's in league with that man who runs the general store,
Floyd Stark?
Yeah, Stark. If they're working together, Latimer's undoubtedly warned him not to throw any handwriting samples around now, so... Hey, wait a minute. And Latimer must write on his checks if we find out where he keeps his account.
Oh, in the City National Trust.
Oh, how do you know?
Farmers told me about getting their loans by check.
Well, I think I can get a court order to examine his account. Oh, did you get his fingerprints?
They should be on the picture in this envelope. I wiped it clean before taking it to his office.
All right. I'll let the lab go to work on it.
You going to check on Stark?
Know where he keeps his account?
I saw him coming out of the bank here yesterday.
All right, I'll try to get an okay to check his records, too.
When do you think you'll be back?
Sometime tonight.
Morning, Floyd.
Morning.
Those apples just come in?
Yep.
They look good.
Yeah, help yourself, John.
Yeah. I want you to call the doctor tonight. Tell him you'll talk.
Hey, John, now listen, I ain't in no mood for
Call
joking.
him, call him. Tell him to come over here. You'll give him all the information he wants about me.
But,
Tell him the place is locked. But the key's under the mat. As he's letting himself in, blast him.
You want me to kill him?
He can't prove anything if he's dead, can he?
No.
He'll still have the key in his hand. Your story is the place was locked. He got a key someplace and was breaking in. I want to hear from you tonight. And I want to hear the job's been done.
Come in.
Hello. You Miss Craig?
That's right.
Miss Craig, my name is Taylor. I'm a special agent of the FBI.
Oh, yes, Dr. Watonga told me about you.
Oh, I was looking for the doctor.
Didn't you see him in the street?
No, I didn't.
Well, he just left.
Well, it's rather important I find him. I've got some news you'll want to hear.
I wish I could help you, but you see, we were sitting here when he got a call. He left as soon as he finished talking.
You got a call at this hour?
Yes.
Do you know who from?
No, but he was excited about it.
Miss Craig, may I use your phone?
Surely.
Thanks. Let's hope the operator knows where that call came from.
Hello?
That you, John?
Yeah, Floyd.
I did it.
He dead?
Sure is.
Good.
Yeah. Come in that door and I let go.
That's fine, Floyd. Now just call the sheriff's office, tell him what happened, and as soon as I
Hey,
can
John, listen, it'd make me feel a heap better if you'd come by.
come by the store.
Yeah, I'd like you to be a witness.
You don't need any witnesses.
Now, John, listen, I'm kind of shaky, and it'd be better for you to say that you was passing when it happened.
All right, I'll be right there.
Coming, John, coming. Come on in.
Don't lock it.
Oh?
He unlocked it before you shot him, Floyd. Leave it that way. Let's go see the body.
This way.
Why'd you drag him back here?
He didn't.
Huh?
You did mean my body, didn't you, Mr. Latimer?
What is this?
John, it ain't my fault.
He's telling the truth. He was all set to kill me when I let myself in that front door, but a friend of mine learned that Mr. Stark was your partner.
That's a lie.
My friend found me just before I arrived here at the store. He told me this might be a trap.
Yeah, and he came in the back way, surprised me, and took the gun.
Then I persuaded him to tell me about my uncle's murder.
And then you had him call me and brought me into the trap.
That's right.
Well, this gun says it won't work. Doctor, I'd like you to do some writing.
Such as?
Put down that you killed yourself after shooting Stark, and that you shot him because he admitted murdering your uncle.
Sorry, Mr. Latimer.
Start writing.
Hold it, Latimer. Right.
Okay, Carl, I've got his gun.
Who are you? That friend I told you about.
I'm also a special agent of the FBI, Latimer. You and Stark here are both under arrest.
John Latimer was tried in federal court for murder on an Indian reservation and sentenced to a term of life imprisonment. Floyd Stark was tried for being an accessory after the fact and given a 20-year sentence. Special Agent Taylor was able to establish the fact that John Latimer and Floyd Stark were partners through his examination of Latimer's checking account. Those records revealed that each time he made a deposit for himself, he drew a check to Stark's credit, each time for exactly 10%. From the writing on the checks, the FBI crime lab determined that Latimer was the one who wrote Juan Moschita's forged suicide note, and from fingerprints found on the photograph, the identification section came forth with a past criminal record in his true name. And so another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation was closed. Another case in which your FBI protected not only the lives of people, but also their basic freedom.
Now, two final questions on the cost of the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan.
Mr. Keating, I'm just 29 years old. Should I figure on starting one of these plans when I get to be about 40?
No. Start right away and your yearly cost will be much lower.
Well, suppose my salary goes up as I grow older. Can I increase the amount of my Independent 60s plan?
That's possible any time. After all, the amount of your Independent 60s plan is strictly up to you at all times. It depends on your present income and future needs. Your equitable man will be glad to work it out with you. Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, hijacking. Its title, The Roaring Twenties.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Kenneth Ross, Lamont Johnson, Alice Reinhardt, and Victor Rodman. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Roaring Twenties on This Is Your FBI.
Stay tuned for A Life in Your Hands, starring Lee Bowman, when it comes your way next over most of these same stations. America is sold on ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. From time to time in the 30s and early 40s, most men and women ask themselves,
what will I be doing when I'm 65 years old? What are my chances of being 100% self-supporting when it's time to stop work?
Well, that's largely up to you and the decision you make right now. One such opportunity for an important decision will be offered to you in our middle commercial. It tells about the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan. This plan means exactly what it says. Financial independence for you in your 60s. Do you like that idea? Then please listen carefully to this important message from the Equitable Society coming in about 14 minutes. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, hijacking. Its title, The Roaring Twenties.
Tonight's case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation deals with organized crime of 25 years ago. Even then, large-scale crime was nothing new. It goes back to the days of the Greeks and Romans. But in our country, big-time racketeering really took firm root in the Prohibition era, when Al Capone, Bugs Moran, and Crime Incorporated became household words. The day of the lone wolf criminal was passing. Crime developed into big business. Today, it is estimated that the sum total of all damage done by lone wolf operators does not amount to 1/10 of the cost of streamlined 20th century crime. Tonight, as you listen to Agent Putnam, who has ably served the FBI for over a quarter century, tell what went on during the 1920s. Don't think of this as ancient history, as something that doesn't happen now. Prohibition came and went, but organized crime still goes marching on. Tonight's file opens in the coffee shop of a Midwestern city's railroad station. FBI Special Agent Jim Taylor has just entered and approaches the table occupied by his agent in charge.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Putnam.
Oh, hello there, Taylor. I thought you were in Brownsville.
Well, I just got off the train.
Have you eaten?
No, sir, I haven't.
Well, sit down. Join me.
Oh, thanks.
How'd it go up there?
Very well. A report will be on your desk in the morning.
Well, you better give it to Williams. I'm on my way to Washington.
Oh?
Mm-hmm. I'm waiting for the train now.
Do you wish to order, sir?
Yes, please. I'd like some ham and eggs.
Okay, coffee with?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Say, Mr. Putnam, I hear you got your 25-year key.
Mm-hmm, that's right.
Now, congratulations, sir.
Well, thank you. Funny, when it came in, I had quite a time realizing it had been that long since I joined the Bureau.
I guess it must have been a lot different back in 1926, huh?
Oh, it certainly was. If I remember correctly, there were only 9 field officers then and about 500 special agents.
What made you decide to become one, sir?
Well, Mr. Hoover spoke to the graduating class at my law school. He sold a few of us the idea of making law enforcement our careers.
How long had Mr. Hoover been head of the Bureau then?
Oh, a little over a year. Mm-hmm. People were just starting to believe the statement he made that he was going to free the Bureau of political influence.
Tell me, what kind of facilities did you have in those days?
Very few. There was no such thing as a crime lab. None of us had cars, including the director.
I imagine working on a case then was more of an individual problem, huh?
Yeah, it was. Jim, how about a piece of this bread while you're waiting, huh?
Oh, fine. Thanks.
I was just thinking about one of my first assignments.
Oh? Well, let's hear about it.
Well, it's kind of a long one.
I don't mind, and can fill in time till your train comes.
Well, all right. You asked for it. I got on with a friend of mine, a police detective named Adams. I was sitting at my desk one day when he called. Putnam.
This is Adams.
Oh, hello, Johnny.
Can you use another case, Tom?
Oh, what kind?
Well, a motorcycle patrolman out on Route 9 stopped a truck for speeding.
Uh-huh.
Driver tried to shoot his way past, and he didn't make it. He's in City Hospital now.
Who is he?
I don't know.
Nothing on him?
$1.30 in cash and a girl's picture.
What about the truck?
Well, the motor number's been filed off, and the license plates were from a stolen car.
Oh.
That's not what I called you about, though. Inside the truck, we found some boards that looked like they used to be part of crates.
Uh-huh.
A few carried stamps from the Broadway warehouse.
Mm-hmm.
What it said on the labels, this was part of an interstate shipment, so I thought you might be interested.
Well, I sure am. Any of your men gone by the warehouse yet?
No, this word just came in. I thought I'd run over myself.
Good. I'll meet you there.
Oh, Tom!
Over here, Johnny, by the loading platform.
Oh. Find anything yet?
Oh, the place has been robbed, all right. Side door was jimmied. The watchman shot.
How long you been here?
Just a few minutes. I called the city hospital. They're sending an ambulance for the watchman.
You ask about that truck driver's condition?
Yeah, he's still unconscious. You found out yet who he is?
No, we don't have his prints in our file. Hey, there's plenty of whiskey in this place.
Yeah. The owner told me it's about all they use it for now.
Oh, when'd you talk to him?
Well, after I found the watchman, I called him to tell him about the shooting and to find out when we could learn what's missing.
Uh-huh.
It'll be morning before they can start taking an inventory. Say, where's that truck now?
It's still out in Route 9. We've got it under guard.
Johnny, would you mind waiting here for the ambulance?
No. Where are you going?
To call the FBI field office in Chicago and advise them of this. Well, Jim, the morning after we inspected the warehouse, they took an inventory. A little over 1,000 cases of bourbon had been stolen.
Hey, that's quite a haul.
Yeah, even in those days, it represented about $25,000.
Here you are, sir.
Oh, thanks very much. Oh, miss, may I have a napkin, please?
Oh, surely. Here you are.
Thanks. The warehouse watchman never recovered?
Yep, but he couldn't give us any help. Then, to make matters worse, the only link we might have had with the bandits vanished.
What was that?
The truck driver. He died.
Before you found out who he was?
Mm-hmm. Salt, Jim?
Yeah, thanks.
That girl's picture he had on him turned out to be useful.
Oh?
Yeah, she was a nightclub singer named Betty Russell. She worked at a nightclub named the Paradise. I went to see the Russell girl that night. The head waiter pointed her out to me. She was sitting alone at a corner table. Miss Russell?
That's right.
I'm from the FBI. May I sit down, please?
Is this a pinch?
No.
Then don't sit down. I'm a singer here and I'm busy. I go on in a couple of minutes.
I'm afraid I've got some bad news for you.
Cops always got bad news.
I understand you were Eddie Warren's girlfriend.
5 years ago.
Well, he died this morning.
That's too bad.
You don't seem very broken up.
He was a nice guy, and I'm sorry he's dead, but I've seen him once in 5 years.
When was that?
A week ago.
Oh, where?
Here. He came in, we talked over old times.
At all?
Yeah.
Miss Russell, Eddie Warren was mixed up in the robbery of a warehouse. Did he tell you why he was in town?
He said he came to work on a good job.
Did he tell you it was a robbery?
He didn't say, and I didn't ask. In my business, you learn to listen.
I've gone over Warren's record. This robbery was way out of his class. He must have been working for somebody else. Have you any idea who that was?
I just told you. I didn't ask any questions.
Did he mention any names?
No. No, he told me he was staying at the Central Hotel. He wanted me to call him if I got lonesome. I never got lonesome, so I didn't call.
I see.
Oh, I've got to talk to my piano player before we go on. You gonna stick around for the show?
No. No, I think I'll drop by the Central Hotel and have a look at Warren's room. If I need you for anything else, I'll come back.
Sorry I'm late, Tom.
Oh, that's all right. I went to the Paradise Club, saw Betty Russell.
Oh, Warren's girlfriend, huh?
She used to be. At any rate, Warren came to see her last week and said he was in town to go to work on a good job.
He wasn't lying.
The only other thing he told her is he was staying at the Central.
You taking a look at his room yet?
Yeah. Yeah, but all I found was a message slip. Somebody named Sherman called him.
Sherman. He leave a number?
No.
Yeah, that could have been Al Sherman.
Well, who's he?
Well, he's a muscle man for Pete Brown.
Say, I think you hit it.
Why?
Well, I went over the hotel phone records. Right after checking in, Warren called the Club Hollywood.
Uh-huh.
That's Brown's club, isn't it?
Yeah, but try and prove it. Officially, it's owned by some corporation.
Does Brown have any connection with the Century Building?
Yeah, why?
Well, shortly after that phone call, Warren asked the doorman how to get there.
His office is in the Century.
Johnny, let's find Pete Brown. How about a little more coffee, Taylor?
Yes, thanks. Well, go ahead, Mr. Putnam. Keep on with the story.
Well, locating Brown wasn't easy. We followed his trail all over the city. Until about 5:30 in the morning, we got word he was at the arena.
They didn't have all-night fights in those days, did they?
Oh, no. It was being used then for a dance marathon. Remember them?
Yeah, vaguely.
Oh, it was a contest to see which couple could stay on its feet longest.
Oh, yeah.
The dancers were allowed 15 minutes off the floor every 3 hours. The big idea was to see that they didn't sleep.
Why?
Answer that and you can analyze the 20s. The marathon craze started in little ballrooms. Before it was finished, the arena wasn't big enough to hold the crowds. This particular marathon was in its 28th day. We went there and looked around for Pete Brown.
There's Brown, down in that box. Come on.
Right.
Couple number 8. Couple number 8. Keep dancing. One more stop and the judges will wave you off the floor.
Morning, Mr. Brown.
Oh, hello, Adams. You don't have to miss to me.
Oh, I'd rather.
Come on in, join us.
Thanks.
You know Al Sherman?
Yeah. This is Mr. Putnam.
How do you do?
Hello.
He's with the FBI.
Well, nothing will happen to us tonight, Al, with this kind of protection.
Hey, get a load of that number 6 team. They're killers.
Mr. Brown, we've been looking for you most of the night.
Hey, you should have tried this place first. I come here every night.
Hey, Pete, the name of the number 3 team is collapsing.
Look at the guy trying to drag her.
Yeah, they're being waved off the floor.
Mr. Brown, can we go someplace and talk?
About what?
Business.
Hey, stay on your feet.
What's wrong with talking right here?
It's a little public.
Attention, contestants. Attention. We have a $10 prize for the couple who does the best tunnel. Now go to it.
What's on your mind?
Eddie Warren.
Who's he?
A truck driver who died at Mercy Hospital this morning.
That's too bad. I'm sorry to hear about anybody dying. I'll be glad to throw in a couple of bucks for his family if that's what you want.
That the way you take care of all of your employees when they get killed?
I don't understand.
Eddie Warren was shot after taking part in the robbery of the Broadway warehouse. He was working for you at the time.
Doing what?
Driving that truck.
Well, what I need a truck driver for?
You don't have to be that cute with us. One of my men finally located the number you forgot to file off the chassis of that truck.
I don't know what either one of you guys is talking about.
About an hour ago, the detective who found that number traced it from the factory to a dealer here. It meant waking up a lot of people, but we found out the truck was bought by the World Express Corporation.
Well, then why come to me?
Because you own the corporation.
Oh, I own some stock in it, sure, but I own some in a lot of corporations. I'm practically a corporation myself. Nothing illegal about that, is it?
Mr. Sherman.
Are you talking to me?
Yes, I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Shoot.
Did you know a truck driver named Eddie Warren?
No.
We hear you called him at the Central Hotel a few days ago.
You hear wrong.
Look, boys, I've heard as much as I want to. You think I was mixed up in a warehouse stick-up?
Frankly, yes.
Can you prove it?
No.
Well, let me know when you can. Right now, I'd like to watch the dancing. Al.
Yep.
Go tell the guy I'm putting up 50 for the next sprint. And tell him to make it twice as long.
We will return in just a minute to tonight's exciting case from the official file of your FBI. But now, listen.
Hey, Carrie, that's the mail. Our check from the Equitable Society is due today.
Every month, right on the dot, those equitable checks come to members who have paid up their Equitable Independent 60s plans. Checks that mean financial independence for life. And here's Mr. Frank Bailey to tell us how this plan worked out for him.
I started my plan 26 years ago. Now it's all paid up, and I've quit work for good.
In other words, Mr. Bailey, you're now enjoying the 3 freedoms that go with an Independent 60s plan. First, freedom from money worries and job worries. Financial independence.
I'm 100% self-supporting, Mr. Keating. I'll never have to ask my children for a penny.
Second, with an Equitable Independent 60s plan, you're free to live anywhere you please.
My wife and I still have our old home in Brooklyn, but we don't like cold weather, so we hit the trail for Florida every winter.
Third, freedom to do the things you've always wanted to do.
I'm a Dodger fan, naturally. Now at last, I've got time to see all the baseball I want. Brother, was it a lucky day for me 26 years ago when my Equitable Society representative proved to me that you don't have to be rolling in money to afford an independent 60s plan.
That's a fact. You don't have to earn big money to begin an Equitable Independent 60s plan. Ask your Equitable representative to explain why you probably have a big head start towards Independent 60s because of your Social Security and the life insurance you already own. Often only a small amount of additional insurance is all that's required.
A few dollars a week did it for me.
Friends, why not profit by Mr. Bailey's experience? Phone your Equitable Society representative without delay, or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to our FBI file, The Roaring Twenties.
Pete Brown, to whom Special Agent Putnam has introduced us tonight, is a typical example of the underworld big shot. A man with many enterprises, from nightclubs and horse parlors to even shadier ventures. Who supplies the money that fills the fat wallets of the Pete Browns of this world? Didn't it ever occur to you that you may be contributing your share? When you patronize the black market, when you place a bet with a professional gambler in a locality where gambling is illegal, you are helping to support organized crime. Part of your money goes to maintain the underworld's own enforcement department of gunmen and professional killers. Part is used to corrupt police and public officials. Don't complain about crime waves while you yourself are helping to keep them going. Remember, as the criminal detection methods worked out by your FBI become more and more efficient, the criminal syndicates step up their own techniques in order to survive. Law enforcement agencies are still well ahead of the underworld. But even more progress would be possible if more of our citizens would make certain that not 1 cent of their money goes to swell the huge corruption funds of organized crime. Tonight's FBI file continues in the railroad station coffee shop where Agent in Charge Putnam and Special Agent Jim Taylor sit talking.
Well, I gather you didn't get any place with Pete Brown, Mr. Putnam.
No, not that night.
What was the next development?
The girl I interviewed at the club, Betty Russell.
Yeah?
She was found dead in her apartment.
Oh, murdered?
Yeah.
Brown and Sherman?
Well, that was our belief, but we couldn't prove it. So, with Brown's truck driver and the girl both dead, we had no possible witnesses. I was in my office facing these facts when the phone rang. Putnam.
This is Adams.
Yes, Johnny.
I just got a call from our ballistics expert. The bullet that killed Betty Russell was fired from the same gun used to shoot the warehouse watchman.
Well, now all we've got to do is tie Pete Brown into both jobs.
Yeah. I also got some word on the truck used in the hijacking. It came from the Bedford Avenue garage. They service all the World Express Corporation trucks.
Who turned it over to Brown's driver?
Well, he walked in and said he was a new driver for World. He waited a few minutes till they finished an oil and grease job and drove it out.
Do you know anything about this garage, Johnny?
It's a legitimate outfit, if that's what you mean.
Where are they located?
Bedford and Broadway.
Well, I'm going over there. That truck is about all we've got left to work on.
Oh, we've been in here an hour, Pete. I'm all steamed out.
Another couple of minutes, and we'll go get a massage.
Okay.
Al, remind me to call the farm.
When?
As soon as we get back to the office. I want to move that booze.
This so quick?
I don't like the heat those cops are putting on.
Yeah, but nobody can talk now. If Warren or the dame blew any whistles, the cop would have had us on the griddle already.
Al, only suckers gamble.
Yeah, but it took 4 trucks to haul it out there. Where are you going to stash it?
I got a place. We'll move it tonight.
Johnny, I think we got a lead.
Oh, on Brown?
On the warehouse robbery.
Uh-huh.
The garage manager told me something about the truck Brown's driver picked up. After the oil and grease job, the garage took a speedometer reading.
Yeah?
Leaving there, the truck's mileage was exactly 12,000.
Well, how does that help us?
When the truck was stopped out on Route 9, the speedometer read 12,031. I drove from the garage to that spot.
Mm-hmm.
It's exactly 31 miles.
Is the warehouse in a straight line between the garage and the arrest point?
Yes. With no extra mileage on the truck's speedometer, it means Warren got rid of the whiskey at some point along that straight line.
Uh-huh. Did you clock the distance between the garage and the warehouse?
Yes, 7 miles.
That means the whiskey is someplace along those other 24 miles.
Right.
I'll get a car and we can start cruising. The minute we see any place that
Johnny, one of us ought to check at the Hall of Records. I'd like to know if Pete Brown owns any property out there.
Well, suppose you do that, and I'll call in and leave word for you every half hour.
Good. I'll do the same. If either of us gets anything, we'll pay Mr. Brown another visit. Hello?
Mr. Putnam there?
Speaking.
This is Chief of Police Williams. John Adams hasn't checked in for the last hour.
That's not good.
Have you found what you were looking for?
Not yet. I'm still going through the records. I'll call you back when I get anything.
Good.
Here's another batch of real estate records, sir.
I'm just finishing these.
Any sign of what you're looking for?
Well, I haven't been... Wait a minute. I think this could be it.
Huh?
Yes. Yes, look, if the chief of police calls me, tell him I'm on my way to headquarters. Any call from Johnny Adams, Chief?
Not a word.
Well, I think we found what we're looking for. How many men can you spare?
Oh, as many as you need.
Good. Get them. We're going out to a farm on Route 9.
Good.
Chief, those trucks are just like the one Eddie Warren was driving.
Then this should be the right place. Shall I have my men move in now?
No, not yet. Hold it.
Huh?
There's a man in front of the barn door.
Doesn't look like Pete Brown.
It's not Sherman.
He's going inside.
Yeah. Looks like he's left the door ajar. Come on. Pretty busy in there.
Yeah.
Let's look in and see what's going on.
All right, come on, get it loaded.
They're loading a truck.
And there's Adams.
Where?
Tied up in that corner.
Oh, yes, I see him.
That's whiskey they're loading.
Mm-hmm. And there's Pete Brown and Al Sherman. You ready?
Yeah, let's move in. Okay, hold it, everybody. All right, Brown, all right. Get your men front and center.
You are not taking...
Oh, thanks, Chief. Now, the rest of you line up here. You're all under arrest.
Mr. Putnam, why'd you go to that particular farm?
I remembered Pete Brown talking that night at the dance marathon. about all his corporations.
Oh, yeah.
Most farms along Route 9 were small. So when I came across a deed registered in the name of an incorporated farm, I was pretty sure it was the place we wanted.
You know, I've seen you on the pistol range, sir. How did it happen to be the chief who shot Brown?
Well, I couldn't. Special agents weren't allowed to carry guns in those days.
Oh, that's right. The chief kill him?
No. Brown recovered and stood trial with Al Sherman for the murder of Betty Russell. Each of them got life. Oh, say, I'd better get moving. My train goes in a few minutes.
Oh? Well, congratulations again, sir.
Well, thanks, Jim. Thanks. Good night.
Good night.
There are other men in the Federal Bureau of Investigation who wear the 25-year key as a sign of their long devotion to duty. No matter what a special agent's length of service, however, he is a man who spends his waking hours working for you, protecting your life and your liberties, taking his life in his hands constantly in his never-ending job of tracking down and apprehending America's most vicious criminals. He is, in short, a man who lives by the motto of his organization, the motto of your FBI: fidelity, bravery, integrity.
Now, two final questions on the cost of the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan.
Mr. Keating, I'm still in my 20s. There's plenty of time to start one of these plans later on, isn't there?
Well, it's never too early to begin a good thing. Start your plan when you're young, and your yearly cost will be exceptionally low.
Well, about how much would it cost me every month?
The amount of your Independent 60s plan is strictly up to you. Your Equitable Society man takes into account your present salary, your future income under Social Security, and the life insurance you now own. A comparatively small amount of additional life insurance may be all that's required. Get the exact figure from your Equitable Society representative, or send a postcard, care of this station, to the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, burglary. Its title, The Connoisseurs of Crime.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Ted DeCorsia, Tony Hughes, Wally Mayer, Charles Maxwell, Joyce McCluskey, and Paul Richards. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Connoisseurs of Crime on This Is Your FBI.
Stay tuned for A Life in Your Hands, starring Lee Bowman, when it comes your way next over most of these same stations. America is sold on ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This Is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. From time to time, in their 30s and early 40s, most men and women ask themselves,
what will I be doing when I'm 65 years old? What are my chances of being 100% self-supporting when it's time to stop work?
Well, that's largely up to you and the decision you make right now. One such opportunity for an important decision will be offered to you in our middle commercial. It tells about the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan. This plan means exactly what it says. Financial independence for you in your 60s. Do you like that idea? Then please listen carefully to this important message from the Equitable Society coming in about 14 minutes. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, burglary. Its title, The Connoisseurs of Crime.
Tonight's case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation deals with criminal youth. As you listen to this story, you may well ask yourself why such an alarming proportion of those arrested today are boys and girls in their late teens and early 20s. One reason may be that under modern conditions, the adolescent period, always a difficult one, is more of a problem today than it has ever been. During this period, a youngster is in a continual struggle between two opposing impulses. One is the desire to remain a child. The other is to become a full-fledged adult. This inner conflict is what makes adolescence so difficult for adults to handle. What the adolescent needs above all else, and so often misses in this unstable modern world, is genuine affection, real understanding, and intelligent guidance from his parents. When this is lacking, the results may be disastrous, as tonight's case from the FBI files so clearly demonstrates. Tonight's FBI file opens in a pleasant New England town. On a bluff overlooking a quiet river is a large, attractive home. It is early evening, and at a desk in the living room sits a well-dressed, middle-aged woman busily writing in a large book when a young man enters.
Bye, Mom. See you later.
Hmm? Oh, Van, dear. Did you finish dinner?
Yeah, just now.
Sorry I couldn't eat with you.
No, it's all right.
Unless these minutes are ready for the club meeting tomorrow, I...
Wasn't that this afternoon?
Oh, no. Today was Ladies' Aid.
Oh.
You have enough money?
Yeah.
Oh, wait till you see the surprise I've got for you.
Oh?
I picked out your birthday present today. It's that convertible you liked.
Thanks. Oh, that's Lee and Buzzy. So long, Mom.
Where are you going, dear?
I don't know. Maybe rob somebody's house.
Well, have a good time.
Okay.
Hiya, Van.
Hi, Ben. Hi.
There's room in front.
Yeah. Well, this is their tag.
Uh-huh. Everything's on the back seat.
Oh, good.
What an idea this was.
I told you.
Van.
Yeah?
Let's wait till next week.
Next week? Why?
I don't know. I'd like to, that's all.
Look, Lee, I've been studying now for 3 months. If I don't know enough by tonight, I never will.
It's not that.
You're backing out? Well, are you?
No.
All right, then. Let's get it over with. If we wait another week, we'll never steal those vases.
The following day at an FBI field office in a nearby state, Special Agent Jim Taylor meets Agent Mike Elliott in the teletype room.
Morning, Mike.
Oh, hi, Jim. I thought you were on vacation.
Yeah, so did I, but I've got to testify in that extortion case.
Oh, too bad.
This wire's got to get off to Washington right away.
What's up?
Report to the National Stolen Property File. 4 Ming vases were stolen last night from a private home in Atwater, Connecticut. Police want us to list them.
Pretty specialized loot.
Pretty valuable, too. They're worth about $18,000.
I thought all Ming vases were in museums.
Yeah, I did, too, till I called an antique dealer. He says there are thousands of them.
Well, then why are they so valuable?
Well, apparently the price is decided by the shape and coloring of a vase. I wouldn't know how you tell, but the experts do.
Oh, leave it to Atwater to have discriminating second-story men.
According to the police up there, it seems the theft was committed by 3 young men.
Oh?
Yeah, there were 3 sets of moccasin prints in the garden.
What would they want with Ming vases?
Well, police might know pretty soon if they can trace a black sedan with ski holders on the roof. A witness reported seeing it pull out of the driveway right after the burglary.
Stony Point Hill is right outside of Atwater, you know.
Yeah, that's why they think the job might have been done by a local talent.
Oh, here's my message now, Jim. Wait till it's in and I'll walk back upstairs with you.
Hi, fellas.
Hi, Lee.
Well, there they are. Let me see them.
We just decided to sell one vase at a time.
Sell them? What for?
Money.
Oh, put them away and let's go play tennis.
Lee, if you don't sell what you take, it's not really stealing. It's just borrowing.
Well, suppose we get 10,000 for them. Then what?
I don't care if you burn the money once we get it. The big thing is we started this and we've got to finish it.
I still don't see why.
What's wrong with you?
Nothing.
Lee, we're selling them and that's final.
Go ahead.
We elected you.
To what?
Be our salesman. The Jefferson Pope Galleries in New York are the biggest dealers in Ming porcelain. Take the blue one first.
Oh, no, not me.
Why not, Lee?
Well, if you must know, last night wasn't as much of a kick as I thought it would be, and now that it's over, I'd like to forget about it.
Well, I wouldn't. And Buzzy wouldn't. That's 2 out of 3 in majority rules.
But look, fellas, I don't know anything about Ming vases.
Would you have to know painting to sell the Mona Lisa? These are in the same class. The minute they unwrap it, they'll quote a price. Just nod your head and collect. You're old enough to vote. You ought to be able to nod your head.
Well, okay, let's have it.
Make the 11 o'clock train and you'll be back here tonight with the money. Mike, we're in on that vase burglary.
How come, Jim?
One of those stolen vases showed up here at the Jefferson Pope Galleries.
Where'd they get it?
A young man brought it in a little while ago. They got suspicious and asked him to leave it on consignment. After he left, the clerk called Washington and learned about it being listed in the stolen property file.
Well, all we got to do is arrest that young man and close the case.
No, it's not quite that easy. The gallery doesn't know his name.
If they were suspicious, why didn't they ask for it?
Well, they did, but he wouldn't give any. From what the clerk told me, he was very nervous, seemed happy to get the vase off his hands.
Any description on him?
He's about 21 or 2 years old. No odd facial or clothing characteristics.
Oh, swell. There's only about 5 or 6 million people like that.
Yeah, we did get one break, though. This anonymous young man told the clerk he'd be back later today. That was to give them a chance to have the vase appraised.
Well, let's get over there and wait.
Oh, there's no need to, Mike. Place is under surveillance. The minute he shows up, we'll be notified.
Van, I'm going out.
No, didn't even know you were home.
Well, I haven't been long. I just dropped by to change.
No.
Do you have any plans for tonight?
Nothing special.
Well, I'm going to the country club, so if you do go out, will you please... Oh, well, you know.
Yeah, don't worry. I won't show up.
Oh, Van, dear, you know it's not that I don't like being with you, but... Well, you understand that a widow with a 22-year-old son can't very well be called a girl.
I said I wouldn't show up.
Thank you, dear. I'll see you later. Oh, I left some money on my dressing table.
I don't need any. Is Van here?
Oh, yes, Buzzy, in the den.
Thanks. Oh, you're just in time for a drink. Van, we've got to do something. About what?
I just heard from Lee.
How'd he get back this fast?
He didn't. He called me from Grand Central. The man at the gallery asked him to leave the vase till he could get it appraised.
So what? There's plenty of buyers on the list, Buzzy. We'll sell it someplace else.
But Lee left it.
Well, then he can go get it back.
He's afraid to. That's why he called. He thinks they might be trapping him.
Oh, great. Well, that was the best vase we got. I'm not losing it because he's chickening out.
We can't make him go back.
He doesn't have to. I'll call and tell him to mail it to me.
I'll let it go, Van. We've got 3 more.
What train's Lee getting?
The 8:50.
Buzzy, meet that train and bring him here. We better talk to him before anybody else does.
Mike, we got bad news.
On what, Jim?
That vase case. The surveillance didn't pay off.
Giving up this quick?
Well, it's not a matter of our giving up. Apparently, the burglars have decided against reclaiming the vase at the gallery. They just had a call on it.
Oh?
Yeah, the clerk was pretty sure it wasn't the same young man who came to the store, and unfortunately for us, he started questioning the caller too obviously.
You get any information at all?
None from the young man, but when the call came in, the operator said it was Atwater, Connecticut calling.
Well, it sounds like the idea about it being local talent was right. How about going up there?
Yeah, I think that's our only move.
I've got a New Haven schedule in one of these drawers.
Oh, fine. One thing I definitely want to check on when we get up to Atwater. The man these were stolen from has a collection of about 50 vases. These 4 were the only Mings and the only really valuable pieces.
How much difference was there between the Mings and the others?
Well, very little, and that's my point. Whoever did the picking was an expert, and there can't be too many in a town that size.
I wouldn't think so.
The women's clubs could have had a lecture, though, from a local expert.
The museum would be another good spot to check.
Yeah.
Oh, here we are. Here we are. Atwater. Atwater. Yeah, yes. There's a train out of Grand Central in 20 minutes.
Good. Let's get it.
Hello?
Van, is your mother home yet?
Huh?
Listen, the whole deal's up the ventilator.
Buzzy, didn't you meet Lee?
I missed him at the station and he went home. The minute he got in, he told his folks the story.
About us, too?
The whole thing. I guess your mother's not home yet, huh?
Why do you keep asking about her? She's at the club.
She was. These folks called mine, and the four of them got hold of your mother. They just had a council of war here, and brother, were they steaming.
What did Lee shoot off his face for?
Never mind him. Let's think about us. What'll we do?
I don't know. There's nothing much we can do.
Van, where are you?
I'll talk to you later.
Van, I was just at the Baker home.
Yeah, I know.
The Wheelers were there, and they told the most terrible story.
Oh? That's too bad.
Of course, I didn't believe a word of it, but the Wheeler boy was there, too, and he verified it. Something about you and Buzzy and Lee stealing 4 Ming vases.
It's true.
It can't be.
It is.
Don't say that.
You want me to lie?
Oh, Van. To find out now I've spent my life raising a thief, a common, ordinary thief. Why? Why did you do it?
For the kicks.
Didn't you stop to think what would happen? Everybody will be saying my son's a thief.
I wasn't thinking about you.
Of course not. You don't care if you ruin everything I've worked for.
Mom, I wish I could say I was sorry for you.
Van Marshall, you go to your room and you stay there till I say you can come out.
I can't. I'm leaving.
What?
I'm leaving and I'm taking the vases with me.
We will return in just a minute to tonight's exciting case from the official file of your FBI. But now, listen. Those are check writing machines at the home office of the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Every month, right on the dot, those checks go out to members who have paid up their Equitable Independent 60s plans. They're checks that mean financial independence for life after you're 65 years old. And here's Mr. Douglas McIlvaine, who started one of those plans back in the 1920s. You finished your payments last year, didn't you, Mr. McIlvaine?
That's right, Mr. Keating. I worked hard for almost 50 years, so I think I'm entitled to take things easy now.
In other words, Mr. McIlvaine, you're now cashing in on the 3 freedoms that go with an independent 60s plan. First, freedom from money worries and job worries. Financial independence.
Mr. Keating, if I live to be 100, I'll never have to worry about money with those equitable checks coming in every month.
Second, with an Equitable Independent 60s plan, you're free to live anywhere you choose.
I moved out to California with my wife, and I'll bet there isn't a better climate anywhere in America.
Third, freedom to do the things you've always wanted to do.
Well, for the first time in my life, I'm really getting enough fishing. I've had so much practice, I can put that fly right down on a dime. And it's all because I talked to an equitable man years ago, and he proved to my satisfaction that you don't have to be a rich man to afford an independent 60s plan.
That's a fact. You don't have to earn big money to begin an Equitable Independent 60s plan. Ask your Equitable representative to explain why you probably have a big head start towards independent 60s because of your Social Security and the life insurance you already own. Often only a small amount of additional insurance is all that's required.
A few dollars a week did it for me.
Friends, why not profit by Mr. McIlvaine's experience? Phone your Equitable Society representative without delay, or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Connoisseurs of Crime.
Each person who needs psychiatric aid poses an individual problem to the doctor. No blanket treatment can be administered to young men like Van Marshall. However, what a psychiatrist might find in this case may be of interest to parents. Van Marshall conceived of and was the ringleader in this crime because it was an unconscious way of striking back at his mother, striking back at her for trying to buy his affection with material things instead of giving him the genuine affection and companionship that all adolescents crave. No one who commits a crime expects to be caught, but he realizes there is a chance he will be. And Van Marshall knew that if he were apprehended for theft, it would disgrace his mother in front of her friends, with whom she spent more time than she did with him. Tonight's case from the files of your FBI proves once again that the responsibility for crime in youth can all too frequently be traced to fathers and mothers who fail to do their jobs. Tonight's FBI file continues later that night as Van Marshall cautiously approaches Eddie Baker's house.
Yes, sir. Climb down.
Your mother get home?
Uh-huh. We had it out.
Brother, was it rugged over here, too?
I brought the vases. Come on. We're running away.
We?
You and me.
But we can't.
Why not?
Well,
We've still got about $10,000 worth of vases. That'll take care of us a long time.
But, Van, we can't sell them to that Gary. You said yourself they were suspicious.
We don't have to go there. I know someplace else will be interested.
Where?
In New York.
What?
Don't be another Lee. There's a decision to be made. Make it. Are you going with me or not?
Okay, let's go.
Jim, I'm sorry I'm late.
It's okay, Mike. I just got here myself.
Well, I hope you dug up more dope than I did.
You finished covering the women's clubs?
All but 3. So far, the only Ming expert on record is the man whose home was robbed.
Well, I've interviewed him. He didn't know any others.
How about the museum?
I talked to everybody there who'd have any contact with local art collections and experts. No luck.
This is no luck, Connecticut.
Want me to help you cover the other clubs?
Sure. Come on. Not much left if this doesn't pan out.
You're exaggerating, Mike. If this doesn't pan out, we've got exactly 0.
You wouldn't think anybody in a town this size could keep quiet about being an expert.
No, unless they just learned about... Hey, wait a minute, Mike.
What?
Do you mind covering the clubs yourself?
Where are you going?
I just thought of another place that might have the answer. I'll check and meet you at headquarters. Pardon me, please.
Can I do something for you?
Well, I understand you're in charge of all reference books.
That's right. Would you care to see some?
No, ma'am. I'm a special agent of the FBI.
Oh.
Here are my credentials.
Oh, yes.
There was a burglary here in Atwater the night before last where 4 Ming vases were taken.
Yes, I saw that in the paper.
Well, do you have any books on that subject?
Oh, yes, quite a few.
What record is made when someone uses a reference book?
People sign for them, in case we discover later the book's been damaged.
I see.
Here's today's sheet, for example.
Well, I wonder if I might examine the records for the last month.
Of course.
Thank you.
It seems to me there was one person who used to come in and ask for books on, on Oriental pottery.
No? Would you remember who that was?
Van somebody. Let me take a quick look. I know I can find it in a minute.
Mrs. Marshall?
Yes?
My name is Taylor. I'm a special agent of the FBI.
Oh, how do you do?
I'd like to speak with your son, Van.
I'm awfully sorry, but he left this morning.
Oh, for where?
Someplace to go fishing. He went with a friend of his.
Oh?
What did you want to see him about?
4 Ming vases were stolen here in Atwater the night before last.
Yes, so I understand, but why should you talk to Van about that?
Well, we have good reason to believe that he was involved.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Where was he night before last?
Right here with me all day and all night.
Mrs. Marshall, I realize it's perfectly normal for a mother to try and shield her son.
But I'm not.
But before we go any further, I'd like to give you what facts we know thus far.
All right.
There were 3 sets of moccasin prints found outside the house that was looted. I found the same exact print on the edge of your driveway.
Well, that doesn't prove it was Van's.
No, the next circumstance is that a black sedan with ski holders on the roof was seen leaving the burglarized house just a few minutes after the theft. Your gardener tells me that one of your son's friends has such a car.
Mr. Taylor, I don't see that anything you've said is reason to suspect Van.
Well, the most damaging evidence we have came from the records at the public library.
What's that?
Your son's the only person in town who's been studying reference books on Oriental pottery, on Ming vases in particular.
Well, that doesn't mean he's guilty.
No, but if he is, Mrs. Marshall, you're not doing him any favor by refusing to cooperate. Now, we've gotten this far without any family help. Whether you wait or not, we'll find him, so you do whatever you like.
You want me to help you against my own son?
No, ma'am, help him. I'm not promising anything. But if my report shows family cooperation, the court might take it into consideration, along with his being a first offender and the other circumstances. Well, ma'am, that part is up to you.
All right. All right, he did it. He and 2 of his friends. But it was their idea, and they forced Van into it.
Can you tell me where he is?
I don't know. He ran away with one of his friends. Oh, Mr. Taylor, why? Why did he do this to me?
What are the names of the friends he was with the other night?
Buzzy Baker and Lee Wheeler. The Baker boy's the one he ran away with.
I said, do you know this young Wheeler's address?
Yes, they live on the next block, 385. Mr. Taylor, you will help Van, won't you?
Well, I'll do my best, Mrs. Marshall. First thing we've got to do is find him. Lee Wheeler?
That's right.
I'm a special agent of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
Oh. Come in.
Thanks.
I know why you're here.
Now, before you say anything, let me tell you this. You don't have to answer my questions, but if you do, your answers can be used against you.
I don't care.
I've just come from Van Marshall's home. His mother said you and somebody named Buzzy Baker stole those Ming vases.
That's right.
You admit, without any reservations, you were one of the burglars?
Yes, sir.
Will you sign a statement of confession?
All right.
There's one other thing. Where does Baker live?
Round the corner.
Will you come with me, please? I want to go there. I'll finish questioning you in the car on the way to headquarters. Taylor speaking.
Jim.
Yeah.
I'm still at one of the clubs. The secretary's due back any minute.
Oh, never mind, Mike. We're 1/3 home.
Huh?
Yeah, I have a boy here with me now named Lee Wheeler who just signed a confession. He says he stole the vases with Van Marshall and Buzzy Baker, 2 friends of his.
Where are they?
Well, they're allegedly on a fishing trip. Traveling in Buzzy Baker's car. I've already put an alarm on it.
How about the vases?
Well, I haven't located them yet. Wheeler told me Van Marshall had them, but they're not at his house. Maybe they took them along to hold their bait.
Seems kind
Mike, hold it, will you? Yeah, Wheeler.
I don't think Van and Buzzy went fishing.
Now, wait a minute. I thought you said you didn't know where they were.
Oh, I don't, but Buzzy hates fishing. Well, Van said it wasn't really stealing unless you sold what you took.
Oh. Thanks, Wheeler. Mike?
Yes?
Meet me at the library, will you? I want to double-check something in one of those books.
Buzzy, that's the place. Where? Here in the corner. Pull over, there's a space. I'll get out that way, Van. Here, carry one of these. You think Mr. Colfax will buy them? A good chance he will. If he's got as many as you say, why would he want 3 more? Well, if he doesn't, we'll go to the next name on the list. All right. We've got no choice. If the Jefferson Pope Gallery's suspicious, maybe the police call the others. They could have called private collectors, too. No, too many of them. I hope he's here. He spends all his time studying his collection. I read about him in one of those books. Oh, good afternoon. Could we see Mr. Colfax?
Come in.
I've got a few pieces I think you'll be interested in. If you'll tell him we're here...
You must be Van Marshall, then. That'd make you Buzzy Baker.
How did you know?
Van, he must I'm a special agent of the FBI. I'll take those vases, please.
Who told you we were coming here?
No one. I assumed you'd be too smart to try selling the vases at another gallery, and... Well, Van, I read the same books you did, and saw the same list.
Van Marshall, Buzzy Baker, and Lee Wheeler were convicted of interstate transportation of stolen property. Each was sentenced to prison for a year and a day. The case you have just heard points up one of the most serious problems confronting the United States today. According to the most recent uniform crime report issued by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the predominant age among all people arrested in the United States during the first 6 months of last year was 21. The 4 surveys before that also show the greatest number of people arrested were aged 21. Thus, for the past 5 years, the army of criminals attacking the decent people of the nation has been led by a battalion of youth. The job of seeing to it that next year's crime report tells a different story belongs to the parents of the country, to every father and mother in America.
Now, one final question on the cost of the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan.
How about Social Security?
In drawing up your plan, your Equitable man takes your future under Social Security into consideration. That's why only a comparatively small amount of additional life insurance may be all that's required to complete your personal Independent 60s plan. Get the exact figure from your Equitable Society representative, or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, armed robbery. Its title, The Post-Time Stick-Up.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Eleanor Audley, Dick Crenna, Isabel Jewell, Wally Mayer, Charles Smith, and Gil Stratton, Jr. This is Your FBI, a Jerry Devine production, was directed by Sid Goodwin. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The post-time stick-up on This Is Your FBI.
Stay tuned for A Life in Your Hands, starring Lee Bowman, when it comes your way next over most of these same stations. America is sold on ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community.
My name is Fred Barton. I represent the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. In about 16 minutes, you're going to hear me talking to a young father who's interested in starting an equitable education fund for his little boy. You'll hear me explain why this equitable education fund is the most painless way to pay for a college education ever invented. Why it makes college a certainty for the boy or girl whose father starts one of these plans. Does that appeal to you? Then please listen carefully. In about 16 minutes.
Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, Armed Robbery. Its title, The Post-Time Stick-Up.
The 21st Annual Uniform Crime Report has just been issued by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. This volume covers the crime picture in the United States during the past year. The general trend has been in one direction, up. Every 5 minutes during the last year, someone in the United States was feloniously assaulted or killed. During each average day, 146 persons were robbed, and 468 cars were stolen. With the passing of each day, more than 1,000 places were entered by burglars. The danger of those figures lies deeper than the mere numerals. They reflect that more and more people put under financial pressure choose to relieve that pressure through crime. Tonight's FBI file opens at a small racetrack on the outskirts of a Midwestern city. It is 7:15 in the morning as a short, thin man stands at the rail watching horses work out. He flicks the lever of a stopwatch and looks at it as an equally short, thin man approaches.
Hey, Chuck. Hi, Eddie. That filly worked real nice. I caught her in 51 and change. If she don't flatten out this afternoon, you'll win a race.
Chuck, I got to talk to you.
I know you don't like to ride fillies, but these days I don't pick your mounts. I take what I can get.
This isn't about the filly. Last night, there was a thing over at Laurie's school for the parents of all the kids. Mr. Johnson was there.
What Mr. Johnson?
The one who owns Twilight Song. You said he gave me a $50 bonus for winning on Monday.
You got it, didn't you?
He gave you a $50 win ticket. Twilight Song was $14 on the front end. You collected $350. That makes you still owe me $300.
Eddie, do you think I'd give you a short count?
Mr. Johnson said he handed you the ticket himself.
Oh.
I need that $300. I got a special delivery from that school in Chicago. They'll take Laurie, but they want a year's tuition on the line. Now, where is it?
Eddie, look, I'll be honest with you. You couldn't get $300 out of me today with a vacuum cleaner.
Well, how soon can you have it?
Maybe tomorrow.
No maybes.
Okay. Tomorrow.
Hi, Laurie. Well, come on.
Oh, Pop.
I'm waiting.
You're so mushy.
I know. Sit down. I'll get your breakfast ready.
I was hoping you wouldn't come back so quick.
Why?
So I could be a late scratch at school.
Never mind that. Let's have your glass.
That's enough milk.
You'll have a whole glass.
I'll be healthy enough to run in the Derby.
Laurie, the Derby is for 3-year-olds. That's your favorite joke, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
How do you want your eggs?
Oh, I don't want any this morning, Pop. Just this bread and butter and the milk will be enough.
All right, but sit down while you have it. We got plenty of time. Ready for some big news?
You're getting a trainer's job.
No. This is about you.
What did I do now?
Nothing. I got a letter this morning. That school in Chicago will take you.
But, Daddy, I told you when you wrote to them. I want to stay with you.
Now, we settled that once. The leaky roof circuit's no place for a 12-year-old girl.
But I don't know anybody in Chicago. What'll I do there?
You'll be living at the school. You'll have more friends the first week than you ever had around here.
And I'll never get to see you.
Oh, yes, you will. I'll visit you.
Why do I have to go to that snooty place?
Because it's no good for you to be changing schools every time I move to another track. It's no good for you to be living in a trailer with me. I just don't want you growing up in these places.
You didn't think racetracks were so terrible when you named me Laurel. Besides, that school charges a lot of money. I can go here free and learn just as much.
I got the money.
That much?
Chuck owes me $300. He said he'd give it to me tomorrow.
Daddy.
What?
If you buy a horse with the money, you'd finally be a trainer, and I could be an exercise girl.
No.
You said yourself you were tired of sleeping half the time in Turkish baths and not eating till after the last race.
Laurie,
and all
the red board is up. The minute I get the money from Chuck, I'm paying your entry fee into that school.
Late that night at the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is at his desk when Agent Bob Franklin approaches.
Jim, you left that note on my desk?
Yeah, that's right, Bob. We were put on a new case.
Oh?
Yeah, the money room out at the racetrack was held up this morning. 2 men bound and gagged the employees and waited for the bank messenger.
How much did they get?
$5,000, and all in 50s. One of the bandits was caught this afternoon.
Well, that's quick.
Well, the money room clerks gave the police such good descriptions, they had positive idents within an hour.
Any loot recovered?
No, the man who was captured had $1,500 on him, but none of the serial numbers matched the stolen 50s.
How about interviewing him?
Well, I did, Bob. He wouldn't talk, but we might still catch up to his partner.
Mm-hmm.
He had a Pullman ticket for tonight's Pittsburgh Express in his pocket.
You figure they were meeting on the train?
Yeah. If we're right, we'll meet him at the station in an hour.
Well, I have some work to finish here.
Okay. I'll take it alone, Bob, and see you later.
Hey, Chuck. I've been looking for you all over the track.
I've been right here, Eddie.
Now, don't give me that. I've been past these stables 5 times.
You want your dough?
You mean you got it?
Put out your mitt. 50, 100, 150, a deuce, 250, 3. Now we're even.
Not quite.
What do you mean?
I heard about the crack you made yesterday outside the jock's room. You said I had no ticker.
Eddie, would I rap a guy I'm handling?
You were handling. I'm quitting you.
In that case, I did make the crack.
That was 1 to 10.
And it's true. You had Carnival Star in contention yesterday, the far turn, and you dogged.
I couldn't get through.
There was a hole.
Not big enough.
Stop alibying. Since those 2 spills, you've been riding like you got Longdon's money. Well, hear me good. Jockeys without moxie are a dime a dozen.
I'll have plenty of mounts.
You couldn't get a horse in the cavalry.
You wait and see. And I'll have a new agent before the first bugle, and this time I'll get a good one.
Bob, I just arrested that other racetrack bandit.
Hey, that's real
Now,
speed.
don't cheer. The case is still wide open.
You said the holdup was a 2-man job.
It was. The one I arrested this morning started talking when I put the cuffs on him, but he couldn't tell me where the loot was either.
That doesn't add up.
He says they sold it.
To whom?
This is where it gets involved. He claims he and his partner bought the plans for the job from a man they don't know.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
It might be
Well,
the
how'd
truth.
they make contact with somebody they didn't know?
Well, they didn't. A stranger called them, convinced them that it wasn't a police trap, and, well, they agreed on terms.
And then what?
Well, then yesterday's papers came out with a list of serial numbers on every stolen bill.
Yeah.
And their anonymous friend called back. He offered to take the hot money off their hands for 50%. Well, after they okayed the deal, a messenger came by with the payoff, picked up the stolen 50s.
Could he tell you where the messenger was from?
Well, all he remembered was that he wore a light blue uniform with a red insignia on the left sleeve.
That sounds pretty distinctive.
Yeah. Well, let's get a list of delivery outfits and start checking.
Laurie.
Oh, hi, Daddy.
What are you doing home?
It's Governor's Day. We got off at lunchtime. What about you? The form says you've got a horse in the first.
They switched to a bug boy. And put away that form.
I can't. I haven't figured out the last race yet.
That makes no difference. And hey, I almost forgot. You're going.
Where?
To the school in Chicago.
Oh.
Chuck paid me, so we've got enough.
Do I really have to go?
Yes. And let's not talk about it anymore.
Daddy,
Yeah?
there's a colt named Thunderbird in the fifth today.
I know.
You once rode him.
Mm-hmm.
Last time out, he picked up 9 lengths in the stretch. Today, they're going an extra 16th, and he's got an easier field. Can't miss. The sheet's got him at 7 to 1.
Where'd you see a sheet?
Watchman at the back gate had one.
Oh.
Thunderbird's by Falcon out of Lady Thunder, so he's bred to run all day. He's dropping 8 off his last race. He's got the inside post. How much did Chuck pay you?
300.
300. See, it's 7 to 1. That's...
Wait a minute. What are you talking about?
If you bet the money on Thunderbird, I can still go to school. You'll have enough to drop a claim in the box. Maybe you'll get another stymie. You could train him yourself.
Laurie, have you got any homework?
Sure.
Well,
but...
do it, and I'll see you later.
But, Daddy,
do your
where are you
homework.
going?
And no more compositions about how to beat the tote board.
Taylor speaking.
This is Miller, 20th Precinct.
Yes, Miller?
How are you doing on that racetrack robbery?
Well, we thought we had a lead on a messenger, but it petered out on us.
A couple of the stolen 50s have turned up.
Oh, where?
The pari-mutuel windows at the track.
Today?
Yeah, during the first couple of races.
Well, do you know whether they were passed in the clubhouse or the grandstand?
The grandstand, $50 window on the upper level.
Uh-huh.
The clerk's been interviewed, but he didn't know who he got them from.
Well, there can't be too many players at that window.
It's a holiday, and I understand they've got a mob out there.
Oh. Well, what race are they up to now?
The third's just been run, but the money hasn't been checked yet. So we don't know if any more bills came in.
Well, maybe whoever passed the others is still in the place, huh?
Unless he's gone broke.
Thanks for calling. We'll get out there right away.
Daddy? Daddy?
Hmm?
Hi.
I thought you were going to do your homework.
I finished.
Oh.
It's the next race.
What's the next race?
The one with Thunderbird in it.
Mm-hmm.
Have you made a bet?
Not yet.
I stopped by the paddock on the way up. Saw Thunderbird. He looks wonderful.
Oh? Does he?
Mm-hmm. Did you look him up in the form?
Yeah, he's got a chance.
Look at the board. He's 12.
Yeah, I saw that.
300 at 12 to 1 is 3,600.
Look, whatever it is, forget it.
But with that much money, why, you could claim a good horse. Then you wouldn't have to ride anymore. You'd be training your own horse and starting a public stable.
Laurie, this 300 is for your tuition. Now, you've talked me into a lot of things, but this time, I'm going to be firm.
Yes, Daddy. Wait till you see Thunderbird.
Honey, I know the horse.
But he's filled out since you rode him.
Well, he needed a little weight.
There he comes. Number 1.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Daddy, look at him.
Yeah, he seems to be in shape.
For a colt who can get off on top, the inside's worth a length and a half. You said so yourself.
Yeah, he's no front runner.
I know, but he can stay with the pace when he has to. Give me a form.
Yeah.
I'll show you. Oh, why, Daddy?
Huh?
You've got the ring around his name.
Well, I like the horse a little.
But you've got him handicapped 5 lengths better than the favorite.
Oh? Have I?
See?
Mm-hmm.
He's got breed, class, best post position, good boy up on him, and look, he's gone up to 14. He's an overlay at that price. Daddy, bet on him. Please, please. For me?
Your mother did the same thing to me. Come on.
Oh, let's get to the window quick. Daddy, thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Wait till after the race.
Let's buy the tickets at the $50 window. That's lucky.
It's lucky we can go there.
We can't lose. We've got the best horse. And we'll put the double, triple goofus on him. Remember how that goes? I'll go down to the rail, lean against it with my left elbow. You go to the hot dog stand, drink a root beer first, then get a dog.
Yeah, I remember. Number 1, 6 times. Now, honey, you better get down to that rail and root this horse home.
I will, Daddy. And don't you forget everything you're supposed to do.
I remember.
See if the cashier's window.
The horses will reach the gate in 5 minutes.
Hold it, please.
Huh?
Are you the gentleman who just bought 6 $50 tickets at that window on number 1?
Yes.
You paid for them with $50 bills?
That's right. Why?
We're special agents of the FBI. Will you please come along with us?
We will return in just a moment to tonight's case from the official file of your FBI. Now, for a moment, let's listen to a typical interview between Fred Barton, a representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society, with a successful young married man named Jim Van Dusen. It seems that Jim has a problem on his mind.
Well, as I told you, Fred, I'd passed my college entrance exams and was all set to go when my father died of a heart attack. Well, that was the end of college for me, and I'd sure hate to have my boy have the same disappointment that I did.
Well, there's one sure way to prevent that, Mr. Van Dusen. An equitable education fund.
What's that? One of those college education life insurance policies?
That's right. An equitable education fund is an endowment life insurance policy that's set to mature about the time your boy's ready to enter college. If you live, you have his college expenses already in advance. If you die before that time, the fund is fully paid up, and the Equitable Society holds the money, paying interest on the full amount until your youngster's ready to use it. It's a surefire way to make certain that your boy won't miss out on a college education no matter what happens to you.
Well, that sounds good, if it doesn't cost too much.
Don't worry about that, Mr. Van Dusen. It's amazing how fairly small payments grow into real money when you keep it up for 12 or 15 years. Actually, starting an equitable education fund is pretty much like buying a house on mortgage and gradually paying off the mortgage over a period of years. It's the painless way to pay for a college education.
Well, let's see. My boy ought to be ready for college in just about 15 years.
Well, the sooner you begin an equitable education fund for him, the lower the yearly costs will be. Just give me some idea of how much you can afford to put into an equitable education fund. At your age, for a fund of $5,000 to mature in 1966, the yearly cost would be, let's see.
If you have children of your own, why not get the cost of an equitable education fund from your equitable representative? These equitable men don't go in for high-pressure methods. They give you the information you need and let you make up your own mind. Get in touch with your equitable representative soon. Or write care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's Equitable.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, the Post-Time Stick-Up.
In tonight's case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, you have seen an example of a perfect answer to the question asked by so many people. What can I do about the crime wave? The two bandits who held up the racetrack money room were described so well by the victims that their capture became a mere matter of hours. If you should be a victim of a crime, or if you should be a witness to one, you can best cooperate with the police by remembering every possible detail. Criminals have been apprehended because someone remembered a small facial blemish, the odd shape of the criminal's hands, the color of his clothes. Nothing is unimportant, and any single observation can be the crucial one. So remember everything you can and give your information to your local police immediately. Like your FBI, they are as close to you as your nearest phone. Tonight's FBI file continues immediately after Special Agents Taylor and Franklin have stopped jockey Eddie Harper.
Where do you want me to go with you?
To our office.
Why?
I'd like to ask you some questions about that money.
Well, jockeys can gamble all they want, as long as we don't bet against the horse we're up on.
But those bills were part of the loot from the money room.
What?
Do you have any more on you?
No.
Where'd you get the ones you just spent?
From Chuck Wolf. He used to handle my book.
Handle your book?
I'm Eddie Harper, the jockey. He was my agent. He was supposed to get me horses to ride.
And he gave you that money?
Yeah.
When?
This morning. He had a whole roll of 50s. That's it.
You sure of that?
I saw him.
Can you tell us where we can find Wolf?
He lives at the Bedford Motel down the highway.
Well, until we've had a chance to check on him, we'll have to hold you.
Hold me? Well, my little girl's here. She'll be looking for me after the race.
I'll see to it that she's notified. Bob, I'll meet you at the office after I catch up with Wolf.
Come in. That's me.
Mr. Wolf, I'm special agent of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
Oh.
I guess you've heard about the money room holdup yesterday?
Yeah. Why are you talking to me about it?
Well, we found someone at the track this afternoon spending some of the stolen money. His name is Eddie Harper.
Well, what do you know? It just shows you can't figure these days who's a larceny bum.
Now, he claims he got the money from you.
Me?
Yes, he said you had a thick roll of 50s this morning.
Oh, so that's how he's trying to get even.
Even for what?
Well, Eddie's been desperate for dough these last couple months.
Any particular reason?
He's got a kid he wants to send to some fancy school in Chicago. That costs pretty good, and he's been on the Oregon Short Line.
Oh, I see.
Yesterday, he got a letter from the school. They'll take his kid, but he had to pop for a year's tuition. Tried to put the bite on me, but I wasn't holding. He beefed. We had a fight, and I fired him.
Is there anything else you can tell me?
No, that's all I know, but if I run into a tip on the stick-up, I'll call you.
Daddy! They let you go.
Yeah.
There was an FBI man here. I told him you didn't steal anything. They found out for themselves, didn't they?
No.
But they let you go.
Mr. Johnson, the one who owns Twilight Song, came down and put up a bond for me.
What does that mean?
If I run away, he loses his money.
Why should you run away? You didn't do anything.
We know that, but they don't. Neither does the commission.
They don't think you did it, do they?
They're not saying. They just suspended my riding license till the whole thing's cleared up.
How long will that take?
No telling. I've been a great father. I bet your tuition money on Thunderbird. He gets beat, and now I'll be a jailbird.
They can't send you to jail.
Well, they will, unless they find out who really did it.
Can't we do something?
No, honey. That's the FBI's job. Let's just hope they come up with the right answers.
Bob, did you take any calls for me?
Nope. Where you been?
Checking on the activities of one Mr. Wolf.
The jockey's agent?
Yeah, I got a pretty strong conviction he's guilty, but I lack proof.
What do you base your conviction on?
3 more of the stolen 50s turned up.
Oh, where?
In 3 stores on the highway, approaching the track.
Have you checked them?
Yeah. I showed them pictures of Wolf and Eddie Harper that I borrowed from the Journal Sports Desk.
Yeah.
Each proprietor felt that the man who passed the bill looked like Wolf.
Well, that should be enough, Jim.
None of them felt they could swear to it, though.
Did you question Wolf again?
Yeah. He denied ever having been in the stores.
Well, the messenger lead is cold. There isn't an outfit in the city that uses that kind of a uniform.
Well, that's the link we need.
How about putting Wolf under surveillance and see if we can catch him passing a bill?
That's the only logical move on your target. Sailor speaking.
This is Miller, 20th Precinct.
Oh, yes, Miller.
Security Bank just called in. Another one of those 50s turned up.
Did they know where it was passed?
Yes. It was part of a deposit from an outfit called the Hollywood Shop, out on Oak Road.
Well, Sergeant, that should be the lead we're looking for.
Fine.
Thanks for calling. Bob, one of the 50s was passed at a place called the Hollywood Shop out on Oak Road. That's our missing link.
I don't get it.
I know that place. They rent costumes. Bob, a messenger uniform is a costume.
Yeah, of course.
Let's get out there and see if they recognize Wolf.
Laurie, the FBI just arrested Chuck Wolf.
Oh, Daddy, that's wonderful.
And they found over $2,000 in stolen money hidden in his room.
Oh, I knew it'd be all right. Now you can ride again and everything.
Mm-hmm. If I get any mounts.
Mr. Johnson must want you to be up on Twilight Song.
Why?
He came by and left a note for you. It's on the table.
I hope you're right.
He said you gave Twilight Song the best ride she ever had. He's glad you found out about Chuck not giving you the ticket. Why, he even
Laurie,
said that...
listen to this. Mr. Johnson wants me to train for him.
What?
Old Bones got sick and wants to retire. Mr. Johnson wants me to take over.
Oh, Daddy. Now I can be your exercise girl.
Now you can go to that school.
But, Daddy...
Now, this time, honey girl, you don't talk me out of it. I'll get an advance from Mr. Johnson and have him send the money to the school. Look, baby, I'm trying to do what's best for you. You know that, don't you?
Sure, Daddy.
Atta girl. Now, look, I'm holding a case 5. What do you say you and me go out and bet it on 2 big stakes?
If money, apple pie?
With a place bet on ice cream. Come on.
Charles Wolfe and the 2 stick-up men were all tried and convicted in a federal court on the charge of bank robbery. In tonight's case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, you have seen 2 special agents apprehend the guilty people after they had conspired to commit a crime. In doing that, they were performing an everyday duty. What made this case more important than the usual theft investigation was the other result: the removal of suspicion from an innocent person. That is the highest function any law enforcement agency can perform, for it proves the Bureau is not interested in convictions, but in facts. Your FBI has proved that many times in the past. It is proving it again throughout the country, even as you sit listening to this program. And it will continue to prove it in the future.
Now, a quick review of the advantages of an equitable education fund. First, it's the painless way to pay for a college education. You spread the cost over many years instead of taking a beating in 4. Second, it's sure. From the moment you start, you're certain your children will get the kind of education you want them to have, regardless of what happens to you. So why delay? Ask your equitable representative for full information on an equitable education fund, or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, Army desertion. Its title, The Adopted Thief.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Jim Backus, Harry Carey Jr., Whit Connor, J.C. Flippen, and Ann Whitfield. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Adopted Thief, on This Is Your FBI.
Stay tuned for A Life in Your Hands, starring Lee Bowman, when it comes your way next over most of these same stations. America is sold on ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. EEF. EEF. Those 3 letters, EEF, have helped make it possible for thousands of bright, ambitious boys and girls to equip themselves to lead happier, more successful lives.
EEF stands for Equitable Education Fund.
An Equitable Education Fund is the painless way to pay for a college education. It's the way for a parent to make sure that his boy or girl will enjoy the advantage of a college education. In about 14 minutes, I'll give full information on this equitable educational plan created by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, larceny. Its title, The Adopted Thief.
In making the decision to broadcast this series as a public service, your FBI had several objectives. One of the most important was to focus the spotlight of publicity on what goes on behind the scenes in the underworld. For the more thoroughly you, the people, are alerted to the stratagems and techniques of criminals, the better able you are to recognize a crime in the making, to take steps for self-protection, to make the moves that help bring criminals to justice. There comes a moment in many criminal acts when, if the intended victim is on guard, the whole plot will fall to pieces. Tonight's FBI file illustrates such a case. Tonight's FBI file opens in a fashionable suburb of a large Midwestern city. In the living room of an attractive home, a well-dressed middle-aged woman rises from her chair to answer the phone.
Hello?
I'd like to speak to Mrs. Fulton, please.
This is Mrs. Fulton.
Mrs. Grace Fulton?
Yes.
I wonder if you'd mind giving me some information.
What is it?
Was your maiden name Thompson?
Why, yes.
Then in 1926, you married a man named Harper.
What?
You went to Charleston the next year to have your baby and put it up for immediate adoption. Am I right?
Who is this?
Your son.
My son?
Yes, Mother. If you want to see me, I'm in room 719 at the Hotel Central.
Hello?
Hello.
You're the young man who called me?
Yes, I'm Ralph Putnam. Come in.
Thank you. Were you telling me the truth? Are you...
I'm your son.
I can't believe it.
But it's true.
But how...
Well, you see, I was adopted by people named Putnam. They both died this year. Mr. Putnam left me a letter telling me for the first time that I wasn't their own son. He said they'd gotten me from the White Star home in Charleston. Well, I was very curious to find out who my parents were. So I wrote to the home. But they wouldn't give me any information.
Well, then how did you manage to find out?
Oh, Mr. Putnam's lawyer arranged that. He got a court order and had the home open their records. I got your name and came here. And the rest you know.
My boy. My boy.
Mother. There. It's all right. Come over here and sit down.
Oh, thank you.
I sent down for some tea. Would you like some?
Yes, please.
Well, you just sit there. Sugar? Cream?
No, just plain, dear. You said your name is Ralph.
That's right.
I see you're in the Army.
Yes. I go overseas next week.
Oh, but we've only just found each other.
Well, the Army's not very sentimental. Here, Mother.
Oh, thank you. Would you sit here beside me?
Surely.
Son, I want you to know one thing. Sometime after I gave you away, I realized what a mistake I'd made. But the adoption home wouldn't tell me where you were.
What happened to my father?
He died several years after you were born.
His name was Harper.
Yes.
What did he do?
Well, nothing. We were very young.
Does the man you're married to now know anything about me or the marriage?
No.
Would you prefer that it remain that way?
Well, yes.
Hi.
Oh, hi, Artie.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know you had anyone here.
That's okay. Mrs. Fulton, this is my roommate, Sergeant Worth.
Hello, Mrs.
How do you do,
Fulton.
sir?
Mrs. Fulton's an old friend of the family.
Oh? Well, maybe you two want to talk some more.
Oh, no, that's quite all right. I have to be getting along. Awfully nice to have met you, Sergeant.
Same here, Miss Fulton.
I'll walk you to the elevator.
Oh, thank you.
Go ahead.
Thanks. I gather you didn't tell the sergeant about us.
Oh, no. No, outside of the lawyer, no one knows. Well, here we are.
When will I see you again, son?
I'll call you tomorrow, Mother.
Meanwhile, at an FBI field office about 100 miles away, Special Agent Jim Taylor approaches the desk of Agent Leo Graham.
Hello, Leo.
Hi, Jim. I was by looking for you a couple minutes ago.
Oh, I just got back from the music hall.
Oh?
I think I've got a lead on that stolen car.
I haven't had a chance to crack that file. Can you fill me in?
Sure. There's not much to it yet, though.
Well, where does the music hall fit in?
Well, after the place closed last night, the manager noticed a car in the parking lot. When it was still there this morning, he called the police.
Uh-huh.
Turned out it was stolen day before yesterday near Pittsburgh. The owner says he gave 2 soldiers a lift near the entrance to the turnpike.
Another hitchhike job?
Yeah. When he stopped to make a phone call, they took off and stranded him. He can't give us a description of either man. All he remembers is they called each other Ralph and Artie.
What's the lead?
Well, I examined the car and found a couple of things. Book of matches from the Chelsea Motel in Pittsburgh and some empty beer bottles in the back seat.
Did you check the motel?
Yeah, the motel gave me the names of 2 soldiers who stayed overnight just before the car was stolen. I sent them to Washington along with some prints.
Where'd you get prints?
Off the beer bottles. The owner says they weren't in the car when it was stolen.
Well, with names and prints, we might have a quick ident.
Yeah. Well, the minute anything comes in, I'll pass it along.
Hi, pal. Oh, hi, Artie. Sit down.
Yeah.
What are you drinking?
We said no whiskey till this was over. You can't call Mrs. Fulton when you're mulled.
Oh, we have something to celebrate.
What do you mean?
I've been doing some research. Waiter.
Yeah?
What'll you have?
Scotch.
2 scotch and water.
Hi.
I got a complete background on Mr. Harper.
Harper?
The man Mrs. Fulton was married to. Guess what he did for a living?
What?
He was a bootlegger.
Yeah?
2 weeks after the wedding, her family got the whole thing annulled. That's why she went to Charleston to have the baby. That's why she put him up for adoption.
That's very interesting.
I also got a background on Mr. Fulton.
The guy she's married to now.
He's trying to be the next mayor. He's also very rich.
Scotch and water.
Oh, thanks. Well, let's drink to dear old Mom and her nice, rich husband.
Jim, anything in from Washington?
Yeah, Leo, but I don't understand it. Ident says those prints belong to 2 men named Paul Clark and Arthur Worth.
Well?
Well, they're not soldiers, and the owner of that stolen car said the men called each other Artie and Ralph.
Maybe Ralph's a middle name.
Ident says Paul Clark has no middle initial. So I guess we'd better concentrate on Worth. If we find him, we might get both of them.
We have any pictures?
They're on the way. We've got complete descriptions.
How about records?
Clark was arrested 3 years ago for car theft. Worth was convicted last year for posing as a collector for a couple of charities.
And now they're both posing as soldiers.
That's it. Teletype also has a note that Worth's brother's in the Army at Fort Andrews.
That's near Pittsburgh, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. They may have gone there to see him, so I've wired the Fort Andrews MP outfit.
Covered all the local angles?
No, not completely, Leo. Let's clean them up and then meet back here.
Hello?
Mrs. Fulton, please.
Speaking.
Oh, hello, Mother. This is Ralph.
Hello, dear.
I have some bad news.
What's that?
I'm leaving.
What?
My orders came through this morning.
But you said you'd be here till next week.
Well, the Army changed its mind.
Oh.
I guess maybe I'd better not be writing to you.
Why not?
If Mr. Fulton sees mail from a soldier overseas, wouldn't he start asking questions?
Well, I suppose he would.
Will you write to me, though?
Why, surely.
I had a picture taken for you.
Oh, I'd love it. Can I come down and see you before you go?
Oh, no, I'm leaving the hotel as soon as I hang up.
Oh.
But Sergeant Worth isn't going till tonight. I'll give him the picture and my overseas address.
Well, where can I see him?
Oh, he's keeping the room, the one you were in yesterday. If you want him to, he'll wait for you.
Oh, yes, please, dear. Ask him to wait. I'll be right there.
Just a minute. Oh, hello, Mrs. Fulton.
Hello, Sergeant.
Won't you come in?
Thank you. Has Ralph gone?
Oh, yes. He left almost an hour ago.
I hurried over here hoping that somehow I might still see him.
He felt very badly about not seeing you.
He said he'd leave his address.
That's right. I've got it right here.
Oh, thank you. And he also mentioned a picture.
All right, it's over here. I'll get it. Here you are.
Oh, it's wonderful. I'm so glad he left this.
There's a real family resemblance.
Huh?
He looks just like you.
Oh, you must be mistaken.
You're his mother.
Well,
Ralph told me all about it.
Oh.
That's quite a story.
Thank you for the picture, Sergeant, and the address.
Don't go, Mrs. Fulton. At least not until you hear what I have to say.
About what?
About you, your husband, both your husbands. Sit down, Mrs. Fulton.
I'd rather not.
Okay. Ralph tells me that Mr. Fulton wants to get to be mayor. Now, it seemed to me that anything in the way of bad publicity would make it a little tough on that ambition, wouldn't it?
What are you talking about?
I also know about your first husband, Ralph's father. He was quite a character in his day. Racketeer, bootlegger.
Oh.
It wouldn't do anybody much good if people knew you were once married to him, huh? Or if they found out about the annulment. Or putting up your baby for adoption before it was born.
Where did you learn this?
From Ralph. He did a lot of research.
He's my son. He wouldn't use any of it against me.
But he's gone overseas. I'm running the store now, Mrs. Fulton. I put a very high value on the merchandise.
You mean you want money?
That's right.
Well, I have about $80 with me.
$80? This isn't bargain day, Mrs. Fulton. My price is $10,000.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. Now let's pay a quick visit to the home of George Peterson, who's recently become the proud father of an 8-pound boy. This morning, George called up his Equitable Society representative, Fred Barton, and asked him to drop in. George has a question he wants answered.
Look, Mr. Barton, my kid's only 6 weeks old. Is that too young for me to start one of those college education insurance policies for him? My wife and I both think it's a good idea, if it doesn't cost too much.
Well, it is a good idea, Mr. Peterson. And the sooner you start, the lower the yearly cost will be. My advice is to begin an equitable education fund right now.
Well, tell me how it works out.
Well, in an equitable education fund, you have an endowment life insurance policy that's paid up by the time your boy's ready to enter college. The cash is there, ready and waiting for him. Actually, it's about the most painless way of paying for a college education ever invented.
Well, it sounds pretty much like buying an automobile or a TV set on the installment plan. Except that in this case, you save up the money in advance.
That's right. But don't forget that an equitable education fund has one big advantage over ordinary saving plans. You get life insurance protection. If you should die before the plan is completed, no more premium payments are necessary. The policy is paid up in full. The Equitable Society holds the money and pays interest on the full amount until he's ready to use it for his education. So even if the worst should happen, he's still sure to get the kind of education you want him to have.
Okay. Well, let's get down to brass tacks. How much would a plan like this cost me?
Well, there's no fixed amount, Mr. Peterson. Some fathers set up a $2,500 fund for their boys. They know it probably won't pay the entire cost of a college education, but it will be a big help. Others go as high as $4,000, $5,000, or $6,000. It's just a question of how much you can afford to put into it.
Well, suppose we figure on one for $4,000.
Well, let's see. At your age, that's going to cost only.
If you have children of your own, why not get the cost of an equitable education fund from your equitable representative? These equitable men don't go in for high-pressure methods. They give you the information you need and let you make up your own mind. Get in touch with your equitable representative soon. Or write care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Adopted Thief.
Fear dulls our senses and our thinking. And the stock in trade of extortioners and their ilk is fear of exposure. This thought-paralyzing fear prevents their victims from facing one very obvious fact. This fact is that very few blackmailers or extortionists are ever satisfied with just one payment. Once these criminals have made their first move, the most dangerous for them, they become bolder. They are sure to come back for more. Finally, many victims do go to the police, but only after they've been bled nearly white. So once again, your FBI urges all members of this audience never to give in an inch to a blackmailer or an extortionist. Report any attempt at intimidation to the police immediately. It may mean personal embarrassment, but sooner or later, this must be faced. Tonight's case might never have been in the FBI files in its present form had Mrs. Fulton acted promptly and courageously. Tonight's file continues later that day at the FBI field office.
Leo, we might have a break in that stolen car case.
What have you got?
Do you remember the owner reported that the soldiers called themselves Ralph and Artie?
And there was no Ralph in the record.
Well, there is now. I think Paul Clark's masquerading as somebody named Ralph Putnam.
Where'd you get that?
The Fort Andrews MPs just interviewed Worth's brother. The brother reported to them that the two fugitives had a letter in their possession belonging to a GI in his outfit named Ralph Putnam.
Mm-hmm.
This letter contained some information about the Putnam boy's real mother. Miss Putnam had been raised by foster parents, and he got a lawyer to check his adoption records, but he was shipped overseas 2 days before this letter came for him.
How'd Clark and Worth get hold of the letter?
And that Worth's brother didn't know. He's clean. He also says they told him they were going to make a big score with the letter. You see, it seems Putnam's real mother is quite wealthy.
Clark uses the name Ralph Putnam and moves in on the mother.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, let's get there first.
Well, Worth's brother doesn't remember the name of the lawyer who wrote the letter.
Did he see it?
Yeah, he says it was from Charleston. The lawyer's first name was William, but he doesn't remember the last name. I told the SAC about it, and he wants me to make the trip, so I'll see you when I get back.
Come in. Well, how are you, Mrs. Fulton? You're early.
I'm anxious to get this over with.
Oh, sure, I understand. Can I get you something to drink?
No, thank you.
You brought the money?
Yes. Before I give it to you, I want to know something.
What's that?
Was my son telling the truth when he said you were leaving for overseas tonight?
Yeah, that's right. I leave in an hour.
Well, I want you to promise you'll never ask for any more.
Mrs. Fulton, you're doing business with a very reliable concern, I promise.
Here you are.
10,000?
Yes. Count it if you wish.
Oh, I take your word.
Well, I assume our business is ended.
Yeah, I guess it has.
Then I'll be going.
Oh, Mrs. Fulton, I want to thank you. You're one civilian who really knows how to keep up a soldier's morale. Well. Hello?
Hi, Artie. Any news?
Yeah, she just left.
What about the money?
I got it right here. Where you calling from?
The motel.
We'll stay there.
Why?
The alterations weren't finished on your suit. I told the store to deliver it out there.
When'll that be?
This afternoon.
Oh, okay.
I'll meet you at the ferry.
Hi, Jim. I didn't get your message till a couple minutes ago.
Oh, it's okay. On time.
Where are we going?
Madison. I finally located that lawyer.
How'd you find him?
Well, I went to the courthouse this morning, thumbed through every adoption record till I found Putnam's.
Mm-hmm.
That lawyer's name was William Hughes. He gave me a copy of the letter.
Madison, where the mother lives?
Yeah. Her name's Mrs. George Fulton.
Think we ought to call her?
I did, Leo, but she was out. The maid had no idea when she'd be back.
What time's our plane?
10 minutes. So unless we hit bad weather, we'll be in Madison by noon. Mrs. Fulton?
Yes.
We're special agents of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
Oh. Please come in.
Thank you. Mrs. Fulton, this is Agent Graham.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do?
We'll get right to the point. Have you been contacted by anyone calling himself Ralph Putnam?
Well, that's our answer, I guess.
Yeah. Leo, will you show Mrs. Fulton those pictures?
Mm-hmm. Are these the men you saw?
Oh, yes, but I don't understand.
Well, they're not soldiers at all, ma'am. This may come as a shock to you, but the young man calling himself Putnam isn't your son.
Isn't my...
His name's Paul Clark.
Well, then... How did he know about me?
Well, he and that man in the other picture there intercepted a letter to your son and used that information.
Oh, no.
Your boy didn't get the letter because he's on his way to Korea.
This is terrible. I gave Sergeant Worth $10,000 so he wouldn't tell my husband about Ralph. I knew I was wrong.
Where did you give him that money?
Oh.
Please, Mrs. Fulton, every minute may be important.
In his room at the Hotel Central.
Thank you. Come on, Leo. 719's the left.
Mm-hmm.
See, that ought to be third room down.
How long ago did the manager say Worth checked out?
2 hours, but they haven't cleaned the room yet.
Here it is.
Yeah. Go ahead, Leo.
All right.
I'll take this side.
Okay, Jim.
Nothing in the desk.
Closet's empty, too.
Well, let's check the wastebasket.
Go ahead. I'll give the dresser a quick look.
All right.
They didn't even leave beer bottles in this place.
There's not much in the basket either.
That thing a letter?
Yeah, it's the one from the lawyer to Putnam.
Any phone messages?
And so far. Wait a minute.
What's that?
It's a sales slip from Smith Brothers Department Store. White shirts, silk neckties, argyle. Hey, they're switching to civilian clothes.
That'll make them even tougher to locate.
Maybe yes, maybe no. Let's use that phone and find out.
Hi, pal.
Artie, I've been looking all over for you.
I just got here.
Where's the money?
Got it right here in this package.
The full 10,000?
Yeah.
That's real sweet.
Come on, we better make the ferry.
Okay.
Hey, I'm not used to seeing you in civilian clothes.
Did you count the dough?
Yeah, it's all there. Hey, you got change?
Uh-huh.
Go ahead.
Did you have any trouble with her?
She made me promise we'd never come back, so I promised.
You're pretty good at breaking promises, aren't you?
Yeah. Hey, they're closing the boat gates. Let's hurry.
Just a minute,
Huh?
I'm afraid you'll have to miss that, Ferry.
Who are you?
We're special agents of the FBI. You're both under arrest.
Paul Clark and Arthur Worth were each convicted of violations of the statutes covering interstate transportation of a stolen motor vehicle and also illegal wearing of an Army uniform. Each received a 5-year sentence. Special Agents Taylor and Graham were able to find the two deserters at their motel because Taylor realized that along with white shirts, silk ties, and argyle socks, Clark and Walker would need new suits. A check at the clothing department of Smith Brothers store revealed that the alterations had been completed, and also the address to which they were delivered. And so your FBI was able to close another case. After the arrests, most of Mrs. Fulton's money was recovered and returned to her. But not every victim is that fortunate. Sometimes the loot is gone before the criminals are apprehended. So remember, there is only one answer to a threat of this nature. Call your local police immediately.
Now, a quick review of the advantages of an equitable education fund. First, it's the painless way to pay for a college education. You spread the cost over many years instead of taking a beating in 4. Second, it's sure. From the moment you start, you're certain your children will get the kind of education you want them to have, regardless of what happens to you. So why delay? Ask your equitable representative for full information on an equitable education fund, or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, organized crime. Its title, The Bogus Hijacking.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Herb Ellis, Terry Kilburn, Irene Tedrow, and Tom Tully. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Bogus Hijacking on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for A Life in Your Hands, starring Lee Bowman, which follows immediately. This program came to you from Hollywood. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. In the middle commercial on tonight's program, I'm going to have important information for fathers and mothers about a painless way to pay for your children's college education. A way to make sure that the cost of those 4 years in college is all paid for in advance. Interested? Then please listen carefully in about 14 minutes when I give full details on the Equitable Education Fund, a plan created for far-sighted parents by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, Organized Crime. Its title, The Bogus Hijacking.
To become a special agent of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, an applicant must pass a rigid series of mental, physical, and character examinations. Passing them does not mean, however, that he will exercise his talents while seated behind a desk. Special agents go everywhere, frequently traveling as something other than a law enforcement officer. Occasionally, they assume the part of salesmen, messengers, taxi drivers, bank employees, factory workers, and 101 other roles. Sometimes, as in tonight's case, they even pass themselves off as criminals. Tonight's FBI file opens at police headquarters in a large Midwestern city. A lineup is about to begin. Seated behind a glass wall just in front of the well-lighted stage are two people. One is Detective George Green. The other is a stocky, leather-jacketed man. A group of suspects marches onto the stage.
After they get lined up, Baxter, just take your time and study each man.
Okay.
Oh, that's all right. You can talk up. We can see them, but they can't see and hear.
Can't they hear us either?
No, not till I switch on this mic. All right, men. Line up in front of the height marker. You two on the right, look up and straight ahead. Any of them look familiar?
Yeah, that one.
Under which number?
2.
Second man from the left, step forward. Now repeat this. It's a heist, buddy, so take off.
It's a heist, buddy, so take off.
That sound like the hijacker?
Let him talk some more.
What's your name?
Al Walker.
Where were you at 3 o'clock this morning?
In an all-night movie.
With whom?
Alone.
You want any more, Baxter?
No, Lieutenant. That's him.
All right, jailer, take the others back to the cells and bring Walker to my office.
Evening, George.
Hello, Harry. I'm sorry I had to call you away from dinner.
It's all right.
I want to fill you in before you see the prisoner.
Okay.
Now, he's willing to admit he hijacked the truck, but he won't unless he can make a deal. The job was interstate, so I said he'd have to talk to you.
Let's go see him.
All right. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Walker, this is Agent Russell of the FBI.
Hi.
Detective Green says you're willing to talk.
Sure. Forget the hijacking. Let me plead guilty to violating parole.
I can't make any deals. If you help us, though, I'll see that it goes into the record.
You can take his word for that.
What do you want to know?
Everything.
I'm from the coast. I hit town 3 weeks ago on a bum. A guy I knew in a can got me the job.
Who'd you do the hijacking for?
Andy Crawford.
Did Crawford hire you directly?
No. He gave the office to this pal of mine.
Did you talk to Crawford?
I never even seen him.
How do you know who you were working for?
When my pal paid me off, he said if I did a good job, Crawford had more for me.
What's your friend's name?
Joe Perry.
Wasn't Perry killed in the stick-up last week?
Uh-huh.
Did he happen to mention what those other jobs would be?
One of them.
Uh-huh. What was that?
Look, ain't I done enough singing for free?
Well, that's up to you. But what you've said so far isn't much help.
So all we know now is that you worked for Andy Crawford, and you can't prove it.
Okay. My next job was going to be the warehouse at 7th and Madison.
Now, that's the terminal warehouse for interstate shipments.
Oh, yeah. You know any more about the job?
There's a diner down the block, I hear. Never been there myself, but they tell me the driver's coffee up in the joint while the trucks are at the loading platform.
Go on.
Crawford was going to nail the drivers on the way out of the diner and let his own men pick up the trucks.
When?
9 sharp tomorrow night. Now you got it all.
All right, Walker. And thanks, George.
The following day, at the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is signing in when Agent Harry Russell greets him.
Jim?
Hello, Harry. Hey, what's this job I was transferred out here for?
It's my case.
Oh?
Yeah, the police arrested a man named Al Walker who said he hijacked a truck for Andy Crawford. Crawford's a local hotshot we've been watching for some time.
Yeah?
Walker couldn't prove he was hired by Crawford, but he told us he was supposed to help hijack some trucks from the loading platform at a terminal warehouse.
Here in town?
Yeah. Yeah, the only place we can keep our surveillance from is a cheap hotel across the street. Your job will be to get a room there.
Oh, now I get the no-shave order.
Mm-hmm.
You know, one of these days you'll see my picture in the cough drop box. On my last assignment, I rode a freight car in from Seattle, wound up with a beard this long.
Uncle Sam's got one.
Well, his doesn't itch.
Well, the storeroom's holding 2 suitcases with walkie-talkie equipment and old clothes for you.
All right. When's this thing start?
The job's due tonight at 9.
Okay, let's figure out a cover story, and I'll get over there. Clark?
Yeah, Doc?
I'd like a single in front.
We're full.
I heard this was a right joint.
From who?
Stoney Wilson.
Where'd you see him?
Well, now, where do you think?
I don't know.
Cell number 737 at Rivertown.
Yeah, you should have said that first. Can't be letting everybody in here, you know.
Well, can I register?
Oh, sure. How is Tony?
He's not so good. Tried to bust out, but they nailed him.
That's too bad.
Yeah.
The back rooms are quieter.
I like to know who's walking around in front.
Oh.
You got good cover here?
If any cops get past the desk, that fire alarm accidentally goes off.
That's swell.
The front rooms are $3.
And you want it now?
You got bags.
All right. How about a key?
Oh, here. Room 86, 3rd floor front.
Thanks, Bill. Unit 1, calling Unit 2. Unit 1, calling Unit 2.
Come in, Unit 1.
All set at this end.
How's your view of the loading platform?
Perfect. I can also spot anybody entering or leaving the diner.
Good.
Oh, and say, Harry, there's some stores between the diner and the warehouse. Might be worth knowing what time they close.
They'll all be shut by the time the pigeon shows up.
Okay.
Anything you want, Jim?
No, not right now, thanks.
I'll have some word for you later.
Someone at the door, Harry. I'll call you back.
Hello.
Hi.
New, ain't you?
Yeah?
I'm Ellie. Here's your towel.
Oh, thanks, Ellie.
Go easy with them. No more till Monday. Towels come Monday and Thursday. Bed sheets Tuesday.
All right.
Those are the only days I work here. I got another job Wednesday, Friday, and weekends. Private family. But I like this better. You get to talk to more people. Where are you from?
Auburn.
Last man had this room was from New York. Told me all about the subway and Radio City and everything.
That's nice.
You know, I never did figure what he did with all that soap. Got so I was leaving 2 pieces. But you think there was ever any left? Not a drop.
Well, thanks for the towels, Ellie. If I want anything, why, I'll just...
It would have been different if he was clean, but every day the dust in the tub was thicker.
I guess I'll take a nap.
Good thing for you. Man up the hall takes one every day, and he don't any more look 71 than me.
Yeah, well, thanks again for the towels. I'll see you tomorrow.
I was to Auburn once. Nice, friendly place.
Ellie, I'm really bushed.
A nap'd do you good.
Yeah, I know.
Sure been nice talking to you.
Thanks. Unit 1 calling Russell. Unit 1 calling Russell.
Yeah, Jim?
That was the maid.
She see anything?
No?
Good. Call me back about 4 if you can.
Okay.
A detective named George Green's coming over to set up the car details for tonight. I'll give you the dope next call.
Sorry, Harry. I got tied up at headquarters.
It's all right, George.
You heard from your man at the hotel yet?
Yeah, about an hour ago. He's all set.
Oh, good.
I've got a rough diagram here. See what you think, huh?
Well, all right.
Take it now.
Uh-huh. The dotted line is Madison Avenue, huh?
Yeah. And X is the warehouse loading platform.
Okay.
The number 1 across here is Taylor.
Mm-hmm.
Number 2 is me. I'll coordinate.
Fine.
Number 3 is a Bureau radio car cruising this area.
Yeah.
The minute Taylor spots any action, it'll cut down Madison and follow the first truck.
Why not make the arrest right there?
Well, we've got 3 other hijackings Crawford might be mixed up in. Tailing the trucks could take us to where he stores his loot.
Oh.
Unit 4 will be your car.
On 7th Street, huh?
Right. Then if the truck turns this way when it pulls out, I won't have to U-turn.
Check.
Oh, Unit 5 will be another of your cars cruising here. And 6 will be one of ours.
They'll handle the second truck.
Yeah, and anything else that's around. Crawford's pattern sometimes includes a car to haul away the drivers.
Yeah. We supplying men to drive the trucks?
Yeah, 1 apiece.
The warehouse people been alerted?
Uh-huh. We had to so they could load dummy crates onto the trucks.
Yeah.
Well, I think that covers about everything. Be ready at 9.
Unit 1 calling Unit 2. Unit 1 calling Unit 2.
Come in, Unit 1.
Hey, I've got 8:59. That check with you?
Yeah, a minute to go.
Well, they're finished loading the trucks.
Good.
Driver's coming out of the diner now.
Any sign of Crawford?
No, not yet.
Well, if he shows... Hold it, Jim. Russell speaking. Oh, yeah, Tommy. You did? When? Oh? Are they sure? All of them? Oh. Well, okay, thanks. Jim, we just got a report on Crawford. He and his pals are 300 miles from here.
Pulling another job?
Watching the Rocky Adams fight in Madison.
They're what?
I'll have the report checked and get back to you.
Harry, if it's true, this whole deal is one big false alarm.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. Now, for a moment, let's listen in on some questions and answers that helped rid one father of a worry that had been nagging him for quite some time. In the living room of his home, a father, Tom Edwards by name, is talking to Fred Barton, his Equitable Society representative.
Yes, my 2 kids are only 13 months apart, Mr. Barton. They'll be in college together. You know, that's going to cost me a fortune paying for 2 college educations at the same time. Sort of worries me, even though it is quite a few years away.
Well, there's an easy way to nip that worry in its bud, Mr. Edwards. An Equitable Education Fund.
Oh, what's that?
Well, it's an endowment life insurance policy with the Equitable Society that will be all paid up when your youngsters are ready to enter college. It's just about the most painless way of paying for a college education anyone ever thought of.
What do you mean, painless?
Well, you've probably paid for some of the things you own by the time payment method. This house, maybe, or your car, or that TV set. That's just how this Equitable Education Fund works. Instead of having to put out all the money in 4 years, you spread the cost over 12, 14, or 16 years.
You know, that makes a lot of sense.
Yes, and here's another point. If you should die before the plan's completed, from then on, the policy's paid in full. The Equitable Society holds the money, and interest is paid on the full amount every year until it's time to use it. That's another big advantage of an Equitable Education Fund. No matter what happens to you, your youngsters are sure of a good education.
Well, it all sounds fine if it doesn't cost too much.
Oh, Mr. Edwards, the cost of your equitable education is strictly up to you. The fund you set up needn't pay the entire cost of college. Just make it enough so it will soften the blow. Also, by starting when your kids are still young, the yearly cost is much lower. Just figure out what you can afford and...
If you have children of your own, why not get the cost of an Equitable Education Fund from your Equitable representative? These Equitable men give you the information you need and let you make up your own mind. Get in touch with your Equitable representative soon. Or write care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, the Bogus Hijacking.
Tonight's case from the files of your FBI illustrates an important point on law enforcement. Not every piece of information received by the Bureau is accurate. During the last war, for example, more than 2,800 separate tips poured into FBI offices in one day. In this present emergency, likewise, thousands of reports come in telling of suspicions held by private citizens or, as in tonight's case, by the local police. Some can be dismissed after a routine glance at the files. Others take the manpower and effort you have seen spent on this investigation. The important thing is that each report is checked and rechecked. Only in that way can the Federal Bureau of Investigation be sure it is doing its job. Its 24-hour-a-day job of protecting your property, your life, and your liberty. Tonight's FBI file continues 10 minutes later in the cheap hotel room occupied by Special Agent Taylor.
Calling Unit 1. Calling Unit 1.
Yeah, Harry.
We just double-checked that report on Andy Crawford. It's true. He's at Madison Stadium with all his men.
Yeah, chalk up one more bum tip.
I'm afraid so.
Well, at least I can get rid of these whiskers.
Not yet, Jim. Detective Green has a date to re-interview that prisoner tomorrow. But maybe I can get him to do it tonight.
Give it a try, will you, Harry? I'll stand by.
If I don't call right back, I'll see you in the morning.
Where?
Here, the SAC wants you to check in for further instructions.
George?
Yeah, Harry.
Did you see Walker last night?
Yeah, he was as baffled about the job being canceled as we were. He's trying to get more dope for us now.
From whom?
I don't know. I gave him permission to make a phone call. He spoke to somebody, explained about being in jail, and asked why Crawford didn't pull the heist. His friend said he'd check and call Walker back.
When?
Yeah, probably sometime today. Have you got any ideas if this doesn't work?
Well, we might try moving Taylor into the Crawford mob.
Yeah, Crawford's pretty cute, you know.
Neither of us can spare the manpower for a constant surveillance, George, so it'll have to be something pretty direct.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
You sticking around till Walker gets that call?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll go up to the office and meet Taylor.
Walker, I hear you got your call.
Yeah, and the deal ain't off.
What?
My pal told me they're still going to pull a warehouse job.
When?
He's trying to find out.
Well, who told him that much?
One of Crawford's guys.
Well, Crawford's men were all in Madison.
They got back this morning.
Oh.
You see, Crawford's a good friend of Rocky Adams. That's why they went to the fight.
When's your friend calling again?
He made a meet with this guy. They ought to be hearing right after that.
When's the meet for?
Today, but I don't know what time.
Okay, I'll wait around.
Harry, I'm sorry I missed you this morning.
It's okay, Jim.
The SAC said the warehouse job was still on.
Yeah, so we hear from that prisoner.
Oh, any idea when?
Not yet.
That's dandy. You ever hit that hotel I'm at?
No, but I've heard about it.
Well, I'll give you an idea of the place. I'm the lobby dude.
Oh, pardon me.
Sure.
Agent Russell.
Harry, this is George Green.
Walker, get that other call?
Yeah, just now. The job's all set for 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock when?
Tonight?
Huh?
An hour from now.
Can you get the same men you had last night?
No, they're off duty and I can't reach them.
You better get 2 others then and brief them as fast as you can.
Yeah, right.
I'll work from unit number 2 tonight, George.
How about Taylor? Can he spot for us?
He's here now, but he'll be on his way to the hotel the minute I hang up.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Ellie.
I'll have your bed made in a minute. Not that I'm as quick as I used to be. I remember once I was in a...
Ellie, will you leave it and change them tomorrow? Will you?
Can't. Tomorrow's Wednesday. I'm only here Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. Other days I work
Yeah,
for
I know.
private-
I know. You told me.
Then why'd you say for me to do it tomorrow?
I made a mistake.
That's a man for you.
Ellie, look, will you leave everything? I'll make it myself.
Fine mess I'd find then. My poor old husband used to say he could make a bed himself, too.
Yeah.
We were married 9 years, and he never did one right to the day he died.
Ellie, look, I promised to get it perfect.
Recall the fella from New York I was telling you about?
Yeah,
The one used to have this room before you?
yeah, I remember.
He always kept a bottle in that upper drawer. Guess it was just habit made me look tonight. You don't have a little something on you?
No, not a thing. Let's say goodnight, Ellie. I'll see you Thursday, huh?
Might as well finish now.
Just leave it and come back later, will you?
Well, okay.
Thanks.
Be an hour or so.
That's fine. Unit 1 calling Russell. Unit 1 calling Russell.
Come in, Unit 1.
I'm all set up, Harry.
So are we, Jim. Call in the minute you spot anything.
Unit 1 calling Unit 2. Unit 1 calling Unit 2.
Come in, Unit 1.
Everybody in position?
Yeah.
Good. This looks like it.
What's happening?
Well, the trucks have just been loaded. The drivers are on their way back from the diner now.
Any sign of the pigeon?
No, but the drivers are being followed by 2 men.
You got time to give us a description?
There's not enough light, Harry. Wait a minute, hold it. Harry, a gray sedan just pulled up to the curb. Hey, the drivers are being forced into the car. Car's pulling away, heading north on Madison. Turning left on 7th.
Unit 3 will take that.
Okay.
Where are the pigeon's men?
Just getting to the loading platform. They're each taking a truck. Motors must have been running, Harry, because here comes the first one.
Which way is it turning?
South on Madison.
Unit 5 will follow that one.
Second truck's leaving. They're separating. He's turning north on Madison. It's going past your corner.
I see him, Jim. I'll take him for myself.
Okay. Good luck, Harry.
Unit 3 to Unit 2. Unit 3 to Unit 2.
Come in, Unit 3.
Suspect car on River Drive passing 39th Street.
How many in it?
5. And one of them's a head pigeon.
Good.
They're turning west on 41st.
Stay with them, George.
Unit 5 to Unit 2. Unit 5 to Unit 2.
Come in, Unit 5.
Suspect truck driving north on Rogers Avenue.
From where?
11th Street.
The truck I'm with is heading south on Rogers Avenue.
Where's the sedan?
Moving the same way, so they could be headed for a drop. Russell calling Unit 1. Russell calling Unit 1.
Come in, Russell.
Jim, it worked.
Did you get the head pigeon?
We just arrested the whole mob at Crawford's warehouse. You close up there and come back to the office.
Right.
Guess I'll finish the bed now.
Oh, never mind, Ellie.
Well, I'm set to go home.
Well, that's all right. I'm checking out.
But you just moved in yesterday.
Well, it goes that way sometimes.
Hate to see you leaving so quick.
Thanks.
We never got a chance for a real heart-to-heart.
Well, maybe next time.
You'll be coming back?
Could be.
Where are you going now?
To get myself a shave.
Andy Crawford and members of his organization were convicted for a violation of the theft from interstate shipment statute and sentenced to a federal penitentiary. In tonight's case from the files of your FBI, you have seen an example of the kind of cooperation that exists today all over the country between local law enforcement agencies and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Without such help, your FBI would find it impossible to meet its present full schedule of work. By making its crime laboratory and its records available to every police force, the Bureau does its share in the great cooperative effort to defeat the common enemy of all of us, the American criminal.
Now, a quick review of the advantages of an equitable education fund. First, it's the painless way to pay for a college education. You spread the cost over many years instead of taking a beating in 4. Second, it's sure. From the moment you start, you're certain your children will get the kind of education you want them to have, regardless of what happens to you. So why delay? Ask your equitable representative for full information on an equitable education fund, or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, misery chiseling. Its title, The Bad Samaritan.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Anthony Barrett, Walter Catlett, Ben Classetti, Bill Conrad, Sam Edwards, and Isabel Jewell. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Bad Samaritan on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for A Life in Your Hands, starring Lee Bowman, which follows immediately. This program came to you from Hollywood.
America is sold on ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Fathers and mothers, may I have your close attention, please? If you're typical Americans, you firmly believe in education. You're determined that your children are going to have the best education you can possibly afford. The Equitable Education Fund is made to order for you. It's the painless way to pay for a college education. It's a plan that makes certain that your boy or girl will go to college regardless of what happens to you. Interested? Then please listen carefully in about 12 minutes when I give full details on the Equitable Education Fund, a plan created for opportunity-minded parents by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, Misery Chiseling. Its title, The Bad Samaritan.
One of the difficulties of crime prevention is that the criminal makes all the early decisions. He picks his crime, he chooses the time and the place, and also plans his getaway. Occasionally, he leaves behind some very obvious clues which make his trail easy to follow. But sometimes he is more careful, more difficult to locate. In tonight's case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, you see the men of your FBI in action as they attempt to track down a very slippery fugitive, as they concentrate their efforts, their knowledge, their training in a search for one person in a manhunt. Tonight's FBI file opens in a large western city. It is late afternoon as a man in the uniform of an army officer knocks at the door of a small cottage.
Coming. Coming.
Good afternoon. I'd like to see Mrs. Mason.
Hi, Mrs. Mason.
Oh, well, my name is Major Bristol. I was your son's commanding officer in Korea. May I come in, please?
Oh, of course.
Thank you.
Oh, the room isn't very tidy.
That's
but...
all right, Mrs. Mason. Please sit down. I wanted you to be seated when I gave you the news.
The news?
Yes. That telegram you received was an error. Tommy's alive.
Oh, heavens.
There. I know this is a terrible shock.
Where is Tommy? Can I see him? Is he all right? Oh, I've prayed every night for this news. If you knew how I've prayed.
I can imagine. It was my fault that you got the telegram.
Your fault?
Yes. I went out one night on a patrol with Tommy and 3 of my other men. We lost contact with the Gooks. That's what we call the North Koreans. But they didn't lose contact with us. They machine-gunned us coming over a ridge.
Oh.
We scattered, and when only 2 of us came back through the lines, I reported the other men missing in action.
Where is Tommy? When did you find him?
We didn't. I learned just before I left Korea that Tommy was taken prisoner that night.
Prisoner?
It's not very pleasant, but at least he is alive.
Oh, yes, of course. I can't tell you how grateful I am to you.
We'll be grateful to Reverend Jones.
What does the Reverend have to do with it?
Well, on the way back from Korea, I somehow lost the slip of paper with your name and address on it. All I could remember was that you lived in this city and that Tommy had told me about going to the Hillside Church.
Oh, yes. Tommy never missed a Sunday.
So I called on Reverend Jones, and he gave me your address. Else I never would have located you.
Oh, I see. Oh, well, I'm so grateful to both of you. I'll be able to sleep tonight. To sleep and not have any more nightmares about my boy. He's all I have.
I'm sure he'd like to hear from you, Mrs. Mason.
Well, can I write to him? What's the address?
Well, it's not quite that easy.
Oh.
If you'd like to write a note, I'll see to it that it gets to Tommy through... Well, I'm not supposed to tell you this, but we do have an underground movement in North Korea. They deliver it.
Oh, this is wonderful, just wonderful.
As far as sending him anything like food or clothes, I'm afraid that's impossible. Shipping space is at a premium.
Oh, yes, of course.
But there is one way to provide some comforts for Tommy.
Oh, how? Tell me. I'll do anything.
The guards at the communist prison camp are open for bribery. If you had some money, you could send your son.
Well, I have $1,000 in my savings account. Would that be enough?
If that's all you have.
Yes, there was a man here yesterday looking at the house. I could sell this place.
Oh, no. Tommy wouldn't want you to do that. You get the $1,000, and we'll see that he gets it.
Well, when should I get it?
Well, the banks are closed now, but the morning will be time enough. I'm leaving for Washington to report on some secret work, but my plane doesn't go until 11.
11 in the morning?
Yes. I'm staying at the Hotel Central. If you can have the money there by 10:30, that'll be time enough.
Oh, I will. And thank you. Thank you.
The following week at the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor greets Agent Mike Wayne.
Well, Mike, we're working together again.
That's fine with me, Jim. What is it this time?
A misery chiseler.
Oh?
A widow named Mrs. Mason called in this morning. She got a letter from the grave registration unit of the Army telling her where her son was buried.
Rough kind of mail.
Well, she called the Army to tell them that her boy was a prisoner of war and wasn't killed in action. She said a man named Major Bristol came to see her, and she gave him $1,000 to send to her son.
Not the old racket about bribing the prison guards.
That's it, Mike. The Army checked, and, of course, there is no Major Arthur Bristol who came back from Korea.
The victim give you a description?
Yes, but we've got nothing in our office files on anybody with that description, and neither have the police.
Maybe this woman was too excited to give a good description.
No, I checked, Mike. She described him perfectly.
Well, who'd you check with?
Mrs. Mason's pastor. This major went to the pastor first and told him the story.
What for?
Oh, I guess it made his story sound better. I called, and this Reverend Jones gave me exactly the same description.
Well, maybe Washington will have something on Bristol.
I hope so. I sent it through on the wire as soon as I got the confirmation. Mike, can you get out for a while?
Well, not right now, Jim. I've got to finish this report for the SAC.
Okay, then I'll see you later.
Where are you heading?
To see Reverend Jones, find out if he can give us anything to work on.
Good afternoon, Mr. Taylor.
Hello, Reverend.
Sorry I kept you waiting.
That's quite all right, sir.
Sit down, please.
Thank you.
Shocking thing this man did. Terribly shocking.
Yes, I was hoping you might help us catch him, Reverend.
I certainly will if I can.
Well, in your conversation with him, did he indicate where he was living?
The Hotel Central.
Yes, well, we've checked there. They've had no guest named Bristol in a month.
I see.
The probability is that he's left the city by now.
Yes, I imagine so.
He didn't indicate where he might be going, did he?
No.
No one at any of the transportation terminals recognized the description that you and Mrs. Mason gave, but, well, of course, that's not conclusive one way or the other.
Oh, I do so wish there was a way I could be of some help. Oh, pardon me.
Certainly, sir.
Hello? Yes, this is he. Oh, just a moment, please. That's for you, Mr. Taylor.
Oh. Thank you, sir. Hello. Yeah, Mike. There, huh? Yeah, that takes care of that. Yeah, thanks, Mike. Yeah, I'll be back in a little while. Right. My office, they got a teletype from Washington. They have no file on anyone named Bristol answering that description.
What a shame.
Reverend, is it possible that this man touched a drinking glass or anything else that hasn't been cleaned since he was here?
I'm afraid not.
Well, thank you anyway, Reverend, for your time.
Quite welcome. I say, Mr. Taylor, I just remembered something.
Oh, what's that, sir?
You see, I keep a guest book. Major Bristol signed it.
Oh?
It's a new book, and, of course, the binding is rather stiff. I'm sure that he must have held the left-hand page down with one hand while he wrote with the other.
Mm-hmm. Well, we might have prints and enough on that page for a handwriting comparison. May I borrow the book to send to our laboratory? They'll take good care of it.
Of course. Come along, and I'll get it for you.
Just a minute.
Pardon me, ma'am. I'm looking for Mrs. Parker.
I'm Mrs. Parker.
Of course. I should have recognized you.
What's that?
Well, you look just like your boy.
Oh, did you know George?
Yes, I have some news for you. May I come in?
Oh, please, yes.
My name is Major Bradley. I was George's commanding officer. Oh,
What's the matter?
oh it's just this shrapnel in my leg. On days like this, it seems to come alive.
You said that you had some news about George?
Please sit down, Mrs. Parker. I wanted you to be seated when I gave you the news. The telegram you received was a mistake.
Oh.
George is alive.
Alive? Oh, I can't believe it.
Please try to control yourself, Mrs. Parker. I have so much to tell you and only a few minutes to do it. I have to leave for Washington on the 1:30 plane.
I won't interrupt.
Fine. I went out one night on a patrol with George and two of my other men. We lost contact with the Gooks. That's what we call the North Koreans. But they didn't lose contact with us. A machine...
Mike, we just got word from Washington on Major Bristol. His real name is Brown, Arthur Brown.
Did they get this from the Reverend's guest book?
Yeah. He's done 2 terms for forgery.
Well, let's get pictures and send out an I.O.
Washington's doing that, but I don't know how much help it'll be.
Why?
Well, his record shows he's pretty adept at changing his general appearance. Sometimes he grays his hair, or he'll wear glasses, use a hearing aid, things like that.
No wonder nobody answered the alarm.
Yeah, he can keep traveling from one end of the country to the other if he likes.
There must be some way to catch up to him.
Modus operandi, that's our only chance, Mike. We've got to nail him while he's actually at work.
Might be easier catching lightning in a bottle.
Yeah, well, Brown comes from Boston. Police there have been alerted just in case he does go home.
It's been a week now since he swindled Mrs. Mason. If he was going home, he'd be there by now.
Oh, excuse me, Michael. Special Agent Taylor. Yes, sir. It did? Oh. Yes, all right. Immediately. How about Agent Wayne? Oh, I see. Yes, he's here. All right, sir, thank you. Mike, that was the SAC. A teletype just came in from Bedford City. Brown swindled another woman there.
When?
3 days ago. The SAC wants us to fly to Bedford City and stay on this till we get results.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. Now, for a moment, let's pay a quick visit to the home of Harvey Carson. In the living room, Mr. Carson, a man in his early 30s, is talking to Fred Barton, his Equitable Society representative.
Fred, what about this college education insurance I've been hearing about? I had to leave college at the end of my freshman year. Always felt I missed a lot. I wouldn't like that to happen to my kid.
Well, it can't happen, Mr. Carson, if you start an Equitable Education Fund for your boy.
Well, how does it work?
Well, it's quite simple. The Equitable Society writes you an endowment life insurance policy that's all paid up when your boy's ready to enter college. In other words, you set aside a little each month, and there'll be nothing to worry about later on. It's the painless way to pay for a college education.
Well, it's sort of like buying an automobile on the installment plan, isn't it?
That's it exactly. You spread the cost of your son's college education over 15, 16, or 17 years, instead of taking a beating during the 4 years he's actually in college.
Well, that certainly makes sense.
Another point to consider is that if you should die before the plan is completed...
Well, what happens then?
The policy becomes paid up in full. The Equitable Society holds the money for your son and pays interest on the full amount until he's ready to go to college. So an Equitable Education Fund is the way to make sure your son gets a good education, regardless of what happens to you.
Well, my boy's 3 years old now. Is that too early to start?
No, on the contrary. The earlier you start, the lower your yearly cost will be.
Well, what would that cost be?
Well, that's strictly up to you, Mr. Carson, whatever you think you can afford. Your plan doesn't have to pay all his expenses at college. For instance, suppose you decide to start a plan that would pay him $800 a year for 4 years. At your age, that would cost you only...
If you have children of your own, why not get the cost of an Equitable Education Fund from your Equitable representative? These Equitable men don't go in for high-pressure methods. They give you the information you need and let you make up your own mind. Get in touch with your Equitable representative soon. Or write care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Bad Samaritan.
Tonight's case is an example of what inevitably happens when millions of men are wearing their country's uniform. Unscrupulous crooks and confidence men devise ways and means to misuse that uniform as a cover for criminal acts. Certainly, no one wishes to lessen the natural sympathy and goodwill that every American feels for a man who is serving his country. But the mere fact that someone is wearing a uniform does not mean that you can neglect the ordinary prudence you should always observe in dealing with strangers. Tonight's file continues at the airport in Bedford City, shortly after the arrival of Special Agents Taylor and Wade.
Mike, the police here have worked up a lead.
Good.
Brown took a plane to Morgantown 3 days ago.
He hits and runs.
Well, the Morgantown police are working on it now. They're notifying all clergymen to be on the lookout.
Yeah, Brown may not follow the original pattern that closely.
Well, he contacted a minister here, too, for the name of his victim.
Oh?
Yeah. He used the name Bradley on this one.
Bristol, Brown, Bradley. He's partial to that initial, anyway.
Yeah. He swindled a widow named Parker out of $600.
Cut rate.
Well, that's all she had. The police here are contacting every minister in the city and outlying districts.
Yeah, but Brown's already left.
Well, they're not too sure he was satisfied with only 600. He was here almost 5 days, and if he did contact anybody else, we may get another piece of the pattern.
Could be.
Mike, how about you helping them check the list, huh?
Okay. Now, where are you going?
Well, there's a plane to Morgantown in 20 minutes. I'll catch it, and you meet me there.
Mrs. Carter, you have no idea what it means to be able to dance with a pretty girl after all those months in Korea.
I'm glad I can help you enjoy it.
You know, Freddie kept your picture over his bunk.
I know. He wrote me about the kidding he took. Major, you're sure he's all right?
Positive. He had no money on him when he was captured, but... Oh, forget it.
Oh, please tell me everything.
I got lucky in a poker game at the officers' club and won a couple of $100. We didn't have anything to spend money on, so I took the $200 and saw to it that it got to Freddie.
Major, I can't tell you how grateful I am.
It wasn't anything. It was selfish, really. You do a good turn, hope someday somebody will do one for you.
Will you let me pay you back?
For what?
The $200 you sent Freddie. I can borrow it from my boss and let him take $10 a week off my pay.
Well, that's awfully nice of you, Mrs. Carter, but you need that money. After all, there's you and the baby to feed.
I can manage. I think I can anyway.
No, the $800 you're sending Freddie is enough of a burden to carry. Well, he can return the $200 after he's been home a while.
Major, you did say he'd be home soon.
I promise you. The minute I get into the Pentagon tomorrow morning, I'll get the ball rolling.
Well, I finally got out of Bedford City, Jim.
Did you get anything?
2 false alarms. That's why I've been so long.
Now, we might have a lead coming in.
Great. What'd you hit?
Nothing, but the front desk called a minute ago. They're sending some woman back to see me.
Oh. Finished checking the clergyman here?
I've talked to every minister within 20 miles of Morgantown at least once.
You suppose he's changing his pattern?
I wish I knew, Mike.
Put us in a nice box if he does.
Yeah. Hey, did you see the local papers?
No, why?
Well, Brown's picture's in them, plus a description of the racket.
You release it?
Yeah, I called the SAC last night. Brown got to Morgantown 5 days ago, and the SAC said not to wait any longer.
Oh, I finally interviewed the woman he swindled in Bedford City.
Oh, she had anything new?
Old Brown used the same M.O., but he faked a bad limp in his right leg. Korean shrapnel wounds, he said.
Huh. Mr. Taylor?
Yes, ma'am, that's right.
The man said to talk to you about this story in the paper.
Oh, yes. Have you seen that man?
Well, he didn't look like this. He wore heavy glasses, and he had dark hair, and...
Did he say he could get money to your brother or somebody who's a prisoner of war in Korea?
My husband.
Oh, I see.
I gave him $800.
When?
2 days ago.
Can you take us to him?
No. He's gone. I drove him to the airport myself.
Well, do you know where he went?
Thomasville.
Mike, will you finish this interview? I'll call and make reservations for the next plane.
Just a minute.
Hello. I'd like to see Mrs. Everett.
Oh, you must be Major Burnett.
That's right. How did you know?
Reverend Clay's housekeeper called to say you're coming over.
Oh.
Please do come in.
Thank you. Did she tell you the news?
No.
Well, I'm glad of that. I wanted the pleasure for myself.
What is it?
Please sit down, Mrs. Everett. The telegram you got about Johnny was a mistake. Your son's alive.
What?
Yes. I know it must come as quite a shock, Mrs. Everett, but let me tell you the whole story.
Well, where is he? Can I see him? Is he all right?
I'll answer all those questions as I go along. I was Johnny's commanding officer. One night...
Mike, any clergyman calling?
Not yet, Jim.
Yeah, maybe he's not using that angle anymore, huh?
He didn't on that last one.
Mike, let's review what we've got so far, huh?
Okay.
Now, the victim in each case was a widow.
Mm-hmm.
All 3 women were in moderate financial condition. None had anybody to turn to for advice.
Right.
So obviously he chooses his people very carefully. Now, doing that takes time.
It's our 3rd day here, Jim.
Well, that's about the time it's taken for research in the other towns.
Yeah, but where does he get the names? We've covered the newspaper offices. Nobody's been in to check back papers for casualty lists.
Yeah.
We've covered the libraries that keep
Wait
back
a minute,
issues.
Mike. There's one other angle. In each case, the War Department notified the victims a few weeks before Brown showed up. However, the Army didn't release the casualty list to the newspapers until just a few days before Brown's arrival.
Well, I don't see what you're driving at.
Don't you see, he must pick his victims one town ahead. Now, in each city, he could go to an out-of-town newsstand, get the papers from whatever place that he's headed for.
That might be it. He always travels by plane. Let's check the stand at the airport first.
Right. Oh, wait, I'll grab it. Special Agent Taylor. Yes, sir. What? Oh, yes, Reverend. Oh, she did? Where? Mrs. Alice Everett. What was that number again? 11 Oak Street. Yes, Reverend, I understand. Yes, thank you for calling. That was a Reverend who forgot to tell his housekeeper about Brown, and she directed him to a widow on Oak Street. Come on, Mike. Maybe it's our turn to be first. This is at 11.
I can't wait to give him that warrant.
This is going to be a real pleasure.
And Brown must have lived with friends every place he went.
I hope we're through checking hotel registers for that handwriting.
You can say that for both of us.
Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Everett?
Yes, that's right.
We're special agents of the FBI, ma'am. Here are my credentials.
Oh, what is it?
You received a call earlier today from Reverend Leonard's housekeeper?
Yes.
Well, has the man she called about been here?
Major Burnett got here this morning.
We'd like to see him.
Oh, the Major left 2 hours ago.
Mike, no ticket seller recognizes Brown's picture.
I got the same with the porters and the gate attendants.
Only Brown wasn't cute enough to travel in civilian clothes.
If he even traveled under the name he uses with his victims, we've had to leave.
I know. If. That's all we've gotten on this case.
Jim, we've never come up with a ticket seller who recognizes the picture, have we?
No, not yet.
Maybe Brown uses travel agencies for his tickets.
It's worth a try. Let's get a list and cover them. Good idea, Mike, but I came up empty.
I did, too.
15 planes have left since Mrs. Everett saw Brown.
And he could have been on any of them.
Yeah, and he's been making short jumps, so by now he must be at his next stop.
No, we can't question everybody traveling by plane.
Wait a minute, Mike. Maybe you're close.
Huh?
Let's get the passenger list of those planes and cross-check every name. Mike, I've got it.
Hey.
Flight 83 listed a Dr. Alex Hart at 19 Archer Drive. There's no such doctor and no such address.
Well, that must be Brown. Where did he go?
Centerville. Come on.
No, it's good to hear you laugh.
Oh, Major Boone, tonight's the first time I've laughed like that since I got the telegram.
No, I can't tell you how nice it is to be able to bring you good news.
How about another piece of cake?
I couldn't. You'll never know what a home-cooked meal tastes like after what we ate in Korea.
Oh, I do wish I could send Roy one of my cakes.
Mrs. York, this is against my orders, but you have been so nice to me, I'll try to return the favor.
You mean you will send one to him?
Yes. You understand, I hope, about a package getting through to the prison camp.
Well, no. No, I don't.
I'm afraid that'll take an extra bribe.
Oh, but I don't have any more money. You asked me to get $900 from the bank.
You mean you have no more here?
That's right. But I could get some tomorrow when the bank opens.
All right. You do that, and I'll come by in the morning. I'm afraid I'll have to be going.
But the cake for Roy.
Well, I'll pick that up in the morning with the money.
Oh.
And thank you so much for the meal, Mrs. York.
Oh, it's little enough in return for the wonderful news about Roy.
Good night.
I'll see you to the door.
Hello, Brown.
Huh?
We finally caught up to you. Thanks, Mrs. York.
Mrs. York, who are these men?
Well, this gentleman sounds like the one who called before.
I am.
Then he's from the FBI, Mr. Brown.
We both are. Come on, Brown, let's get down to headquarters and we can all stop traveling.
Arthur Brown was tried and convicted on a charge of impersonating a federal officer and sentenced to a term of 15 years in the penitentiary. In Centerville, the two special agents not only called every clergyman to warn him against the racket being worked by the bogus major, but also phoned every next of kin listed for servicemen from that area who were wounded, killed, or missing in action. Fortunately, Mrs. York's call came while Brown was at her home. Fortunately, that is, for your FBI and therefore also for you, the people, since it removed a misery chiseler from your midst. Brown's arrest and conviction did not end this racket. People throughout the country with friends or relatives in the armed forces are being swindled by other men of that same stripe. Your FBI cannot put them out of business without your help. When a stranger brings you news of any unexpected good fortune or an unbelievable opportunity for outrageous profit, do one thing. Examine and weigh his every word. If you have any doubts, take one further step. Call your local police.
Now, a quick review of the advantages of an equitable education fund. First, it's the painless way to pay for a college education. You spread the cost over many years instead of taking a beating in 4. Second, it's sure. From the moment you start, you're certain your children will get the kind of education you want them to have, regardless of what happens to you. So why delay? Ask your equitable representative for full information on an equitable education fund, or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, armed robbery. Its title, Ghost Town.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Elspeth Eric, Joe Gilbert, Bill Johnstone, Joyce McCluskey, Victor Rodman, and Carlton Young. This is Your FBI, a Jerry Devine production, was produced by Sid Goodwin. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Ghost Town on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for A Life in Your Hands, starring Lee Bowman, which follows immediately. This program came to you from Hollywood.
America is sold on ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. First, 2 brief questions for fathers and mothers. Do you believe that your boy or girl is the type who would benefit greatly by a college education? Are you determined to do everything in your power to see that he gets that education? If your answer is yes, then you want to know more about an equitable education fund. It's the painless way to pay for college expenses. The way to make sure your youngster gets his chance regardless of what happens to you. Interested? Then please listen carefully in about 13 minutes when I give full details on the Equitable Education Fund created for opportunity-minded parents by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, Armed Robbery. Its title, Ghost Town.
The cold-blooded killer is a special variety of criminal. Naturally, no 2 of these men are ever exactly alike. But they do seem to have many mental traits and characteristics in common. In general, they are outlandishly conceited, emotionally childish, utterly selfish and ruthless, and completely lacking in a sense of values. They have been known to wax sentimental over a cat caught in a treetop, and then go out and coolly murder a human being who stands in the way of their own selfish ends. As you will see in tonight's FBI file, rooting out these menaces to society is a job that requires determination, resourcefulness, and courage. Tonight's FBI file opens on a desert in one of our western states. A man and woman in a dark convertible wind along a lonely, dusty road.
Hot.
Uh-huh. And dirty. Nice parlay.
Let's stop for a drink.
Okay, ad lib a saloon.
Oh, there must be someplace open. You said the ghost town was a tourist trap.
It was, but the new highway bypassed this road, and even the ghosts took it on the lam. Phew. That's it up ahead.
Ready?
Uh-huh.
Oh, brother, this is really no place. How'd you know it was here?
Sherman told me.
Sherman?
You know, he ain't satisfied just being the director on a picture. He's also got to be the makeup man, handle wardrobe, rewrite the script, and on the side, be a location scout.
Oh, Simming's not a bad guy.
Not if you collect vultures. I'm supposed to find locations, not him.
Well?
Well, I wouldn't come this far just for a ghost town.
Is there any closer to Hollywood?
Ever been in Beverly Hills after 11 at night? You worked for Sherman before?
No.
Real comical character. He'd use the A-bomb for a hot foot.
I don't mind practical jokers.
Well, I don't either if they're human. You remember a picture last year called Alligator Man?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I went to Florida 3 weeks ahead of the company to find an alligator farm. Sherman called a friend of his down there and had my picture posted on every telegraph pole. Under the picture, it said, wanted. I got picked up more times than Gable's option. Well, this is it.
Yeah. When does Sherman start shooting here?
As soon as he's through in Santa Fe.
Yeah, you really came up with a ghost town.
Oh, you're not kidding.
Wait a minute, I better take a shot of the street.
What's that camera?
Polaroid.
The kind that develops the pictures right away?
Yeah.
Say, get the post office in if you can.
Got it.
All right, let's look around. Get a shot of that Wells Fargo office and the hitching post in front.
Right. Hold it, Tommy.
What for?
Did you hear anything?
Sure. The boards in the sidewalk. They squeak like $3 shoes.
No, it's something else. It sounded like maybe a voice.
Oh, Grace, nobody's been here since 1946. Come on. Come on, let's do our work and get back to some whiskey.
Meanwhile, at the office of the county sheriff, some miles away, FBI Special Agent Taylor has just entered and introduced himself to Sheriff Lou Burnett.
Sheriff, the office caught me driving back from another case and said that there had been a bank robbery.
Yeah, 4 men held up the bank at Powderville this morning.
Powderville?
It's a small town up the highway a piece.
Oh, I see.
The cashier wounded one of the bandits, but not enough to stop him. The report said the wounded man and the driver of the getaway car took off west.
Well, how about the other two?
When the shooting started, they ran down the street and stole a car.
Any descriptions on them?
Not on the men, but we got descriptions on both cars.
Uh-huh.
I sent out alarms a while ago. One of my deputies is on his way to interview the people at the bank.
Oh, well, maybe I'll run over there and give him a hand.
He'll probably be able to use it. He's a new man. I'll get him on the radio and tell him you're coming.
All right, fine. Oh, what's his name, Sheriff?
Hartley. Frank Hartley.
All right. And can I have those license numbers? I might just run into them on the way over there.
Yeah. Here. This first one's the original getaway car, and that's the one stolen at Powderville.
All right, fine. Have you checked the license on their car?
Motor vehicle's working on it now. Oh, excuse me, Taylor.
Sure.
Sheriff Burnett.
Hello, Sheriff. Do you have a deputy named Hartley?
Yes?
Oh, this is the county hospital. He's just been brought in here.
What for?
He was found unconscious on the highway.
Well, I guess we're almost finished, huh?
Let's cross over and get that blacksmith shop.
Okay. Hey, look down there.
Where?
In that alley, there's a car. Look at the windshield. Those look like bullet holes.
Yeah, I guess they are.
Well, what do you suppose
Oh,
happened?
honey, who are you, Mrs. Cornball? That's a prop. It wouldn't be a legit ghost town without a bullet-riddled car. Now, look, as long as we're here, shoot another picture of the saloon from this angle.
Mm.
Can you get in that hotel fire escape?
I'll try.
All right. I'll take a look at the blacksmiths.
Okay. Tommy.
What?
Tommy, I got a man in that picture.
Huh?
Well, he was on the fire escape. There he is, look.
Hey,
He's running towards our car.
I left the keys in it. Come on. Hey!
Tommy.
Hey! Hey, you! Hey! Lay off! Hey! Hey! Oh.
He's gone.
Why, that dirty little no
You
good.
know him?
Not the guy in the car. But who do you think put him up to it?
I don't know.
Our practical joker, Mr. Sherman.
But why would he
Because it's very funny. We got no telephone, no water, no food, and it's 20 miles to the nearest town.
Sheriff, did anything come in on those alarms?
Yes, Taylor, we got one of the cars, but no man.
Oh, how come?
I saw Hartley in the hospital. He told me he stopped on the way to Powderville to help another deputy set up a roadblock.
Yeah?
Before they finished, a car shot past. It turned out it was the original getaway car.
The one with the wounded man in it.
That's right. A few seconds later, the stolen car with the other two bandits ran the block. Hartley fired after him, hit their gas tank, and the car ran into a ditch.
2 down, 2 to go.
Yeah, not quite.
What?
Hartley arrested both men and started back here with them. After a couple of miles, they overpowered him, got the keys to the handcuffs, then they dumped him and stole his car.
So we're still minus 2 cars and 4 bandits.
Yeah, but at least we've got descriptions on 2 of them. And Hartley's getting out of the hospital in a little while. When he does, he'll come in and go over our file of pictures.
Oh, that's good.
Just a minute. Sure. Sheriff Burnett.
This is Parker in the wire room. Deputy Hartley's car has just been reported found.
Where?
The parking lot at the county rodeo grounds.
Thanks, Parker. I'll get right out there.
Tommy, got another cigarette?
In the car.
Oh, fine.
Oh, that knucklehead Sherman.
Those clouds are moving this way.
Yeah. Rain's all we need now.
How long do you think we'll be here?
Till Sherman stops laughing.
I don't think this joke's very funny.
Come on, Grace.
Where?
Well, that storm will be here pretty quick. Let's find shelter.
We haven't seen a roof yet without holes.
The hotel's 2 stories. Maybe the lower one will be safe.
That's where Sherman's stooge came from.
I know.
Tommy, Sherman can't just leave us here.
You got a contract says he can't? Let's take a gander at this place. Go ahead.
Thanks.
Well, we can always sit on the cobwebs.
Hey,
What's the matter?
look there in the corner. There's a man on the floor. That's blood on his shirt. Looks like he's been shot.
Wait. Honey, I'll lay the price it isn't blood, it's ketchup.
Huh?
Sherman's keeping the joke alive, and we're supposed to fall for it.
You think so?
Of course. Sure, that's a central casting body. Come on, let's get out of here.
Taylor, the rodeo's got an hour to go yet.
Well, how much of a crowd's in the stadium?
10,000.
I don't suppose there's any way of getting them out.
No, most of them would wait for the calf roping, even if the storm does hit.
Looks like we're stymied.
Didn't you find anything in Hartley's car?
No, they abandoned it because that left front tire went flat. There's no telling what kind of a car they stole from here.
We wait another hour, and they'll really have a start on
Wait a
us.
minute. Have you got a man you can leave here?
Those are my deputies handling traffic.
Oh, fine. Let's have one of them stay here and get the details on the stolen car.
Where are we going?
West. That's the way they've been traveling since they left Potterville. They wouldn't come out this far and then double back, would they?
Be no point in it.
Well, then their rendezvous must be farther up the highway. Let's try cruising, Sheriff, and see if we spot anything.
Tommy, I'm cold.
Shake hands with a millionaire.
Let's go inside.
Warm here on the porch.
Gotta do something. You want to try walking back to the highway?
18 miles in this? We'd drown.
Now, what else can we do?
Sit here.
Sherman's conscience has to bother him sometime.
He's got a cast iron heart.
Tommy, it's a car.
Huh?
Well, that is a car, isn't it?
Yeah.
If it was on the main highway, we couldn't see it, could we?
No. No, it's headed for here, all right. Hey, that's not my car.
Honey, let's not be particular. They're heading right for us. That's all we have to care about.
Where? Well, you finally felt sorry for us, huh? Great joke, boys. Great joke.
Who are they, Tommy?
I don't know. Sherman's stooges, I guess.
What are you doing here?
Waiting for you.
Who are they, Bud? I don't know.
Okay, fellas, okay. Come on, let's get out of here.
Hold it, mister.
Let go of me.
Oh, look, boys, joke over. Let's go, huh?
You ain't going anyplace.
Oh, yes, we are. Come on, Tommy.
Stay put.
Oh!
Now turn around and get back in there.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. Now let's pay a quick visit to the living room of Andrew McDonald. Fred Barton, Equitable Society representative, has dropped in to discuss life insurance problems.
Fred, what's this Equitable Society college education insurance I've heard about? I'd sure like my kid to go to a good college.
Well, you must mean the Equitable Education Fund, Mr. McDonald. It's very simple. You take out an endowment life insurance policy that will be all paid up about the time your boy's ready to enter college, say in the class of 1970. The money's all there, ready and waiting for him. It's the painless way to pay for a college education.
Well, just what do you mean, painless?
Well, it's pretty much the same principle as buying an automobile or TV set on an easy payment plan. You spread the cost of your boy's college education over 15, 16, or 17 years, instead of taking a beating during the 4 years he's actually in college.
I get it. It's buying a college education in 15 installments.
That's it. And if you should die before the plan's completed, it immediately becomes paid up in full. The Equitable Society holds the money, pays interest on the full amount, and turns it over to your son when he's ready for college. Regardless of what happens to you, he's sure to get the education you want him to have.
Well, that sounds right up my alley. Tell me, is it too early to start when your kid's 2 years old?
No. The earlier you start, the lower your yearly cost will be. In any case, the amount you decide to pay is strictly up to you. Maybe you'll decide to start an Equitable Education Fund for about half what you expect to pay for your son's college expenses. For instance, suppose you decide on $2,500. At your age, that would cost you...
If you have children of your own, why not get the cost of an Equitable Education Fund from your Equitable representative? These Equitable men don't go in for high-pressure methods. They give you the information you need and let you make up your own mind. Get in touch with your Equitable representative soon. Or write care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, Ghost Town.
Detective story fans who are good citizens and criminals often have one interest in common: the perfect crime. But whereas the good citizen likes to mull over its fictional possibility, the criminal is always confident that he is about to commit it. But as the detective story reader proves, and as the criminal always learns, there is no such thing as the perfect crime. Our jails and penitentiaries are filled with men and women who have refused to recognize the truth of this statement. Tonight's case is an example. It is one more proof that the perfect crime is a mirage that lures men to disaster. It is proof once again that crime does not pay and never will. Tonight's FBI file continues a few minutes later as Sheriff Burnett and Special Agent Taylor ride along the highway.
Looks like we're out of the storm.
Yep.
Sheriff, is there anything down this way that's not on the map here?
No.
Well, then the nearest town's about 50 miles, huh?
Uh-huh, and they've been alerted.
Parker calling Sheriff Burnett.
Come in, Parker.
Just got word from the rodeo grounds the stolen car is a black Ford sedan, license number 77346. It had been parked next to Hartley's.
Get out and alarm.
All right.
Anything in on that first car?
Not yet.
Sheriff, how about those pictures?
Parker, you heard from Hartley?
He's in the fire room now.
Good. If he gets anything, call us immediately.
Mister,
Yeah?
is there any food in your car?
No. Grace, don't knock yourself out. He wouldn't help us if he could.
There's the other one.
Bud, you find the money?
No. And Chuck just died.
Oh, too bad.
Told me a couple of things before he went. Pete's got the loot.
Loot?
He tell you why Pete ran
They're
off?
stick-up
Yeah,
men.
Tommy, what'll we do?
Sit and
Figured
wait?
we'd be in jail.
Wait
Chuck
for
died, that
what?
made him the last man.
I don't know.
Well, he could have waited a mile.
Maybe the Marines.
I know where he'll be. The old adobe up back of the mine.
Oh, let's go visit him.
Hey, wait a minute.
Now, what's bothering you?
Well, you just can't leave us here. We'll never get out alive.
At least take us back to the
We
highway.
got things to do. We ain't running no taxi. Bud, where you going?
The lady's giving me a notion. Get up.
Who, me?
Both of you.
Tommy, he's got a gun.
Ain't no one looking for you two. You drive our car.
Where?
Any place we got a mind to go. Come on.
Parker calling Sheriff Burnett.
Come in, Parker.
Hartley just identified those two men he saw.
Who are they?
The Fulton brothers, Bud and Lloyd.
They got any record?
Yeah. They were arrested first in 1945 at the ghost town. They had jobs there as guides.
Sheriff, where is that ghost town?
Down that cutoff we passed a while back.
Well, that'd be a perfect hideout.
We can turn around and head back.
I think we ought to.
Parker, we're going to Ghost Town.
All right, Sheriff. While you're there, you can check something else that just came in.
What's that?
A movie company over in Santa Fe reported two of its people missing, and that's where they were headed.
All right, we'll call in as soon as we get there.
Slow up. When you get by the shack, drive around to the side and stop.
Okay.
This is it. Lloyd, you go in the front way, I'll go to the back.
All right.
Turn off that motor.
Okay.
Give me the keys.
Here.
You two wait here. We'll be back.
Tommy, this is our chance.
For what?
To get away.
To where? I've got no idea where we are.
But what'll we do?
I don't know.
How about a fire?
Huh?
We can set fire to the brush. That'll bring help.
Not quick enough.
Tommy?
Maybe our two friends got it.
Let's hope so. Someone's coming. Oh, it's them.
Come on, you two. Get out.
Hey, Taylor, I found a body over in that hotel building.
One of the Fulton brothers?
No, his name was Chuck Gates. I called in, and Parker says he was arrested twice with the Fultons.
Well, that identifies 3 out of 4 of the bandits.
You come across anything?
Yeah, the original getaway car's down there in the alley. There's nothing in it, though.
What are those papers you've got?
Oh, these are Polaroid negatives. I found them scattered all around.
What are they for?
Oh, they're from a camera that develops your picture a minute after you take it, Sheriff.
Those movie folks must have had it, huh?
Yeah. Sheriff, let's add up what we've got so far, huh? Now, we know the original getaway car got here with Chuck Yates and bandit number 4.
Yeah.
Yates must have been the one that was wounded coming out of the bank.
That's right.
All right, the movie people were here, and their car's gone.
Right.
Now, nobody's looking for that car, so if the Fulton brothers got here while bandit number 4 was around, they'd have all left in it with the movie couple driving.
Yeah, but then the car stolen from the rodeo grounds would be here.
Well, that's just my point. Both cars are gone, so bandit number 4 must have taken the movie couple's car.
What do you think happened to the couple?
Well, they either went off with number 4 or with the Fultons, and... Hey, wait a minute, Sheriff. Swing your flashlight over here again, will you?
Yeah, that way?
Yeah, right there.
Hey, what is that?
It's a Polaroid camera.
That movie couple must have left in a real hurry to forget their camera.
Mm-hmm. The last picture's still in here. It's the saloon.
Let's see.
Oh, look, there's a man on the hotel fire escape.
Hey, Taylor, let me get a closer look at that.
Yeah.
I know that man.
Find anything, Lloyd?
Not yet.
Well, just keep digging.
Oh, I wish I had a cigarette.
I'll take one more look.
What are you doing?
Looking for a cigarette.
Just sit still.
But I want to...
Tommy, do as he says.
You know something, Grace?
What?
I wish these two bums knew something about the picture business.
Why?
I'd like to sell them a new rider.
Well, if you do, pick one who'll write me out of this script.
Hey, Bud, look here. Here's a bag.
Open it.
Well, it looks like they found the loot.
That mean they'll leave us?
I hope so.
Yeah, it looks like it's all here, too.
Good.
What do we do now?
Get moving.
Yeah, but what about them?
I got that all figured. Come on, you two. Get up.
Where to now?
You're back in the car.
You letting them go?
Just as far as the cliff.
Oh, now, look. The car off the cliff. That's one too many.
Shut up. Lloyd, get Pete's body. Throw it in with him.
Now, that's real hokey.
Tommy, they're not kidding.
You're so right, lady. Now get going.
Don't move! Drop that gun, Fulton. Drop it!
You there, up with your hand. Okay. Don't shoot.
They were going to kill us.
Yes, ma'am, I know. We heard them. All right, Sheriff, let's take them in.
Lloyd and Bud Fulton were turned over to local authorities and prosecuted on a charge of murder. Each received a sentence of life imprisonment. After Sheriff Burnett's recognition of the man in the picture as Pete Lake, the 4th bandit, he and Special Agent Taylor sped to the adobe hut where Lake had been arrested during the previous year. And so your FBI, in cooperation with a local law enforcement agency, was able to close this file and to apprehend 2 vicious killers. Even more important, of course, it also saved the lives of 2 innocent people. No one has ever fully explained why certain men become criminals of the type in tonight's case. But they have always been an ugly part of the American scene, and so long as they remain, your FBI will continue to hunt them and to make them stand trial for their acts.
Now, a quick review of the advantages of an equitable education fund. First, it's the painless way to pay for a college education. You spread the cost over many years instead of taking a beating in 4. Second, it's sure. From the moment you start, you're certain your children will get the kind of education you want them to have, regardless of what happens to you. So why delay? Ask your equitable representative for full information on an equitable education fund. Or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, armed robbery. Its title, The Curious Fisherman.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Newton Arnold, Parley Bear, B. Benaderet, Edmund McDonald, Wally Mayer, and John Sheehan. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Curious Fisherman on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for A Life in Your Hands starring Lee Bowman, which follows immediately. This program came to you from Hollywood. 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 The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. First, good news for fathers and mothers who want their children to have a college education. When paying for that education has been made practically painless, that is good news, isn't it? The plan that makes this possible is called the Equitable Education Fund. It's the way to provide a college education for your boy or girl so that not even death of the family breadwinner can interfere. Be sure to listen carefully when the Equitable Life Assurance Society gives you the full details on the Equitable Education Fund about 14 minutes from now. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, armed robbery. Its title, The Curious Fisherman.
Tonight's case was selected because it points up a warning that your FBI has issued many times on this program. This warning is, don't publicize yourself as a promising victim for a crime. The underworld finds it highly profitable to scan newspapers carefully, to circulate unobtrusively in public places. The man who openly displays a well-filled wallet invites a pickpocket. The woman who allows herself to be photographed wearing costly jewels may be setting the wheels in motion for a carefully planned robbery months later. Tonight's case from the official FBI files is dramatic proof that public display of wealth can be an invitation to crime.
Tonight's FBI file opens on a small fishing boat tied to a pier on the outskirts of a western city. The hot noon sun burns down on a leather-skinned man as he approaches a young girl mopping the deck.
Easy there, honey.
I'm all right, Uncle Fred.
Well, you put down the mop. You keep working like that, you know what'll happen?
No.
You'll wear yourself down. Your mother'll never let you spend another vacation on the Blue Queen.
But she has to.
Why?
I stopped biting my nails.
Yeah, the way I heard it, that just took care of this vacation.
Oh, but I won't bite him again next year.
You're all right.
Now can I finish swabbing the deck?
You better get some lunch first.
What should I make?
Well, now, let's see. Should we have oysters Rockefeller or a juicy steak? Or...
Should I open a can of beans or hash?
Now, I'll have to do some deep thinking about that.
Uncle Fred, some customers.
Huh?
Those folks on the pier, they're heading this way.
Well, not dressed much for fishing.
Your party yesterday wasn't either.
Well, I'll talk to 'em, honey. You run inside and cook up some hash.
Hello there.
Hi.
Hey, the water wet?
Ain't been in.
Well, me and the missus and my friend here, we like to do some fishing.
You come to the right place.
Oh, that's fine. We want to go out tomorrow.
I'm for hire.
He's for hire. How about it, Martha?
Looks like a nice boat.
The Blue Queen's a right nice boat, ma'am.
Floyd, you game for fishing tomorrow?
Sure.
Well, we got to make certain we all be free tomorrow. You see, we're on a vacation and never so busy as when you're taking a rest.
Lots of folks like that.
Yeah, say, have you got a camera?
Nope.
Well, suppose we catch one of those big babies. You know, the folks back home, they'd want to see a picture before they'd believe that we really caught one.
I'll pick one up.
Just you three going?
Yeah.
It'll be $50 for the day. I supply everything. Just say the time and I'll be ready.
Well, how's 9 o'clock?
Earlier, if you like.
Earlier? No. Let's wait until the fish are up, too. Well, see you at 9, Captain, and bring plenty of bait. You know, we might catch a whale.
Alice, you didn't finish your breakfast.
I did.
Now, what about the milk?
Oh, Uncle Fred.
I promised your mother you'd have a glass of milk for every meal.
I'll take 2 for lunch.
Well, all right.
You're the best uncle a girl ever had.
Oh, here comes our party.
I'll go start the motor.
Now, take your time. Yeah.
Hi. Beautiful morning, isn't it?
Yeah. Here, take my hand.
Yeah. There. Oh, it does a man good to be up this early. As long as he don't overdo it.
Yeah, watch your step, lady.
Oh, thank you.
Here you are, mister.
All right, I don't need help. Where do we put our poles?
What'd you bring poles for?
Well, we're going fishing.
Sorry you took the trouble. Thought I told you the price covered everything.
Oh, we got them, so we might as well use them.
We can leave whenever your party's ready.
We're ready now.
Hey, what's that?
The motor.
Oh, who started it?
My niece.
All right, get her ashore, huh?
Ashore?
She's my crew.
Not this trip.
Look, Floyd, forget it. She won't make any difference.
Leo is right.
Why don't you want her to come along?
Well, I don't like kids.
All right, mister, I'll go.
Alice, you stay here.
It's her or us.
I'll take her.
Uncle Fred, it's $50. Take them, I don't care.
I pick out my own crew.
Go ahead. I don't feel like fishing today anyway. I'll meet you when you come in.
Now can we get started?
Yeah, sure, dear. All right, Skipper. Over the bounding main. This is the life.
Not for me.
Look, Floyd, you've got to learn to relax. Enjoy yourself.
Why?
Leo, something's gone wrong. I don't see the Mary Ann.
It's early yet.
It's 5 o'clock.
Leo, are you sure you got the right information?
Why, of course. Do you know I never make a mistake?
Go back there.
Answer him.
Yeah, Skipper?
You need more bait?
No, not yet.
Hey, I think that's it.
Yeah?
Wait till I read the name.
There can't be too many yachts around here.
There's enough.
It's the Marianne.
I told you we'd meet her out here, didn't I? All right, look. Get ready to go into your act.
Okay, move that chair so I can lay down.
Are you comfortable, dear?
Fine.
All right, start groaning.
Oh.
Hey, Skipper! Skipper!
Yeah?
Come here, quick!
What's the trouble?
Well, my wife, she's taken sick. Will you get us out to that yacht? Maybe there's a doctor aboard.
We'd be better off turning back. But I got first aid stuff aboard.
Oh, please, will you? She's very sick. Head for the yacht.
A short while later, at a nearby FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is at his desk when the phone rings.
Taylor speaking.
Jim, this is Sheriff Webster.
Oh, hello, Sheriff.
I'd like some help down here.
Why, what can we do for you?
A yacht named the Marianne called in, Jim. Said she'd been boarded by 2 masked men.
Oh, where?
15 miles offshore.
Uh-huh.
Call quit coal after that. Weather was good, so the equipment must have been smashed.
Oh, who's the Marianne registered to?
A man named Forrest. His maid told me he was aboard the yacht with some guests.
Sheriff, there any other ships in that area?
None I could find by radio.
And still no answer from the yacht, huh?
That's right. I'm setting up our plane now to search for her.
Well, okay, Sheriff. I'll be down on the first train.
It's a beautiful ring.
Let's see it.
Oh, just keep steering. You can see it at the hotel.
Hey, Floyd, take the wheel.
No, I can't. I'm cleaning my gun. Got wet.
Hey, look, there's the pier.
Think I'll keep this ring.
Hey, Leo, swing over. You're going to hit the pier.
Hang on.
Leo! Oh, stop the boat. Oh.
Hey. Is everybody okay?
Yeah.
Come on. Floyd, grab the pier. Hold it.
Yeah.
Uncle Fred! Uncle Fred!
Kid. Uh-huh.
Leo, answer.
Oh, what'll I say?
Never mind. Your uncle's in the cabin.
Why? Isn't he going to tie up?
Ask him. It's his boat.
Uncle Fred? Uncle Fred!
Come on aboard. Floyd, take care of her.
Hello, Sheriff.
Hi, Jim. Been a long time.
Yeah. Anything come in yet on the yacht?
Our plane located her and landed alongside.
Good.
We were right about the radio equipment being smashed.
Oh?
The bandits took care of that first.
How much they steal, Sheriff?
$20,000 in jewelry.
Wow.
We didn't get descriptions on either of the men, Jim. But we got a good one of the getaway boat.
Oh?
She's a fishing craft named the Blue Queen. About a 35-footer, painted blue with a white star astern.
Uh-huh. Where's she registered from?
Here. I know her owner. His name's Barrow. She's usually at her dock by now, but I checked. And the pier's empty.
Couldn't the victims give you any description of the men?
Just that one was fat. They wore masks made of an off-white silk.
Uh-huh.
And there was another man and woman in on the job. They stayed aboard the fishing boat.
Oh?
The fishing boat pulled up alongside the Marianne. One of the men yelled up that they had a sick woman aboard. They asked for first aid equipment and were invited to come up a rope ladder and get it.
So the woman was in on the job, huh? Now, how about the man who stayed aboard the fishing boat?
No description on him either.
Well, maybe that was Barrow.
I doubt it, Jim. I've known Fred a long time. He wouldn't be mixed up in anything illegal. Besides, this was no amateur job.
No, it certainly doesn't sound like one.
One of the women aboard the Marianne said the fat bandit told her to hand over a diamond pendant and a ruby bracelet set.
Well, that's understandable.
But she wasn't wearing them, Jim. She said she didn't have anything like that. But the bandit told her he saw her wearing them in some picture.
In a movie, you mean?
No, a newspaper picture.
Oh, I see.
So I've arranged for us to use the launch. Want to see if we can locate the Blue Queen?
You mean at night, Sheriff?
Weatherman says the moon will stay this bright.
Well, okay, let's give it a try.
How you doing on this side?
All good, Sheriff.
We can't stay out much longer.
Gas running low?
Mm-hmm.
You know, that moon's not as much help as we figured.
I can't take much more of that reflection.
It's pretty rough. We may have to wait till morning.
Afraid so.
Sheriff?
Hmm?
Look over that way.
Where?
Out there to the left.
Oh, something there.
Yeah.
Hard on the port side.
Okay, Sheriff.
It sure looks like a boat.
Uh-huh. It is.
Yeah.
Jim, there's the white star on the stern.
Yeah, that must be the Blue Queen, all right.
Nobody's on deck.
She look like she's drifting free.
Cut your motor and hook us fast.
Right.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay, Sheriff, we're fast.
There doesn't seem to be any life aboard. Yo there, Blue Queen. Anybody aboard? Cover me, Sheriff, huh?
Okay, Jim, go ahead.
Sheriff, come on over.
Well, let's see if there's anything in the cabin here.
Come on. Wait a minute, Sheriff. Look over there, little girl.
Oh, it's Barrow's niece.
No, is she usually aboard?
Summers.
Let's have you light a minute, huh?
Sure.
Oh, that kid's got a bad head wound.
Uh-huh. How about moving over to the launch?
Yeah, well, let's cover the rest of the boat first, quickly.
Okay. Poor kid.
What's that on the deck there?
Scraps of material. Looks like silk.
It's white. It could be the masks.
Uh-huh. Looks like parts of a shirt.
Yeah. I don't get this. Where is everybody?
In the cabin.
I doubt it. Didn't you say they were armed?
That was the report.
Well, if they were aboard, they'd have heard us approaching.
That's so.
Wait a minute. Hold it.
Hmm?
I thought I heard something.
From the cabin?
Yeah. Wait here, Sheriff.
Okay.
Come out of there with your hands up. Sheriff, come here. Who is this?
Barrow.
There's no pulse, no heartbeat. Well, Sheriff, we're working on a murder now.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official file of your FBI. Now, for a moment, let's listen to a professional worry lifter in action. His name is Fred Barton, a representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society. And his job is to help men and women get rid of some of life's major worries. Tonight, Barton is talking to a young father named Jim McLean.
Well, what worries me, Mr. Barton, is when my kids are both in college together. Boy, will I take a beating financially.
Oh, you don't need to take a beating, Mr. McLean. Not if you start an Equitable Education Fund.
Equitable Education Fund? What's that?
It's the painless way to pay for a college education. Actually, it's an endowment life insurance policy with the Equitable Society. By the time your youngsters are ready to matriculate in college, the fund will be all paid up, and the money for their expenses is ready and waiting.
Well, like paying for it on the installment plan, only doing it in advance.
That's it exactly. Installments are the sound way to finance any major family expense, like buying a house, a car, or household equipment. That's the basic idea of the Equitable Education Fund. Spread the payments so they don't hurt. What's more, if you should die before your children are ready for college, your fund is all paid up. No further payments are necessary.
Well, how many years does it take to pay up one of these funds?
Well, that's up to you. But starting when your children are young makes the yearly payments lower for you.
Well, it all sounds attractive, providing I can afford it.
Well, you leave that to me, Mr. McLean. Just figure out what you can afford to put into a plan like this. You'll be surprised how small payments mount up when you keep at it for 15 years. For instance, at your age, a $4,000 equitable fund would cost...
If you have children of your own, why not get the cost of an Equitable Education Fund from your Equitable representative? These Equitable men give you the information you need and let you make up your own mind. Get in touch with your Equitable representative or write care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Curious Fisherman.
Captain Barrow is dead. Murdered by criminals he accepted as ordinary fishermen. Naturally, a man in his position cannot be expected to ask every prospective customer to identify himself. The fact remains, however, that people whose business it is to deal with strangers should be constantly on their guard. Tonight's skipper might have been more cautious. The men's refusal to have a girl on board, their obvious ignorance of fishing know-how, should have struck him as extremely suspicious. Your FBI files abound in cases similar to this. Cases in which the victim's readiness to accept strangers at their face value has contributed to his own undoing. Tonight's FBI file continues 2 days later at Sheriff Webster's office. Special Agent Jim Taylor hangs up the phone.
Sheriff, that was the lab.
What'd they say, Jim?
Well, that silk we found aboard the fishing boat didn't carry any invisible laundry marks.
Sure looked like parts of a shirt.
The lab says they are, and that from the quality of the silk and the hand stitching, it must have been custom made.
It doesn't help much.
How many custom shirt makers are down here?
Oh, a dozen or so.
Well, maybe one of them would recognize the material, huh?
I'll try.
Okay. Here's the SWAT, Sheriff. I'm going to run by the hospital and see if Barrow's niece has come to you.
The hospital call?
No, but I'm going to be out that way. I've got an appointment to interview one of the women on the yacht.
Oh, which one?
The woman who was robbed of the jewelry the bandit saw her wearing in a picture. I went through the files of both local papers this morning. Neither of them has ever printed her picture.
Oh.
I'll call in when I'm through.
Floyd, where's Leo?
Oh, I don't know.
Stop ogling those dames in the pool and answer me.
He went to see the fence.
What did he do with my ring?
Huh?
The one I liked.
Oh, he took it.
What for?
To sell.
After I told him not to?
Uh-huh.
Well, just wait till I see him. I'll straighten him out.
Oh, don't tell me. Tell him.
I will.
There's your chance.
Oh.
Hey, will you hear the deal I made for us?
Leo, did you sell that ring?
Yes, honey.
Don't honey me. I told you I wanted it.
Look, honey, the cops are going to be looking for all that stuff. If they found it on you, then I'd go to jail.
That's not a bad idea.
How much you get?
At $11,000.
It was worth more.
Well, that's all he'd pay, so I took it.
You got the cash?
No. We collect day after tomorrow.
Where?
In the lobby. We collect, and then we rest.
Not too long.
Huh?
I got another job all laid out for next week.
Jim, we got bad news on that silk.
No shirt maker use it?
Not now or ever.
Yeah, that is too bad.
How'd you make out with your interview?
Well, Sheriff, that woman's only had her picture in the paper once in her life, and that was with the jewels.
Which paper?
Crystal City Journal. That's her hometown.
Maybe it's the bandits, too.
Yeah, could be.
How long ago was the picture printed?
Last year. I called and had our lab ship a sample of the silk to our resident agent at Crystal City.
There must be plenty of shirt makers there.
Well, I just hope not too many use this material.
How soon can we have an answer?
Well, the sample went out airmail last night, so it's in Crystal City this morning.
Fine.
Hey, tell me, you have to stick around here?
No, why?
Well, the little girl's doctor told me that if we came by the hospital this morning, we could see her.
Maybe she can give us a description on the bandits.
Now, let's take along the jewel theft album and find out. Alice, you too tired to continue?
No, Mr. Taylor.
All right, honey, go on.
Well,
Then when I went aboard to see Uncle Fred, one of the men hit me.
Which one?
The strong one. You're not going to let him get away, are you?
I'll sure try not to.
I'll help you.
Good girl.
The doctor said I can get up tomorrow.
Oh, that's fine.
Alice, you want to go through these pictures again?
It's no use. They're not in here. Can't Uncle Fred tell you what they looked like?
No, he can't.
I only saw him for a couple of minutes, but he was with them all day.
Do you remember anything at all about the woman?
Just what I told you. She was blonde. I liked her at first, but she stuck up for the strong one when he said I had to get off the Blue Queen.
Was she pretty?
Uh-huh. But she uses too much mascara and lipstick.
Did any of them dress so you'd remember?
No, they were dressed regular.
Well, Alice, the doctor asked us not to stay too long, so I guess we'll be going now.
Oh, it's all my fault. I know that's what Uncle Fred had the fight with him about. You're sure he's not mad at me?
No, Alice, he's not mad at anybody. Come on, Sheriff. Sheriff, I just heard from Crystal City.
What'd they say, Jim?
Well, a shirt maker there used that silk last year and then discontinued it. He supplied the names of 6 men who got shirts from that bull. Now, 5 of them are legitimate people still living there.
Who's number 6?
He's a man named Leo Spencer. His shirts were delivered to his hotel. The register showed that Spencer and his wife stayed in Crystal City for about a month, and they were there when the victim's picture was published.
Sounds like he's our man. Where's he from?
Well, that's where we run out of gas. The address he gave is a municipal swimming pool. The shirt maker remembered Spencer, though. He said he's kind of short, very heavy.
The fat bandit.
Yeah, looks like it. Well, he ordered 2 dozen of those shirts at $30 each.
Washington got any record on Spencer?
No, I called Ident when Crystal City reported in.
Then we're still without a lead and running out of time.
Yeah.
By now, the thieves might have had the stones reset.
That's right.
That'd give Mr. Spencer, or whoever he is, enough to get some new shirts.
Wait a minute, Sheriff. New shirts. He shouldn't need any new ones.
Hmm?
Well, he just got 2 dozen last year. Now, silk shirts don't wear out that fast.
Say, that's so.
Well, if we're right so far, we might still have a chance.
Floyd, is Leo still making that call?
Uh-huh.
That fence must be in Europe.
I hope he ain't.
What time is it?
It's 10 after.
Well, he's not too late anyway.
And here comes Leo.
Oh, good.
Hey, there's no answer. He must be on his way.
Pardon me.
Yeah?
Is your name Leo Mason?
That's right.
Leo, is this him?
No.
I'm a special agent of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
Well, what do you want from me?
Information. Are these the 2 people who worked on that fishing boat with you?
Leo, I got to
Just
run.
a minute there.
Huh?
Who's he signaling to?
Well, how should I know?
The kid.
That's them, Mr. Taylor. All 3 of them.
Thank you, Alice.
Why, you little...
All right, none of that.
I've got him, Jim.
Okay, Sheriff. Now, let's take them in.
Leo and Martha Mason and Floyd Scott were convicted in federal court for murder on the high seas and sentenced to life imprisonment. Special Agent Taylor and Sheriff Webster arrived at the correct hotel because a certain laundry recognized the odd swatch of silk. They were at that time cleaning 3 shirts made of that same material. 3 shirts for a man named Leo Mason at the Star Hotel. Tonight's case from the files of your FBI is a good illustration of how slim a thread of evidence is often all the police have to work with. It is also a good illustration of another important point, that so long as there remains the vestige of a lead, neither your FBI nor any good law enforcement agency will ever stop working. Will ever stop until the criminals have been apprehended and justice done.
Now, a quick review of the advantages of an equitable education fund. First, it's the painless way to pay for a college education. You spread the cost over many years instead of taking a beating in 4. Second, it's sure. From the moment you start, you're certain your children will get the kind of education you want them to have, regardless of what happens to you. So why delay? Ask your equitable representative for full information on an equitable education fund, or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, subversive activities. Its title, The Interrupted Journey.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Sheldon Leonard, Paul Richard, John T. Smith, Naomi Stevens, Tom Tully, and Ann Whitfield. This Is Your FBI, a Jerry Devine production, was directed by Sid Goodwin. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Interrupted Journey on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for A Life in Your Hands starring Lee Bowman, which follows immediately. This program came to you from Hollywood.
America is sold on ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. First, a brief word to you fathers and mothers who want to give your children every opportunity you can possibly provide to help them get ahead. Did you know that you can plan now, years ahead, to send your boy or girl through college, no matter what may happen to you? This plan is called the Equitable Education Fund, the painless way to pay for your boy or girl's college education. In about 12 minutes, I'll give you the full details on this Equitable Education Fund. Be sure to listen carefully to this message from the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, Subversive Activities. Its title, The Interrupted Journey.
The Communist Party in the United States has issued a blueprint to certain high-ranking members. This blueprint describes the organization of Communist Party revolutionary activities in this country. One sentence in that document reads, and I quote, "Every communist must know that the party has a historical mission to fulfill. The establishment of the New World, a Soviet America." End quote. We thus have a clear statement of purpose on the part of those whose efforts are dedicated to the destruction of the American way of life. The goal of communism is total enslavement, and its program is directed against the nation in its entirety, against every one of you.
Tonight's FBI file opens at an outdoor concert on the outskirts of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. In a back row, a woman sits listening so attentively that she does not notice a man take the seat beside her.
Emily. Emily.
Huh? Oh, hello, Lloyd.
Sorry to startle you.
Please.
The music will have to wait. I can't. Got an appointment in town. I have a job for you.
Oh? What is it?
Contact Panola.
When?
Tomorrow. Tell him to print you a set of identification cards.
All right. Which ones?
Social Security, driver's license, gasoline credit slip, and an engineer's union card. Have them made out in the name of William R. Young.
Who's he?
It's the name a friend of ours will adopt.
Oh.
He's coming to this country within the next month, so tell Panola to rush the cards through.
This Mr. Young must be pretty important.
Yeah, very important.
Well, that's the intermission.
Stay here. I'd rather walk out alone.
Where do you want me to make the delivery?
My apartment.
The following afternoon, at the Philadelphia field office of your FBI, Special Agent Taylor approaches the desk of Security Supervisor Paul Dawson.
You sent for me, Mr. Dawson?
Yes, Taylor. Sit down.
Thanks.
We just got a report from the Pittsburgh office. One of their undercover men in the party is a printer named Panola. He was just told to print up identification papers for a William R. Young.
Young?
It's a fictitious name.
Oh.
Panola reported they were for somebody coming into the country within the next 30 days.
Coming in here?
He doesn't know which port will be used, but it'll be on the eastern coast, so every office along the Atlantic's been alerted.
Oh, I see.
We don't know who this visitor really is, what he looks like, or when he's coming. All Panola could say is that he's very important to the party.
Oh, can Panola give us any more help?
Yes, he's making a mistake in the name on one of the cards. Instead of R, he'll make the middle initial W.
Mm-hmm.
That's about all he can do without putting himself on a spot.
And who gets the cards?
They're being picked up by a woman named Emily Gray. Pittsburgh checked on her and sent us this memo. She's never been identified with party activities before. Now, we don't know why Young's coming, but if they're being this careful, it's probably on a big job.
Yeah, sounds that way.
4 freighters from Russia or her satellites are due in here this week, Taylor. I want you and Johnson to cover their arrival.
All right, sir.
If you need any more men, let me know.
You're right there.
Hello, Lloyd.
Come in.
Thank you. I've got the cards.
All 4 of them?
Yes, right here.
Fine.
Heard any more news?
About what?
Who the cards are for?
No, but I found out why he's coming. He's an expert at factory production methods.
Oh, why send him here?
Tour all through the country and stop off at factories where we've got friends.
Mm-hmm.
Show him how to slow down production without making themselves look like saboteurs.
Quite a job.
Yeah. Better take your car to the garage and have them check everything. Huh?
We're going someplace?
Philadelphia. That's where we deliver the cards.
To whom?
I don't know. When we get near Philadelphia, I have a number to call, though.
When do we leave?
Tomorrow morning.
Mr. Dawson, we got pictures of everybody coming off that Russian freighter this morning.
That's fine.
Johnson's dropping him off to be developed now.
Is he coming by here?
Yes, sir.
Good. We got another report from the Pittsburgh office.
Oh, any more information on our visitor?
No, but this woman, Gray, picked up the identification cards early this morning at Panola's. She went from there to an apartment. Visited a man named Lloyd Boone. He's a known member of the party.
Mr. Dawson.
Come in, Johnson.
The lab will send those pictures up as soon as they're developed.
Okay.
Now, what happened to this man and woman?
They left the apartment house a few minutes later. They got into the woman's car, headed toward the turnpike. Pittsburgh has 2 cars keeping the surveillance on them. They're traveling in a gray Ford sedan. Here's the license number.
Thanks.
Are they definitely headed here?
We still don't know, but it's our job to pick up the surveillance of that car on the turnpike just west of Harrisburg. Taylor, you take car number 1.
Right.
Johnson, we'll ride number 2.
Yes, sir.
Take over from the Pittsburgh car in front of the Ford, and we'll relieve the car that's trailing them.
What ident are we using?
The 2 Pittsburgh cars are first base and shortstop. Your car will be center field. We'll be catcher.
Got it.
Let's go get the cars.
Hello, center field. Where are you?
On the baseline, 10 miles west of Harrisburg.
Have you heard from shortstop?
Yes, he was 30 miles out at 3:15.
Is he in front of the Eagle?
Was when I talked to him. I'll check and call you back.
Right.
Hello, shortstop. Center field. I'm 10 miles west of Harrisburg. Where are you?
12 miles west and about a mile in front of Eagle.
I see a cut through. I'll make my turn and start heading east. I ought to be able to pick you up when you come up over that hill.
I'll call you as soon as I do.
Hello, catcher.
I could hear your end, but shortstop didn't come in too clear. Where is he?
He's about 2 miles west. I'll relieve him around where we pass that emergency gas station.
Good. He's still in front of the Eagle, then.
That's right. Wait a minute, I can see a car in my rear view mirror now, just coming up over the hill. Might be him.
Establish contact again and call back after you take over.
Hello, shortstop.
I see you, center field. The Eagle is a half mile in back of me. Pace 55 miles an hour.
They made any stops yet?
None at all. That's the Eagle coming over the hill.
Picking up the Eagle.
The Eagle is yours.
Hello, catcher. Did you hear that?
Yes, we got it all. When you hit Harrisburg, drop behind the Eagle and we'll pick up the front end.
Right. I'll give you position and pace every mile till we make the switch.
Well, there's no doubt about where they're going now. It's Philadelphia, all right.
Yeah?
Hello, catcher. Center field. There's no traffic to screen me from the Eagle, so I'm passing. Pace is 55.
All right. Johnson, we'll drop back and pick up behind him.
Are we going to blanket the Ford right into Philly?
I don't know yet. When we get close to town, I might call in and have 2 others take over.
Well, there goes Taylor.
Mm-hmm. Can you see the Ford?
Yeah. There's 2 cars back. Moving up now.
Don't fall too far back this time.
This about right?
Yes. Hello, center field. We've dropped back of the Eagle. Pace is still 55.
I'll maintain pace.
Hey, Mr. Dawson, they're pulling over the inside lane.
Hello, center field. The Eagle is slowing down. There's a roadhouse up ahead.
I'm just about there.
Pull into the parking lot.
Right.
The Eagle just started flashing its right turn blinker.
I'm in the parking lot now.
They should be coming in any second. Go on inside. Take your portable transmitter and keep in touch.
Hello, catcher. I'm inside the roadhouse. The Eagle has just entered. He's at the counter now getting some change. He's heading for the phone booth. I'm going to take the one next to him. He's just coming into the next booth.
Walker? Got that merchandise you ordered. At a roadhouse about 50 miles from Philadelphia. We need clothes. We couldn't make it. Good morning. Better give me the address. Madison? All right, we'll be there. All right.
He just left the booth. There's a pad on the wall in this one. Maybe he wrote down that address. I'm going into the next booth. Yes, there's a pad in here, too. Wait a minute. There are indentations on this top sheet. It might be the address for the party that he's meeting. Yes, I've got it. 193 Madison Street.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official file of your FBI. Now, for a moment, let's listen in on a conversation that may be vitally important in the future success of a little boy named Billy Darrow, who's celebrating his first birthday today. Billy's father has asked Fred Barton, his Equitable Society representative, to drop in to talk things over.
Thanks for stopping by, Mr. Barton. I wanted to ask you about this college education insurance. You know, Billy's a year old today, and my wife and I thought this might be a good time to start.
Well, if you start an Equitable Education Fund now, you can have Billy's education all paid for by the time he's ready to enter college.
Well, that's what we figured on.
What's more, if you should die any time between now and, say, 1968, Billy still gets the education you want him to have. Billy's Equitable Education Fund becomes fully paid up. Until he's ready to go to college, Equitable holds the money for him and pays interest on the full amount. From the day this Equitable plan goes into effect, Billy's college education is assured.
Well, I'd really get a kick out of knowing that.
Well, you understand what the Equitable Education Fund actually is, Mr. Darrow. You're saving up for Billy's college expenses in an endowment life insurance and spreading the cost over 16 or 17 years instead of taking a beating and having to make financial sacrifices during the 4 years he's in college.
Well, the only question in my mind is, can I afford to buy it?
Mr. Darrow, you'll be surprised how money grows when you keep on making regular payments for 15 or 16 years. Another thing, by starting now when Billy is still so young, you can spread out your payments over more years and pay less in each individual year. Let's say you decide on a $4,000 Equitable Education Fund. At your age, I would...
If you have children of your own, why not get the cost of an Equitable Education Fund from your Equitable representative? These Equitable men don't go in for high-pressure methods. They give you the information you need and let you make up your own mind. Get in touch with your Equitable representative soon. Or write care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Interrupted Journey.
In connection with tonight's case, we bring you a message from Director J. Edgar Hoover. Mr. Hoover says, and I quote, "Your FBI asks each of you to report all information you may possess which relates to espionage, sabotage, or subversive activities. However, the protection of the nation's internal security is a twofold responsibility. It must not only safeguard our secrets, but it must also guarantee the continuation of the civil liberties of every citizen. Please do not attempt to conduct your own investigation. Please do not engage in malicious gossip or idle rumor about any person's political activities. Vigilante action and witch hunts only contribute to hysteria. By making your information available to your FBI, without attempts at evaluation or an effort to draw your own conclusions, you will not only be safeguarding the rights of the innocent, you will be making your own contribution to the nation's general security program. Remember, if you have any suspicions about espionage, sabotage, or subversive activity, do not investigate on your own. I repeat, do not investigate on your own. Please look at page 1 of your local directory and call the nearest field office of your FBI. We need no secret weapons to uproot communism in this country, nor any illegal activities on the part of our citizens. This constitutional republic has stood the test of time. If we all do our jobs calmly and sanely, it will continue to stand. Tonight's file continues at the Philadelphia field office later that evening.
Mr. Dawson?
Yes, Taylor?
That address Lloyd Boone wrote down turned out to be a toy shop. The number he called is the shop's, and the place is owned by the Mr. Walker that he spoke to.
You checked on him?
Yes, sir. He's 53 years old, born in Cleveland, came to Philadelphia as a child with his parents. He's owned the toy shop for 5 years. He has a bad credit rating, suspected of belonging to the party since 1941.
I see.
Johnson reported in on Boone and Emily Gray. They checked into the Hotel Sentry. They met for dinner a few minutes ago in the coffee shop.
I'll send Hopkins over to relieve him.
Oh, and I called the port authorities. They say 2 freighters are due in tomorrow from satellite nations.
I'll have photographers at the pier. Miller and Reed can cover the first one. Hoffman and Riley can get pictures of the other crew.
Mm-hmm.
I've got Adams keeping a surveillance on Walker.
I can relieve Adams in the morning if you like.
No, I've got another job for you.
Oh?
There'll be a truckload of empty barrels delivered to the garage at 7:30 a.m. Bore a peephole in one of the barrels.
All right, sir.
Take a walkie-talkie and a movie camera with you. Once you're set, the truck will be driven to Madison Street and parked in front of the toy shop. I want pictures of everyone going in or out of the shop.
This is the place, Lloyd.
Yes.
Good morning. Can I show you something?
We'd like to see Mr. Walker.
I'm Mr. Walker.
Lloyd Boone.
Oh, hello.
How are you? And this is Miss Gray.
How do you do? Did you bring the package?
They're all in here.
Good. Mm-hmm.
Have you heard from Mr. Young?
Not yet.
I'd like to meet him.
Maybe we can arrange it before he starts his trip. Wait. This card is made out wrong.
Huh?
The name on it is William W. Young. The others are William R.
That's right.
Yes. Maybe we can change it right here.
No. He has to show his union card at every factory.
When does he get here?
Today. You'd better call your contact in Pittsburgh. Have him print another card. One of you fly back and pick it up. This will be Young's address while he's here. Mail him the card the minute it comes off the press.
Center field calling catcher. Center field calling catcher.
This is Catcher.
I'm on my 3rd roll of film.
Has the eagle reached the nest?
Yes, he came early, stayed a few minutes, then flew away.
Any other familiar birds?
I didn't recognize any.
We got complete sets of pictures of everybody off those 2 freighters.
How soon do you want to start comparing them with the ones that I've taken here?
As soon as I've made arrangements to relieve you. There's a vacant office in the building across the street from you. I'm trying to get it now. Hold it a minute. Hello? Yes? She has? When? Okay. Yes, right away. The Eagle's companion just called the transportation desk at the hotel and booked passage back to Pittsburgh. She told the desk she had to get on the first plane.
Maybe something's about to pop.
Could be. I'll get a relief camera over there and we'll start developing your film.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Can I show you something?
Yes, I'd like to buy a dollhouse for my little girl.
Any special color?
Red.
Hello. I'm Walker.
I'm glad to meet you.
How was your trip?
Not good, not bad. Have you got my papers?
Everything but the engineer's union card. They made a mistake on that one, so you'll have to wait while they print a duplicate.
How long?
A day or 2.
I'll come back for it.
You don't have to. It'll be mailed to you at this address. You've got an apartment there.
As William R. Young?
Yes. Here are the cards that turned out right. And here are the keys to the apartment.
Thanks.
You'll find clothes, money, and everything else you need. Don't get in touch with me again unless there's trouble.
That's the end of reel 2.
Is reel 3 on the other projector?
Yes, sir.
Let's see it, please.
Oh, I checked on those 2 freighters that came in yesterday.
What's the story?
They're due to load up tomorrow and then sail.
What time?
6 and 6:30 tomorrow night. You heard from Pittsburgh?
Yes, Lloyd Boone got back there.
He and the girl have any more meetings?
Not unless it was by phone.
You're ready to roll.
Go ahead.
Now, that's Walker approaching the entrance after lunch.
Mm-hmm.
Business was kind of slow.
Yeah, so I see.
This couple here bought a boat.
His face doesn't look familiar.
Well, here's another shot of the couple coming out. Nobody entered or left the shop for the next 20 minutes. And I started the camera again as this man came toward
Stop the film. Go back to that frame with the man's full face toward the camera.
Right.
He looked familiar.
No?
Taylor, you take this pile of pictures. They're the crew of the freighter.
All right.
Is this the shot you meant?
Yes. Let's see the stack here. I got it.
Oh?
This is him. He's off the freighter Bosporus. Taylor, you and Johnson find out who he is.
Here's the ident on that sailor, Mr. Dawson.
Who is he?
His real name is Arath. He's the first mate on the Bosporus. Didn't show to sleep aboard the ship either night. Wasn't on hand today when loading started.
He hasn't shown up at the toy shop either.
How about Walker's home?
No. We've had a surveillance there.
He could be any place in the country by now.
I'm afraid so.
How about sending out an I.O.?
Washington wants us to wait till the Bosporus leaves tonight so we can be sure he's jumping ship.
Oh, I see.
That's about all we can do. Till that boat leaves without him, he hasn't shown evidence of going through with the conspiracy.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Dawson.
Come in, Johnson.
This teletype just came in for you.
Thanks. From Pittsburgh.
Huh?
Panola reports mistake made in William Young's Engineers Union card discovered. He printed new card. Delivered today to Emily Gray. She sent airmail to Philadelphia this afternoon. No idea what address in Philadelphia.
Well, that means he's probably still here.
Mm-hmm. Panola also reports learning from Emily Gray reason for visit. Alias William R. Young is expert slowing down production lines.
Well, no wonder he wanted the Union card.
Yes. If that card was airmailed from Pittsburgh this afternoon, it'll either be delivered special delivery tonight or regular delivery tomorrow morning.
How about supplying every postman with Young's picture?
There isn't time. We'll just have to cover every terminal in the city. You two take the Broad Street station and check back every hour.
Jim, there's no word yet at the office on Young.
Anything on Walker?
No. When the shop closed, he went right home. The Bosporus held up sailing till an hour ago. They finally pulled out with Young absent.
They held up sailing, huh?
Surprised?
Yeah, kind of. That must mean they didn't know Young was jumping ship.
Well, what difference does that make?
Oh, none really, but if they weren't told, it must mean this was a well-guarded secret shared only by those in on the actual assignment. It's just more proof this is a big job. Ah, there's another train that Young isn't catching.
Uh-huh.
Wait a minute, Rudy. Look.
Hey, that's him.
Yep, he's running for that train.
He might catch it.
We better make sure he doesn't. Wait a minute. No, you don't.
What? I've got a ticket for that train.
We've got a warrant that'll keep you here.
Lloyd Boone, Howard Walker, Emily Gray, and the man who called himself William Young were convicted of conspiracy to violate the federal sabotage statutes after trial in a federal court. The arrest of the three men and the girl in tonight's case may possibly lead some people to ask why every known communist and communist sympathizer isn't taken into custody and thrown into jail. That is not the American idea of justice. And in these matters of internal security, your FBI has a firm policy. That policy states that the Bureau will arrest only those committing overt acts by taking part of preaching or practicing doctrines leading to the overthrow of the government by force. There will be no wholesale arrests inspired by mass or individual hysteria. No roundup of thousands for the sake of making headlines. However, anyone who violates any laws over which your FBI has jurisdiction, be he communist or not, can expect action from the men of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. For in their oath of office, these men promise to uphold and defend the Constitution, a promise they have always kept and will continue to keep.
Now, a quick review of the advantages of an equitable education fund. First, it's the painless way to pay for a college education. You spread the cost over many years instead of taking a beating in 4. Second, it's sure. From the moment you start, you're certain your children will get the kind of education you want them to have, regardless of what happens to you. So why delay? Ask your Equitable representative for full information on an Equitable Education Fund. Or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, fraudulent bankruptcy. Its title, The Telltale Cargo.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Harry Carey Jr., Gladys Holland, Lamont Johnson, Charles Maxwell, Bill Mims, Ted Osborne, and Les Tremaine. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Telltale Cargo on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for A Life in Your Hands starring Lee Bowman, which follows immediately.
America is sold on ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Now the Equitable Life Assurance Society has a special message to fathers and mothers who are ambitious for their children to have a college education. An Equitable Education Fund is the painless way to pay for a college education. It's the way to make sure that your boy or girl gets the advantage of college training regardless of what happens to you. Interested? Then please listen carefully in about 14 minutes for further details on an Equitable Education Fund. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, Fraudulent Bankruptcy. Its title, The Telltale Cargo.
The nature of the case dramatized tonight from the official files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation may come as something of a surprise to many listeners. There are probably very few of us who in this year 1951 would expect a crime which would seem to be somewhat in a class with piracy. But to the agents of your FBI, there is no such thing as the unexpected. They are trained and prepared to meet any and all situations, as tonight's story so clearly proves. Tonight's FBI file opens on a tugboat crossing one of the Great Lakes as it tows a heavily loaded barge. A young man stands on the deck of the tug, futilely trying to light a match when the captain approaches, holding out his lit cigarette.
Yeah, try this. Thanks. How's the leg? Okay, I think. Yeah. Take it easy till we hit Cleveland.
How long will we be there?
2 or 3 days.
Hey, the Sox are in for a doubleheader.
Baseball. Why don't you come fishing? The muskies are running.
I'd rather see Ted Williams run. Ted Williams. Huh? It's old Buck on the barge. We can't hear you! He's calling for help. What's wrong? It is listed port side. Fred, go cut the hose out. Oh, Charlie! Left full rudder! Left full rudder! Did you get the axe, Fred? Yeah. They're coming, Buck! Don't jump! You get the line cut, Fred? Yeah. Charlie, all ahead full. Steady on the barge. Right. Barge is listed. Yeah. We're approaching the barge, Cap. Stop all. Right. Hey, looks like Buck's gonna jump. Don't, Buck! Stay aboard! There he goes. Hey, throw him a line. Okay. Charlie, fall back 1/3. Yo. Grab the line, Buck! How's he doing? He's got the line. Yeah, give me a hand. Hold tight, Buck. Yeah. Here you come. Thanks, boys. Thanks. Charlie, stop all and keep her nose into the barge. Okay. Yeah. Now, what happened, Buck?
Oh, must they hit something. Water came pouring in under one of them crates.
Fred, we better board her.
No, I don't. She'll flip over any minute.
Well, I gotta try to save that cargo.
Now, listen to me. She's my barge. I know her. I tell you, she'll flip over.
Come on, Fred. Right.
Wait, don't.
Careful with that leg now. Yep. Yeah. Hey, water's coming in over here. Yeah. From under that crate. Mm-hmm. Come on, let's move it. That port side's almost under now. Yeah, we got time. Hey, that's the heaviest aspirin I ever saw. Hey, look at her pour. Whatever could have made a hole that big? I don't know, but nothing will plug that. It looks like it was blown out.
Cap! He's going!
He's right. Come on, Cap. Let's get back on the tug.
The following week, at a nearby FBI field office, Special Agent Hal Weber approaches the desk of Agent Jim Taylor.
Hi, Jim.
Oh, hello, Hal. I thought you were on vacation.
Yes, AC called me back.
Oh, it's a tough break. You just sign in?
No, I hit town last night and went right on to an assignment. I've been over to Maritime Inquiry all day. I brought you pretty complete notes on the testimony.
Wait a minute. Why bring them to me?
Chief said to turn everything over to you.
Oh?
I've got to take a statement over at Memorial Hospital.
Oh, I see.
This is an inquiry into a barge sinking out on the lake. The tug W.R. Jones was hauling it at the time.
What's the reason for the inquiry?
Captain Fannin of the tug reported he thought the barge sank because a hole had been blown in her hull.
Who was riding the barge?
Oh, waterfront character named Buck Nelson.
You got any background on him?
He leased it from Consolidated Boat and rented it for short hauls. He testified the tug was going so fast a submerged log ripped clean through the barge's hull.
How thick are those things?
4-inch pine.
Take a pretty sharp log to rip through that, wouldn't it?
Whatever the reason was, the cargo's gone for good.
What was it, Hal?
It was aspirin. It belonged to the Page Drug Company. From what I understand, that's a one-man outfit, somebody named Robert Page.
He testify?
He said it was in bottles, but they weren't watertight, so the minute they submerged, goodbye aspirin.
Yeah. What's our angle?
The barge owner thinks it may have been scuttled.
Oh.
Here, Jim. Here's everybody's address. Page, Captain Fannin off the tug, and Buck Nelson's.
All right, thanks, Sal. I'll start interviews.
Hello, Mr. Page.
Hi, Skipper. Have a chair.
Yeah, thanks. Well, the inquiry ended today.
Did you have to testify again?
No. I was there, but they didn't call me.
That's fine. When will the board give a decision?
In about a week, I guess. Oh, did you like what I said when they asked me them questions?
Yes, your testimony was very good.
Well, when can I get my money?
I've got it right here.
Oh, fine.
Here you are. 50, 100, 150, 2.
That's it. Thanks.
And this is your ticket for the train.
Fine.
That's all, Skipper.
Oh. Well, so long, Mr. Page.
Bye.
I'll write and let you know where I am.
Do that. And if I ever need another barge scuttled, you'll do it for me.
Yo, down there, anybody aboard?
You're looking for somebody, mister?
Yes, I am. Captain Fannin.
Well, come aboard.
Thank you.
I'm Captain Fannin.
Oh, how are you, Captain? I'm Special Agent of the FBI here. Here's my credentials.
Now, let's get inside.
All right.
Careful of the step.
Yeah, thanks.
Go ahead.
All right.
My mate, Fred Hunt.
Mr. Hunt? Taylor's my name.
How are you, Mr. Taylor?
How are you?
From the FBI.
Well, not on the barge deal.
Yeah, that's right.
They'll have the Marines in on it before they're through.
What can I do for you, Taylor?
Well, I wasn't at the inquiry this morning, but I've got some of the testimony. I'd like to go over it briefly, if you don't mind.
Well, not much to go over. The old man's lying.
That's right.
Well, now, as I understand it, you're not positive there was an explosion. You just think so.
I'm positive about one thing. We were on automatic pilot when Buck Nelson started yelling. We were doing 4 knots an hour.
That's about 5 miles an hour, isn't it?
A little under. Oh, but say it's 5. Oh. Still be too slow for any log to shear through that hull.
Had you been speeding before the accident?
No, and I can prove it. Just take a look at this chart. Now, we picked up the barge at Pier 19, where we are now. This is it here.
I see.
And our log shows we pulled out at 9:30 in the morning. Barge sank out here. The X is right there.
That's 28 miles from the dock.
Well, we were averaging around 4 miles an hour.
We were bucking a wind all the way, too. Even if we wanted to speed, we couldn't have.
Captain, how deep is the lake out there where you have the X mark?
Well, this marking here's 60, but these shaded lines mean a shoal. I'd say the barge sank in about 40 feet.
I see. You two staying here?
Aboard the tug?
No, I mean in town.
Yeah, we got to. They picked up our papers.
We're stuck till the board makes their decision.
I see. Well, I'm on my way now to see Buck Nelson. Do you know him well?
Oh, had a few drinks with him now and then.
What can you tell me about him?
He's a harmless old lush. At least I always thought he was harmless until he told that story at the inquiry.
I see. Well, thanks, Captain. You too, Mr. Hunt. If I have anything else, I'll catch you at the hearing. Al, what are you doing around this lake?
Finishing my report, Jim. How about you?
Oh, I just interviewed that tugboat captain and his mate.
Yeah, you get anything?
No, just confirmation on the testimony. The old man from the barge is the one I'd like to see.
Buck Nelson?
Yeah.
Well, his address is in my notes with the others.
Yeah, I know, but he's moved.
Oh? Check the waterfront saloons?
Yeah, all of them. Nelson hasn't been seen since the second day of the inquiry.
That when he moved?
Yeah, as far as I can find out, he just plain disappeared.
Uh-huh. He told me the morning of the inquiry that he'd been on the waterfront here for 31 years. Kind of proud of it, too.
Yeah, I heard the same thing. That's why I don't particularly like his vanishing at this point.
Well, there'd really be no reason for him to hang around with the barge gone, you know.
No, I guess not. Oh, Hal, did you check on this man, Robert Page?
The one who owned the aspirin?
Yeah.
He's got no record, and he's been a wholesale drug supplier quite a few years. That's about all I got.
Now, Buck Nelson told the inquiry board he used to haul fairly regularly for Page, didn't he?
About 1 load a month.
Well, and if Nelson does get himself a new barge, he just might contact Page.
Yeah, probably.
I think I'll go see him.
Come right in, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you.
My secretary says you're with the FBI.
That's right, Mr. Page. Here are my credentials.
I see. Well, what can I do for you?
Well, you can help me find a man named Buck Nelson, if you can.
Who?
Buck Nelson. The old man whose barge was hauling that shipment of aspirin for you.
Oh, sure.
Do you know where he is?
Well, not offhand, but my secretary must have his address.
The new one?
The same place we contacted him. A rooming house over by the river.
Oh, he's gone from there.
Oh? When?
Well, he moved the day he finished testifying at the inquiry.
Then I wouldn't have any idea where he is. What did you want him for?
His testimony was in direct conflict with the story told by the men on the tug. They think he scuttled the barge.
I can't believe that.
Well, that was their testimony. How long have you known Nelson?
Not long.
Ever had any other unusual experiences with him?
No.
How much of a load was he hauling for you?
$9,000 worth.
Insured?
No.
It's a pretty big loss.
You want to know how big it really was? I filed my bankruptcy papers this morning.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official file of your FBI. Now let's visit the living room of Mr. Edward Farrell. Ed is talking life insurance to Fred Barton, a representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
And another thing, our friends the Bishops were over the other night, and Jim was telling me about an insurance plan he has that'll cover his kids' college expenses. Can you tell me what it's all about?
Well, Mr. Farrell, I drew up the program for Jim Bishop's boy. The Equitable Society calls it an Equitable Education Fund. It's an endowment life insurance policy that's all paid up when your boy's ready for college. It's the painless way to pay for a college education.
Do you mind explaining?
Well, you've probably bought things on easy payment plans, haven't you?
Sure. The house, my car, and radio, too.
So you've been able to buy a number of things you wouldn't have been able to afford if you hadn't been able to pay for them in installments. Well, that's why the Equitable Education Fund is such a good thing. Easy payments starting now are spread over 16 or 17 years. And that's better than taking a beating during the 4 years your boy's actually in college.
That makes sense.
Another thing, an Equitable Education Fund is sure. If you die, the fund is immediately paid up in full, and it's turned over to your boy with interest when he's ready to enter college.
Does your kid have to be any special age when you start? My kid's only a year old, you know.
Well, the earlier you start, the lower your yearly cost. Figure up how much money you can spare to put into a plan like this. Maybe you can afford one that will pay half of the educational costs. Suppose, for instance, you decide on a $2,500 fund. That would cost you one.
If you have children, why not get the cost of an Equitable Education Fund from your Equitable representative? These Equitable men give you the information you need and let you make up your own mind. Get in touch with your Equitable representative, or write care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Telltale Cargo.
You have just heard the opening of a crime in which two seemingly ill-assorted characters have joined forces to break the law. Buck Nelson is a drunkard from the dregs of society. Mr. Page, if you accept him at his face value, is a respected businessman. What they have in common is a distorted mind, a criminal mind. Such a mind may be extremely intelligent, but its ability to function with true efficiency is blocked by a warped temperament, a childish, unreliable personality. From these misfits are recruited today's army of criminals, people whose thinking is muddled, people whose acts are characterized by a strange mixture of shrewdness and stupidity. Their plans often combine amazing ingenuity with an equally amazing lack of ordinary horse sense. That a man like Page should join in a conspiracy with a befuddled outcast like Buck Nelson is a perfect example of this basic weakness of the criminal mind. Tonight's file continues later that day at the FBI field office. Special Agent Jim Taylor is signing in when Agent Hal Weber approaches.
Jim, you see Mr. Page yet?
Yeah, Hal. He had quite a story to tell.
Oh?
The barge going down forced him into bankruptcy. I think we ought to look into those papers.
Why, you think there's something wrong with him?
Well, there might be. There's a lot of things about Mr. Page that don't quite add up. For one thing, he sounded almost satisfied when he told me about the bankruptcy.
Mm-hmm.
What's more, he acted as though he barely knew Buck Nelson.
I understand Nelson worked for him quite often.
Well, there was more of a relationship than that. I went by the Consolidated Boat Company.
The owners of the barge?
Yeah, that's right. Buck Nelson didn't have enough credit to lease the barge on his own without a deposit, so he got somebody to guarantee the rental payments.
Oh, Page?
Right. I also stopped by police headquarters.
Well, Nelson has no record, Jim. We checked that.
Well, he's got a traffic record, though. He was arrested for drunk driving, and who do you think bailed him out? Mr. Robert Page.
A lot to do for a casual acquaintance.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it doesn't prove anything concrete.
We may have more news in the morning, Jim. Captain Fannin called in.
No, what for?
The inquiry board is sending a diver down to inspect the barge's hull. He's going out on Fannin's tug.
Yeah, that's great. Come on inside. Will you want to make a phone call?
Yeah, to whom?
Captain Fannin. If there's room, I'd like to go out with him. Cap, you heard from the diver?
Not yet. We were right about the depth. He's using 43 feet of air hose.
Oh?
Fred, hook up that spare earphone. Give it to Taylor.
All right.
Well, lucky we didn't get too much wind today.
Well, that wouldn't make too much difference to him, would it, Captain?
No, but it'd be tougher on us up here. When the wind really blows, this lake gets rough.
Here you are.
No, thanks very much.
Hello upstairs. Hello upstairs. Can you hear me?
Yes, Miller.
I just spotted the barge.
Taylor, want to talk to him?
Yeah, please. Thanks. Miller, this is Agent Taylor. Have you located the place where the hull was ripped open?
No, not yet. I'll call you when I do.
Okay.
Fred, go in the cabin, pour us all some coffee.
Sure, Cap.
Taylor, you heard when that inquiry board's handing down a decision?
No, Captain, I haven't.
I hope they do it soon.
Hello upstairs. Can you hear me?
Yes, Miller.
I found the hole. Sure looks like it was blown out.
Oh?
There's clean wood right through to the bottom of the hull. She was stowed in by a submerged log. The log had come through a place where the wood was rotting.
That's what I said at the inquiry.
And another thing. There's a black smudge around the hole on the deck. Looks like a powder burn.
Miller, you see any crates down there?
Yeah. The water's beaten some of them pretty bad. But a few are still in good shape.
Cap, can we get some of the crates up here?
Sure. Miller, stay where you are.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Page. Greetings and salutations.
Who is this?
Can't you guess? It's an old friend. An old friend.
Skipper.
Right.
Where are you?
On River Street. River Street at the junction of Maple Avenue.
But you went to New York.
I went to New York, but I didn't like it. So I came right back to River Street. River Street at the junction of
You're
Maple...
drunk.
Not yet, but I will be.
Why didn't you go someplace else? Why'd you come back here?
My friends are here. You know something, Mr. Page? It's no fun drinking with strangers. I wanted to see you.
What for?
I spent all my money,
Well, that's too bad.
and I figured you might want to stake me again.
Oh, no.
No? No? The inquiry board ain't handed down their word yet. Now, if I was to tell all of a sudden, if I should suddenly remember what happened and call them...
How much do you want?
$500 to do it? I need it now, today.
You say you're at River Street?
Yeah, River Street at the junction of...
I know. I'll get the money and bring it right over.
Al, anything come in on Buck Nelson?
No.
We really want him now. The diver found evidence that the barge was scuttled.
Oh, how?
Well, there was some kind of a blast on deck. He found a black smudge around the hull.
Did you bring up any of the sunken crates?
Yeah, we lifted a few up onto the tug and opened them. They were filled with old magazines.
Uh-huh. You think Buck Nelson was working with Page?
Could have been, Al.
That'd mean larceny with those bankruptcy papers.
It's worth checking.
Where do we start?
You take warehouses, will you? See if anybody stored that load of aspirin.
Okay.
I'll find out what I can about Mr. Page's financial condition. Hello, My name is Taylor.
Yes, Mr. Taylor?
I'm a special agent of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
And what can I do for you, sir?
I'd like some information about a man named Robert Page. He bought some drugs from your company.
I know, Mr. Page.
Do you know anything about his financial condition?
Quite a good deal. He paid us with a bad check.
Weber speaking.
Al, Jim Taylor.
Yeah, how you doing, Jim?
Well, I got a statement from ABC Drug. Page gave them a bad check for the aspirin.
For how much?
$9,000.
He's no piker.
No, did you get anything?
I have a lead. It should break by the time you get here.
Anything happen, Hal?
Yeah, I think I've located the aspirin.
Oh, where?
In a warehouse in Water Street.
In Page's name?
It's being traced.
Fine, I'll go see him. Can I come in, Mr. Page?
Of course, Mr. Taylor. I'm late for an appointment now. I hope this won't take long.
No, sir, it shouldn't.
Good.
Mr. Page, I've been asking some questions about your financial standing.
Oh?
Yes, I found out about that bad check that you gave the ABC Drug Company last month.
Well, that shortage was an accident. I explained that to them.
And they gave you 30 days to make it good. Well, Mr. Page, your time is up this week.
Well, if that $9,000 worth of aspirin hadn't sunk, I could have cleaned up the whole affair.
They didn't sink, Mr. Page.
What?
We brought up a few of the sunken crates. They were loaded with old papers and magazines.
Why?
But even if the aspirin had gone down, it wouldn't have made any difference. You had that shipment on consignment. You were to sell it in 10 days or return it. Having the barge scuttled means the drug company is stuck for the loss.
I didn't have any barge scuttled.
Well, all the circumstances point the other way, Mr. Page. You were the only one who could have profited from the sinking.
If that aspirin isn't at the bottom of the lake, where is it?
It's in a warehouse on Water Street.
Now, look, I've heard enough of your accusations.
These aren't accusations, Mr. Page. They're facts.
Hi, Mr. Page.
Get out of here, Nelson.
Well, why didn't you keep our date?
I said get out.
Just a minute, please. Are you Nelson, the barge captain?
That's right.
And you had a date with Mr. Page here?
Certainly did.
He's lying.
Are you going to sit there and tell this man we didn't talk on that little old telephone about an hour ago?
He's drunk.
Sure, I'm drunk. But let me tell you something. You're no friend of mine. The least you could do is to return a favor.
Did he do you a favor?
I did one for him. Went swimming in the middle of the lake.
Look, Nelson.
No, that's no kind of exercise for a man of my age.
Did Mr. Page pay you to go swimming?
$200.
Now, just a
hold
minute.
it, Page, will you?
Wait a minute. Now, here I am, broke again. Say, could you let a fella have a few dollars so I can get on my feet again?
Well, I'm afraid not, but I've got 2 warrants here. You're both under arrest.
Robert Page was tried and convicted for violating the federal bankruptcy statute. Buck Nelson was found guilty at his trial of scuttling a vessel in interstate commerce. Both received long prison sentences. After the findings of the investigation by FBI Special Agents Taylor and Weber were made available to the Marine Inquiry Board, they reinstated the papers of Captain Fannin and the mate, Fred Hunt. Tonight's case concerned the activities of people whose lives do not ordinarily make headlines. Yet the work done by the Federal Bureau of Investigation on this file was important to you, the decent people of America. It was important because it showed how special agents are taught to approach every investigation. No person is to be considered innocent or guilty because of circumstantial evidence. By a ruling of FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover, special agents may report only on the facts, and those facts must be proven. The evidence collected by the men of your FBI is turned over to the Attorney General, who tries the case as your representative. The facts given to him must be conclusive enough to stand up in a court of law, in an American court where the accused has as many rights as the accuser. Your FBI is proud of the record it has made, which in the last year saw 98% of the people it arrested found guilty in those open courts. For every special agent knows that truth is the firmest pillar of freedom, of his freedom and yours.
Now,
a quick review of the Equitable Education Fund. First, it's the painless way to pay for a college education. You spread the cost over many years instead of taking a beating in 4. Second, it's sure. From the start, you're certain your children will get the education you want them to have, regardless of what happens to you. So why delay? Ask your Equitable representative for full information on an Equitable Education Fund, or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, armed robbery. Its title, The Harvest.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Walter Catlett, Dick Crenna, Whit Connor, Tony Hughes, Bill Johnstone, and Carlton Young. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Harvest on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for A Life in Your Hands starring Lee Bowman, which follows immediately. This program came to you from Hollywood. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Now a question for fathers and mothers from the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Would you like your boy or girl to go to college, regardless of what happens to you? Then you'll be interested in an Equitable Education Fund. And it's the most painless way ever invented to pay the cost of those years in college. So listen carefully in about 12 minutes for the full story of an Equitable Education Fund and what it can do for you. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, armed robbery. Its title, The Harvest.
Tonight's case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation tells the story of a vicious crime. Why are such crimes committed? According to one authority, many of them are a direct result of a growing national lack of respect for law and order. Maybe it is too late to teach that respect to those men and women who are already our adult criminals. It is not too late, however, to breed a just regard for decency in the millions upon millions of Americans now growing up. The very future of the nation, of all of us, depends on that lesson being learned by the generation now approaching maturity. For it is a fact beyond any denial that in those places where a disregard for law and order attained definite proportions, the state itself has deteriorated. Apprehending criminals is largely the job of law enforcement agencies. Preventing crime is largely the job of you, the people. Tonight's FBI file opens on the outskirts of a vineyard in a western state. It is early evening, and an open fire is blazing in the center of a large cluster of tents. A leather-faced, middle-aged man sits before the fire, strumming an ancient, weather-beaten guitar. Beside him, a young man lies on the ground reading a paper-covered book. Looks up as he hears the squeak of a wash line pulley from between two of the tents.
Rose, ain't you done yet?
This is the last church. Okay, you see the notice in front of the office?
No. Say something special?
The Paradise Ranch called up. They got 2 weeks' work for 50 pickers and 10 shuckers.
Work?
Rose, you and your father going there next?
We picked there last year.
I guess that's where I'll go, too.
Well, ain't that a surprise?
You keep quiet.
Uh-oh. Carl must have got up.
Okay, I can you bunk with him.
Come on, everybody. Oh, shucks, ain't nothing wrong with Carl. He's easy to get along with. You just got to give him his own way.
Isn't it wonderful about him saving that baby?
What baby?
Night before last, he was driving into town and he saw a house on fire. He ran in and got a baby out before it got burned.
Now, who told you that?
Oh, he did.
Rose, you still listening to him talk about himself?
Here it comes through the line. Another touchdown.
Carl, what are you doing with the football?
Practicing. See, Rose, you hold the football this way. Then you lift it up like you're going to throw a pass. Then you stick it under your arm, and off you go.
I suppose you played football, too.
Yeah. Broke the state scoring record. 37 touchdowns in one season. And if you want to know something else, these are the shoes I wore when I did it.
Yeah.
I remember one time I was stopped on the 2-yard line. It was the last minute of play. Well, I kept shoving and driving like this from my knees high, and then I felt the cleats bite in, and I was over the goal line. That's why the pros want me.
What pros?
The football pros. I'm waiting right now for a job. That's why I got to keep in such good shape. Rose? Rose?
Oh, I forgot to fix Papa's medicine. Coming, Papa.
Carl, you hear about Paradise Ranch? No. 2 weeks' work for 50 pickers, starting Monday. Well, maybe by Monday they can keep their grapes. I told the pros how much I want. They're smart. They'll pay me. Sure like to be going east myself. Kind of like to see Oklahoma again.
Hey, Carl! Carl!
Yes, Minnie. What'd you find out?
A messenger from the bank's ready to start back to town.
Come on.
Hey, where are you going?
Smitty just brought me word the pros are paying my price. So long.
Later that night, at a nearby FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is typing a report when Agent Ira Douglas approaches.
Oh, hi, Jim.
Oh, hello, Ira.
I didn't know you were on duty tonight.
Well, I wasn't supposed to be, but a bank messenger was waylaid at the Everstone Vineyard.
Where's that?
Up in the valley, near Morganville.
Have you got any details?
Yeah, police report. Messenger was waylaid on a private road that leads to the Vineyard office.
You spoken to him?
No, not yet. They took him to a hospital. He was still unconscious an hour ago.
How much was stolen?
I don't know.
Well, I don't suppose you can locate anybody from the bank tonight.
No, but the switchboard's going to keep trying. Oh, Ira, if they find any of the officials, will you get the information for me?
Where are you going?
Morganville.
We're stopping here.
What for?
Open that bag.
Ain't no use. I had to lock with a wrench for an hour.
Okay, throw it out here.
What?
Throw the bag on the road.
How you gonna get it open?
With this? That did it. Now, let's get at it. Checks. Get some cash. More checks. More checks. Bank book. Checks.
Well, keep digging.
That's all.
2 20s and a 10. A measly $50.
Well, we can cash a check.
Sure. Tell the cops we did it. Come on. Let's get back in the car.
Oh, where are we going?
Paradise Ranch.
The rest of the crew will be there.
I know. If we got real dough, it'd be worth running. This way it ain't. So, we show up tomorrow and get jobs like nothing happened.
Special Agent Douglas.
Ira, Jim Taylor.
Are you in Morganville?
Yes, the hospital. I've been here most of the night. The messenger came to for a few minutes and passed out again.
Could he tell you anything?
The bandit only got $50 in cash. The rest of the money was in checks, all made out to the Everstone Vineyard.
How'd they get him, Jim?
Well, there was glass smashed in the road. He got a flat, stopped to fix it, and was hit from behind.
Any descriptions?
No. When I went over the area with the police, we couldn't find any sign of a weapon.
What was the weapon?
Oh, we don't know. There are 3 wounds in the messenger's skull, spaced about an inch apart. Doctor won't even make a guess what was used. I'm going over to the vineyard now, Ira, and talk to the foreman.
Anything I can do down here?
No, not now. I'll see you in the office first thing tomorrow morning.
Papa, did you sign in?
For both of us. And you know what? $1.20 an hour.
Oh, swell.
Miss Lavaca, you need some help with your tent?
No, Larry.
You want to work? You can help me carry some bundles back from the store.
Come on.
I'll see you in the tent.
Let's cut through here and across the road.
All right.
Hi, kids.
Hi, Okie.
Hey, going to the store?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I might as well walk over with you. I don't want my bones to get stiff. Ain't used to having days off. Hey, everybody!
Carl.
I bet you was afraid we weren't coming. Where's your tent, Rose? I'll put ours next door.
But, Carl, you went east to play football.
Huh? Me? I'm a grape picker. Who said anything about playing football?
Larry did.
Oh, you'll go crazy. You listen to him.
Okie, you were there. Didn't he say he was leaving to go play pro football?
I wouldn't know.
Where you going, Rose?
To the store.
Ah, I'll drive you over. Come on.
Ira?
Oh, hi, Jim. Just get back?
Oh, about a half an hour ago. I've been in with the SAC. He's assigned you to this bank messenger case, too.
But I got to be in court in the morning.
Yeah, I know, but you're to join me after you leave court.
Where?
Central City.
I thought the messenger was held up near Morganville.
Yeah, that's right, he was, but most of the migratory workers have left there to work at a place called Paradise Ranch. That's near Central City. I've got to interview them.
Did you get anything more from the messenger?
No, he died without regaining consciousness.
Oh? When are you going to Central City?
I'm leaving now.
Well, give me the details on how to find that ranch, and I'll see you there tomorrow.
Brother, it's hot. That's for sure. Takes a half hour to fill a lug.
Yeah.
And for what? So some slob can walk in a store and buy 'em by the pound.
When them slobs can't walk in and buy 'em, we're in trouble.
Let 'em drop dead. All of 'em. All the big fat slobs in the world.
What's eating you?
I hate this lousy job. I hate grapes. Thought after the other night I'd never pick another one. Here I am, breaking my back again.
Well, maybe you wasn't born to be lucky.
I wasn't born for this job, neither.
Hey, Carl.
Yeah?
I got to talk to you. Come here.
What do you want?
The office just got a call. Bank messenger died.
Oh? Why'd they call you?
Well, the cops are getting a list of the workers who come down here from Everstone.
Good thing we came here.
Why?
Well, the cops will want to know which guys didn't show up. Those are the guys who got trouble.
They're going to ask everybody a lot of questions.
Let them.
Larry and Rose know about us taking off before the rest.
I can handle Rose.
You can't handle Larry. He'll tell the cops the first chance he gets.
They ain't gonna believe him.
Why not?
Because before he gets to talk, we'll pin the whole job on him.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. Now let's listen in on a conversation about the future of a 6-month-old boy named Joe Phillips. Joe's father is talking to Fred Barton, his Equitable Society representative.
My father remembers the scraping and scrimping he did when I went to college and said I ought to look into college education insurance for my boy.
Well, he's got something there, Mr. Phillips. Just think what a satisfaction will be to know that your boy's college expenses are all paid for before he starts. That's what will happen if you begin an equitable education fund for him.
An equitable education fund, you call it?
Yes. And it works on pretty much the same principle as buying an automobile or a radio set on an installment plan. Only in this case, you don't go into debt. You save up money in advance in an endowment life insurance policy that's all paid up when your boy's ready to enter college.
Interesting, if true.
Well, it really is. It's the painless way to pay for a college education, spreading the cost over 12 to 15 years instead of taking a beating in 4. Furthermore, if you should die during the period, no more premiums need be paid. The policy is paid up in full. Equitable holds the money and pays interest in the full amount until your boy's ready to start his freshman year in college.
Well, my boy's just 6 months old now.
Well, the earlier you start, the lower your yearly costs. Figure up how much you can afford to put into a plan like this. It's amazing how fast small payments build up when you keep them up for 15 years. Let's see, at your age, an equitable education fund for...
If you have children, get the cost of an equitable education fund from your Equitable representative. These Equitable men give you the information and let you make up your own mind. Get in touch with your Equitable representative soon. Or write care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Harvest.
In this case from the files of your FBI, you have seen a crime committed by 2 men. The leader, the one who conceived the crime, the one who wielded the murder weapon, is 26 years old. This case is brought to you tonight because it illustrates perfectly the crime problem resulting from our great national lack of juvenile rehabilitation centers. Carl Boyd was arrested twice as a youngster, once when he was 11 and again at 15. Crime exists today because of failures. Failure to prevent delinquency and failure to correct delinquency. Those things combine to result in a failure to prevent crime. The delinquent of today is the public enemy of tomorrow. Is your city equipped to salvage the youth who get into trouble? Or are they merely gotten out of the way at some poorly run reformatory? As a citizen, you should be able to answer that question. The information is available. Study it. Find out what your local government is doing with the delinquency problem. Do what you can to help. For the person your community needs to help solve that problem is you. Tonight's FBI file continues at the Paradise Ranch later that afternoon. Special Agent Ira Douglas has just arrived.
Jim, I got here as soon as I could.
Well, Larry, you're just in time for work.
Okay, what's the job?
Well, here's a list of the migratory workers they used at Everstone Vineyard last week.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the list of workers who showed up here.
All present and accounted for?
All but 6. I called our office. They're following through on those people now.
Have you interviewed anybody here yet?
No, I just finished cross-checking the lists.
How many workers are on boat?
There's 60. 50 pickers and 10 checkers. Do you remember the tent village you passed through coming in the main gate?
Uh-huh.
Well, that's where they live.
Okay. How do you want to handle the interviews?
Well, the checkers were in the field office at the Everstone Vineyard when the bank messenger was there, so it seems to me we should interview them first.
Not one hand. You don't catch a football that way. And don't kick it from there. Run back halfway. You other kids, get back. Way back.
Okay, let's have the ball now.
Get further back. There it comes. Well, Okies, you see that one?
Yeah, couldn't hardly miss it.
60 yards and a spiral all the way. Brother, if I could only gone to college, I'd have made every All-American team there was.
Yeah, but could be, but you're better off now.
You crazy?
No. You'd be in training all the time. Couldn't go out with a gal. You got any idea how mad that'd make you?
Carl. Yeah, Smitty.
Come here.
Okay, kids, rest up a minute. What do you want?
Look, if you're going to frame Larry, you better do it quick. He just told an FBI guy you left Saturday night with us, and you said you were going to play football.
Well, that's fine.
But one of the FBI guys coming over to see you.
Okay.
What are you going to do?
Go back to the tent.
Ours?
Sure.
Well, that's the first place they're going to look.
I know. I'll see you later. I got something I got to do. Hi.
Hi. You Carl Boyd?
Uh-huh.
I'm a special agent of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
Okay.
I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Go ahead.
Well, before I do, I want to tell you that you don't have to answer them, but if you do, anything you say can be used against you.
Against me for what? I got nothing to hide. Go ahead. Ask me anything.
Well, I understand you worked last week at Everstone Vineyard near Morganville.
Yeah, I did.
Well, there was a bank messenger held up and killed Saturday evening on the dirt road leading from the main house of the vineyard. You know anything about that?
Yeah, I heard about it.
Oh, where?
One of the other pickers told me. Why are you asking me about that?
Well, you and your friends were the only ones to leave that night. The others waited till the next day.
Well, we got paid off and we left. We went and got drunk.
Where?
Oh, I don't remember. Someplace on the road.
You told Larry Castro you're going east to play professional football.
I did not.
Oh, well, that's what he told us.
That's how he's trying to get even.
Even for what?
His girls started liking him and started liking me, so it makes it look like I stole that money.
Well, his story does throw suspicion on you.
Look, go ask him something. Ask him what he was burying before.
Ask Castro?
Yeah, in back of his tent. Come on. It's 3 tents down. I'll show you.
All right.
This way.
When did you see him doing this burying?
This morning. Just before we went out to work it was. Yeah, right after we heard you was coming. I suppose he didn't tell you nothing about that, did he?
Well, no, he didn't.
Around here in back of this tent.
This Castro's?
Yeah. Well, look. You can see for yourself. That's been dug up.
Yeah.
And there's the shovel by his tent.
Yeah, there's fresh dirt here.
You going to see what he buried?
Well, I'm going to try.
Hey, papers.
Yeah. Checks. Boyd, you go to your tent, will you, and wait there?
You going to arrest Castro?
If he can't explain these checks, I'll have to.
But look, I don't know anything about any checks.
Castro, we aren't trying to prove you committed this murder. We're just trying to get the truth.
I told you the truth. Carl Boyd's a liar if he says I buried him.
Come in.
Rose, what you doing here?
Somebody sent for me.
Are you Rose Lavaca?
Yes.
Oh, please come in.
Rose, they think I robbed that man at Everstone.
What?
Oh, Carl told them a story about me. They're from the FBI.
Pardon me, Castro. Miss Lavaca, may we ask you a few questions?
Why, he didn't do that. He couldn't. He's not a man who killed somebody.
Were you sitting at the fire in front of Carl Boyd's tent Saturday night?
Yes.
And were you there when Boyd told Castro and this man Oakey that he was going east to play professional football?
No, I had to go fix Papa's medicine. Larry told me when I came back.
Boyd denies saying it.
Why would I make it up?
Castro, it's not our job to say if you're innocent or guilty. We're investigators. There's been a murder and a bank robbery committed, and if you did it, that story would throw suspicion on Boyd. I'm afraid that for now, anyway, the evidence is all against you.
Jim, I interviewed Boyd's friend, Oakey.
No, did you get anything?
No. He says he doesn't remember anything Boyd says for more than a minute.
That checker who rode down here with Boyd, the one named Smitty, he said he doesn't remember Boyd saying anything at all about football.
Did you see Boyd again?
Yeah, he was kicking a football around with some kids, telling them how good he was. He told me, too.
Jim, I'm willing to nominate him.
Yeah, I am, too, but you can't ignore those checks, Ira. After all, they were found behind Castro's tent. You know, someplace there's a link that'll definitely tie one of them to the crime.
Well, the girl isn't it. The checks aren't it.
Well, the link is the weapon, that's it. Where do we find it?
Well, maybe we'd come up with it if we knew what it was.
Yeah. 3 small rectangular wounds about ½ inch thick, almost an inch apart. What could leave that kind of a pattern?
Could they have been made by 3 separate blows?
No, I doubt it, Ira. The autopsy showed each wound was exactly the same depth, and they were all perfectly spaced. A man struck from behind would be falling or dodging.
Well, they don't use spiked clubs for picking grapes.
No, and it had to be something with... Ira, come on.
Where are we going?
Back to see Carl Boyd.
Smitty, give me a cigarette.
How about your training?
Give me a cigarette.
All right.
Better give your eyes some training.
Huh?
There's Rose.
Oh, hey, Rose. I was looking for you. Where'd you go?
See, Larry,
Oh, that crook.
he's no crook.
Were the cops with him?
Yes.
They threw it in my bag?
Well, I didn't know they had it.
What are they doing with your bag?
Well, at first I thought maybe I'd done the killing. They said if I put them checks in my bag, the ink could come off on my clothes. They wanted to look at all my stuff, so I give it to them.
You get the bag back.
Huh?
Larry.
I thought the cops had you.
They let me go.
Why?
Because Carl here's such a big football player.
What are you talking about?
Well, we'll explain that to you, Boyd. Agent Douglas and I took your suitcase in and had our laboratory examine the contents.
You didn't find no ink from those checks on my stuff?
No. But the laboratory found blood on the cleats of one of your football shoes.
Now,
blood that
look.
matches the dead man's.
They couldn't.
Come on, Boyd. You and your friend are going with us.
Carl Boyd and Ray Smith, alias Smitty, were convicted in federal court for bank robbery. And in view of the bank messenger's death, each received a 40-year sentence. In tonight's case, you saw the Federal Bureau of Investigation start on a new file with almost no information except that a crime had been committed. However, the painstaking attention of FBI agents to every detail, to every possible clue, which is the subject of an illustrated story in this month's Radio TV Mirror, is, you will also note, well illustrated by the file dramatized this evening. Even more important than the apprehension of the 2 criminals, of course, was the exoneration of Larry Castro. That kind of care in the protection of falsely accused people represents one of the finest attributes of the American way of life, in the protection of your personal rights, your civil liberties.
Now a quick review of the advantages of an equitable education fund. First, it's the painless way to pay for a college education. You spread the cost over many years instead of taking a beating in 4. Second, it's sure. From the moment you start, you're certain your children will get the kind of education you want them to have, regardless of what happens to you. So why delay? Ask your Equitable representative for full information on an Equitable Education Fund. Or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, bank robbery. Its title, The Hostage.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Alice Backus, Anthony Barrett, Ted DeCorsia, Sam Edwards, Wally Mayer, Victor Rodman, and Harry Rosenthal. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Hostage on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. There's fun for the whole family when Ozzie and Harriet come your way next. This program came to you from Hollywood. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Now a word to fathers and mothers. If you're a typical American parent, you want your children to go to college. You want them to succeed, right? Then you'll want to know about an Equitable Education Fund. It's the painless way to pay for a college education. It's the way to make sure that your boy or girl gets the advantage of college training regardless of what happens to you. Interested? Then please listen carefully in about 13 minutes for further details on an Equitable Education Fund. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, bank robbery. Its title, The Hostage.
There have been several recent statements by prominent people concerning what they call the rapid decline of public morality throughout the country. One of them noted that when you consider that more and more people from good homes, from areas of promise and opportunity, are becoming involved in crime, you cannot help seeing that this decline involves us all. The philosophy that is too widespread today declares that the evil is not committing a crime, but getting caught. That is not the philosophy which helped build America's greatness. And if it continues to spread, it can be the weight which bogs us down. Tonight's case from the files of your FBI concerns a man from one of those areas of promise and opportunity. A man willing to do anything to keep from being caught. Tonight's FBI file opens in a large Midwestern city. It is late afternoon as two customers sit at the bar of a small corner saloon. One of them, a good-looking young man, fingers an empty glass.
Al, another bottle of beer, please.
Sure, Jack. Here you are. 2 bits, right.
Well, you going to take all day to sell him a beer?
You want something?
Yeah. Hit me with another bourbon.
Sure. That'll be a half.
Okay. I ain't trying to steal it.
I am a wandering minstrel. Would either of you sweet souls buy me a beer and I'll sing you a song?
Blow, Bud. No panhandlers.
Give him a beer on me.
Well, you're a gentleman, a scholar, and a... Thank you, bartender.
Wait a minute. You don't get it that easy.
You want your song first.
No, you drink it down here.
Hmm?
Lap it up like a puppy.
Oh, mister, I couldn't do that.
You want the beer, or don't you?
Hey, son. Son, do you think that's fair?
No. You stay out of this.
Look, Pop, I'll buy you a drink. You can have it standing up.
Thank you, sir.
I said you stay out of it.
Get your hands off of me.
I bought him a beer, and he's going to drink it.
Leave me alone.
Oh, a strong man, huh? Get off that stool.
Hey, no fighting in here. Come on.
This ain't going to be a fight. It's going to be one punch.
Hey, what a left hook.
I am sorry, Al.
Oh, forget it. Okay, Doc, come on. Get up.
Just didn't want him pushing me around.
Hey, mister,
I was a wise guy.
You
Had
can't
it
just
coming.
lay there. Mister. Mister?
Is he out cold?
Yeah.
I'll give you some water for him.
I don't know what good it'll do.
What do you mean?
He ain't breathing.
Hello?
Mary, this is Jack.
Where were you? We were supposed to have
Honey,
dinner.
I'm in trouble.
What? Well, what happened?
I had a fight.
With whom?
Man, I don't know. I never saw him before.
I don't understand.
I was in a bar. It just happened. I hit him and I had to run. Look, I'm in a drugstore on 10th and Madison opposite the freight yard. Please meet me.
Come over here.
I can't. They'll be looking for me.
Who?
The police. Please meet me at the freight yard.
But can the police arrest you for just hitting a man?
Mary, I didn't just hit him. I killed him.
Hey, son.
Yeah?
Think you ought to wait any longer for your girl?
I told her to meet me here.
Yeah, but there's only one more freight tonight.
I want to wait for her.
Okay, but you're taking a chance on not getting away from here.
I just been wondering about that.
About what?
Whether I should run away.
You killed a guy.
But he started it. That makes it self-defense.
You got any witnesses?
Well, you.
Oh, the cops would never believe an old bum like me.
What about the bartender?
I've told you, son. All he knows is a fight started. He's liable to tell anything. I know. I've seen that happen before. You better do like I've been telling you. Go under for a couple of months. Down, quick. Railroad cop. He won't be by again for 20 minutes. By that time, we should be out of here.
Pop, tell me something.
What?
Why are you doing all this for me?
'Cause you give me a square shake back in that saloon. I don't get many chances to even up things like that.
Oh.
That last freight's due any minute now.
Where's it to go to?
Grove City. You ever been there?
No.
Oh, it's a good town. Lots of places to go under. I remember once back in 43, I had a little heat on me. I went to Grove City and I stayed under...
Someone's coming.
Hmm?
It's Mary.
No, wait till she gets here. Make sure nobody's following her.
Mary.
Jack, what's this all about?
I told you on the phone.
But what happened?
He killed a guy, miss.
But why are you running away?
He's given the cops a chance to forget it.
That isn't right.
Hey, look, honey, you don't understand. It's too long to explain.
I do understand, and you have no right to run away.
Hey, son, there's our freight.
Okay. Goodbye, honey.
Wait, Jack.
I gotta go. Honest.
Come on, boy.
Right.
Jack, come back here. Jack!
The following afternoon, at the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is working at his desk as Agent Fred Mason approaches.
Pardon me, Jim.
Oh, hello, Fred.
Jim, this is Mr. Claiborne.
Mr. Claiborne,
How
how
do
are
you do?
sir?
Take that chair, Mr. Claiborne. I'll use this one.
Thank you.
Mr. Claiborne's been to see the SAC about a complaint. Where to handle it?
Oh, what's it about?
Well, I'm connected with the National Trust Bank at Broadway and Madison.
Yes, sir.
This morning, the bank examiners arrived to go over our books. Normally, that's a routine job at our institution. We've never had any trouble with them.
Uh-huh.
Today, they found a $12,000 shortage in the account of one of our tellers.
Did you question the teller?
He didn't report for work this morning, Jim.
No. What's his name, sir?
Fenton. Jack Fenton. We called his house, and his landlady said he hadn't been home all night. We're afraid he's, well, I hate to say it, but we're afraid he's taken the money and run away.
Yeah, it appears that way. Can you give us a description on Fenton, sir?
Yes, of course.
All right, Mr. Claiborne, I'll take it down as you dictate.
We made it, son. We made it.
Huh?
Oh, look at it. Skid Row. Home. The magic carpet that'll take you to any dream you name. You can breathe it, taste it, smell it.
You can sure smell it. That donut grease.
That's the perfume of the road. Take a whiff, boy. Come on, son, I'll show you around. See that guy? That's Farmer Adams, the old fighter.
Ain't a little early in the day for him to be drunk?
He's not drunk. He weaves like that all the time.
Oh.
Maybe we'll see him tonight. When he's got the 40 cents, he tips at the same flop house we're going to. Hey, watch this guy get tattooed. That's the professor with the needle. If you're going to get any wiggly girls on your arm, let him do it. He's the best. He is an artist.
Uh-huh.
You want to wait and get one now?
No, thanks.
Okay, we can come back. It's great so far, ain't it, son? Come on now, be honest. Did you ever see so much action?
No.
Morning, men.
Who are they?
The only father and son choir on the street. And do you know something? They're such good friends you'd never know they was related. Like to hit the shooting gallery?
No, thanks.
In back, they got a flea circus. The greatest tricks you ever saw.
I don't want to see it now.
Okay, we'll come back. Easy, boy, easy. Here, let's put it back.
But it's empty.
There's enough in it to smell. That man'll want a whiff when he gets up. Hey, you still got that $11?
Uh-huh.
Then let's hit this joint.
Oh, we better go easy. $11 won't last long.
What are you saving it for? You want to die rich?
No, but...
Come on, boy. This place gives you the best quarter slug of grog on the street.
You guys got any money?
Yeah, and we're going to sit at that corner table. Now go bring us a couple of drinks. When you're holding, you can be as tough as any waiter on the road.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead, son. Sit down.
Hey, look, I'm not so sure I can handle this.
Son, wait till you have a couple of drinks. You'll forget you ever lived anywhere else.
Anything come in on the bank teller, Fred?
Oh, I'm just going over these reports on him. Nobody recognized his picture at the airport, the bus terminal, and the railroad station.
You check hospitals?
Yeah. I also covered hotels, rooming houses, and the morgue. You get anything?
Yeah, an address book of his was found at the bank. I've been contacting the names in it. So far, none of them know where he went, though.
You cover everyone?
Oh, there are 5 names left. I'm going out and check on them now.
They all in one neighborhood?
No, 3 are on the west side. 2 are on the other side of the bridge.
Well, why don't I take the west side name?
Okay, fine. Here, it's the 3 on top, Fred.
Right.
I'll contact the other 2 and meet you back here.
Hey, Bud.
Up! Get up now! Up!
Okay. Hey, where is he?
Who?
The guy I come in with.
He went out.
Oh, but I ain't supposed to leave him out of my sight. Look, where'd he go?
How would I know?
I gotta find him. Get in trouble if I don't. Real trouble. Now, let's see. Where could he have gone?
Hello, Pop.
Hey, where'd you go?
Down to the station.
What for?
To get a paper from back home.
Oh, I thought you'd walked out on me or something.
Take a look at the paper. You see that?
A picture of you.
Yeah, but nothing about my killing anybody.
Huh?
Well, this picture's here because the FBI's looking for me. They think I stole $12,000 from the bank.
Well, let's see that.
I looked all the way through the paper for something about the killing. Well, there wasn't a word. Maybe he didn't die.
I examined him, son. When a guy ain't breathing, he's dead.
But what's this stuff about me and the bank?
I think I see the angle. They're trying to trick.
What do you mean?
This is just a way to get you to come back. I have seen them pull it lots of times. You know what happens?
What?
You walk in, put up a big beef about not taking any money, then they say that was a mistake, and boom, you're in for murder.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. Now, for a moment, let's listen in on a conversation that may change the whole life of a 6-month-old boy named Eddie O'Brien. In the living room of his home, Eddie's father is talking to Fred Barton, his Equitable Society representative.
And another thing I wanted to ask you about is this college education insurance. Might be a good thing for me to start for my kid one of these days. I'm hoping you'll go to my old college in the class of 1972.
It is a good thing, Mr. O'Brien. A very good thing. In the Equitable Society, we call that kind of insurance an Equitable Education Fund. Actually, it's an endowment life insurance policy that's paid up when your boy's ready to enter college. The money's there, ready and waiting for him. It's the painless way of paying for a college education.
How do you mean, painless?
Well, it's like buying an automobile or a home on an easy payment plan. You spread the cost of your son's college education over 15, 16, or 17 years. Instead of taking a beating during the 4 years he's actually in college.
That's fine. But suppose I should die before the plan's completed. What happens then?
From that point on, the policy is paid up in full. No more payments are necessary. The Equitable Society holds the money for your son and pays interest on the full amount every year until he's ready to use it for his education. So you see, an Equitable Education Fund is the way to make sure of a good education for your son, regardless of what happens to you.
My boy's only 6 months old now. How soon should I start a plan like this?
Well, the earlier you start, the lower your yearly cost will be. The way to do is figure up how much money you can spare to put into a plan like this. Maybe you'll decide that you can now afford one that will pay half the educational costs. Suppose, for instance, you decide on a $4,000 fund.
If you have children, get the cost of an Equitable Education Fund from your Equitable representative. These Equitable men don't go in for high-pressure methods. They give you the information you need and let you make up your own mind. Get in touch with your Equitable representative or write care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Hostage.
The attitude and thoughts of the elderly hobo regarding law enforcement officers are a misconception of the duties and workings of not only the Federal Bureau of Investigation, but of every agency. Unfortunately, those mistaken beliefs are held by many law-abiding, decent citizens. Let us examine your FBI, for example. Since the Bureau is a group of public servants, it is important for you, the citizen, to know how it operates. Your FBI does not initiate any investigation unless a complaint is made and evidence received of a crime over which it has jurisdiction. Further, All special agents are specifically instructed not to evaluate the information developed by their investigative efforts. The reports they file make no recommendations and set forth no conclusions. Your FBI is not an accuser, a prosecutor, or a judge in any case. Its job is to get the facts, and that is the only job it does. Tonight's FBI file continues that same night at the furnished room of Mary Allen, whose name appeared in the fugitive bank teller's address book. Special Agent Taylor is interviewing her.
Miss Allen, I'm here to question you about a man named Jack Fenton. Do you know him?
Yes, I do.
How well?
We were engaged.
Oh. Tell me, have you read the story that appeared in the papers today about Mr. Fenton allegedly stealing money from the bank?
Yes, I just saw it. I tried to call the bank and they were closed. I know that story isn't true.
But he's disappeared.
That was for another reason.
Oh, what reason?
I can't say.
Well, now, look, Miss Allen, you've a chance to help me and also help him.
I'm so confused.
But you do know why he disappeared.
Yes.
Well, then, please tell me.
Well, I was supposed to have dinner with Jack last night. He didn't appear. Then he phoned about 9 o'clock and told me he was in trouble. He said he had to see me. So I went to meet him.
No, where?
Freight yards at 10th and Madison. He was there with an older man.
And did he tell you about his trouble?
Yes. He said he went into a bar for a drink after work. He got into a fight and hit a man. He said the man died, but I looked in the papers today, every paper, and I also called the police, and they had no record of anything like that happening.
Did he tell you where the saloon was?
No.
Who was this older man he was with at the freight yard?
Well, I'd never seen him before, but I gathered he was helping Jack to run away.
Can you describe him?
No. I just remember that he was shabbily dressed.
I presume they boarded a freight car?
Yes.
Any idea what time?
I remember I looked at my watch. It was exactly 9:30.
Thank you, Miss Allen. If you hear anything from Fenton, will you please notify our office?
What's with the map, Jim?
Just trying to establish something on our bank teller.
Oh, you got a lead?
Half of one.
What'd you find?
I just contacted the dispatcher at the freight yard. He said a freight did pull out of there at 9:30 last night.
For where?
Non-stop to Grove City.
Well, at least one part of the girl's story could be true.
Yeah. I sent Fenton's description to our agent up there. Oh, say, did you get over to police headquarters?
Uh-huh. They don't have a report on a homicide of any sort yesterday, Jim.
No?
I think Fenton took the money and told the girl a fight story.
Well, could be. But I think we should run the fight story down anyway. That's why I've done the map work here.
What's that?
Well, here, the X marked here is the bank where Fenton worked. This letter H is where he lived.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if he dropped in for a beer after work, it would probably be in a bar between the 2 points, X and H. I checked the city directory, then put a circle at every point here where there's a saloon.
How many did you come up with?
22. Now, if we're going to run that phase of the story down, I think we ought to cover all those saloons. Here's saloon number 17.
Well, let's give it a whirl.
Okay. Go ahead.
Sorry, men, we're just closing up.
We're from the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Here are my credentials.
Oh.
I'd like some information, please. Did you work yesterday?
Every day I own the joint.
Here, this is a picture of a man named Jack Fenton. Do you know him?
Sure, he comes in pretty regular. Why?
Was he here yesterday?
Yeah.
Tell me, did he have a fight with anybody?
A fight? Oh, the rib, you mean? That was a joke.
No, what kind of a joke?
Well, a guy named Harry West came in day before yesterday and gave me $50 to help him rib young Fenton. Harry comes in yesterday afternoon. Pretty soon, Fenton comes in and sits beside him.
Does he know Fenton?
No. Well, they're sitting, not talking, see, when a bum comes in. He's part of the rib. He asks for a free drink, and I turn him down. Harry buys, then some kind of a beef develops, Jack belts him, and Harry goes down.
Then what?
Well, the bum bends over, listens to Harry's heart, turns to Fenton and says he ain't breathing. Then he grabs Fenton and hustles him out. That's all there was to it.
Is this Harry West a regular customer?
Well, he used to be when he ran a book around here. This is the first time I seen him in, I guess a year.
Where can we find him now?
Oh, let's see. Try the Jungle Club. He hangs out there, but they'll be closing about now.
Yeah, well, thanks very much.
That you, Jack?
Uh-huh.
Lay down again.
It's no use.
What's the matter?
I can't sleep.
Why not?
Don't you hear him?
No. And by next week, you won't either.
Next week.
Oh, son, the first night down here is always tough.
Hey, you two, shut up.
You want privacy? Go to the Waldorf.
I think I'll go.
Where?
Home.
Okay. I'll see you when you get out. That'll be 20 years. But look, this ain't no picnic, but at least you're free. So lay down, kid. Get a good night's sleep.
Fred, I just saw Harry West.
Did he talk?
Yes. Joe Randolph hired him to do the job.
The bookmaker?
That's right. Somebody owed Randolph's horse book $12,000.
It's exactly what Fenton's account was showing.
Yeah, I know.
Did you find out the name of the hobo?
Yeah, it's Willie Clay. He used to be a runner for Randolph.
What's his connection with Randolph now?
Odd jobs now and then.
Morning paper says Randolph's being questioned by the district attorney.
Yeah, I know. I called his office after I left Harry West.
I guess the DA will keep him busy for quite a while. Story in the Times says they seized his books.
Oh? Well, that could be very helpful. Come on.
Where?
Downtown. If we can examine Randolph's books, we might find out whether or not Fenton really took that money. Pardon me, Mr. Claiborne.
Oh, hello there.
We have some news for you about that shortage of funds.
Oh, that's fine, but I'm really not the one to talk to. You see, I came to your office to make the complaint only because the bank's manager was ill. That's his office over there.
We know. We just saw him.
Oh?
Yes, he said to tell you about it.
Well, if he wants me to handle it, of course I'll be happy to. Please sit down.
Thanks.
You say you had some news?
Our agent in Grove City found Jack Fenton this morning.
Good.
He was living up there in a flop house on Skid Row.
I wish I could feel sorry for him.
Mr. Claiborne, Fenton denies any connection with the shortage.
Of course. I imagine all thieves do when they're caught. But if he didn't take the money, why did he vanish?
Well, sir, a fight was staged on Monday afternoon in a bar down the street. Fenton knocked a man down. He thought the man was dead, and he ran, but it was all a trick.
Someone had a ghoulish sense of humor.
Someone wanted Fenton to leave town in a hurry.
Why?
So he could cover up a $12,000 loss to a bookmaker named Joe Randolph and make it look like Fenton took the money?
Who'd do a thing like that?
Well, not many people, I'll admit, but we did find one.
Who's that?
You.
What?
We found your name in Joe Randolph's ledger. You paid him $12,000 the day that Fenton disappeared. Come on, Mr. Claiborne.
Claiborne was convicted in federal court of theft from a national bank and sentenced to 5 years in prison. Harry West, Joe Randolph, and Willie Clay were convicted of conspiracy in federal court and sentenced to 4 years. The apprehension of the actual thief in tonight's case from the files of your FBI was of double importance. First, a criminal was removed from circulation and put where he could do you, the citizen, no more harm. The other result, though, the removal of suspicion from an innocent man, was more important. The protection of the people is the basic job of every law enforcement agency. And the highest function of that job is to prevent any person from being unjustly accused. Your FBI is therefore proud of the fact that of all the people it arrested, approximately 98% were later found guilty. That fact is your guarantee of one thing. The Federal Bureau of Investigation is not primarily interested in arresting people, but in locating the true criminals. Upon such facts is your freedom based. The freedom of every person in the nation.
Now, a quick review of the advantages of an equitable education fund. First, it's the painless way to pay for a college education. You spread the cost over many years instead of taking a beating in 4. Second, it's sure. From the moment you start, you're certain your children will get the kind of education you want them to have, regardless of what happens to you. Ask your Equitable representative for full information on an Equitable Education Fund, or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, hijacking. Its title, The Tropical Frame-Up.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Harley Bear, Tony Caruso, Robert Cole, Georgia Ellis, Gil Stratton Jr., Tom Tully, and Theodore Von Eltz. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Tropical Frame-Up on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. There's fun for the whole family when Ozzie and Harriet come your way next. This program came to you from Hollywood.